What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa world ya betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukue the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa.
Here's how you can link your existing KCB account on the new KCB mobile app. Download the new KCB mobile app from the Play Store or App Store. Open your KCB mobile app and click on Get Started. Review and accept the T's and C's and privacy policies. Click Send Verification and verify your phone number. Click Continue. Enter your document info and click Continue. Proceed to verify with your previous PIN. Click Continue on the PIN setup page. Create and confirm your new PIN. Enable push notifications and biometrics. Click Continue. On the home page, click Link your KCB account. Select Link your existing KCB account and click Continue. Enter the KCB account number. Review and accept the T's and C's and privacy policies. Click Continue and enter your PIN. Await confirmation and you're set. Download the new KCB mobile app today.
A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Match Day 3, the SportPesa 2025 Safari Sevens, brought to you courtesy of KCB Bank and SportPesa. We're doubling up this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, to beam to you live the games, the 27th edition of the Safari Sevens. You are making your way to wherever you're seated or wherever you're joining us from all over the globe. Welcome to our live stream this morning. My name is Walter Orangi, and I'll be taking you through this morning edition as we get ready and we get underway, of course, for the Cup quarterfinals for both the men and women tournament. We have teams just right behind me. The pitch is looking fantastic. We have teams that are getting ready for warm-up. The Kenya Cubs are warming up. The Uganda ladies are warming up. Most importantly, this is the business end. So grab the best seat in the house and get ready for match day action. Now, we have lots coming up your way. Just give you a rundown exactly on what we're doing this morning. Kickoff will be at 8, and we'll be having the Costa Blanca Barbarians coming up against the Belgium side in, I beg your pardon, that was the first Cup quarterfinal match that was to be played. We have that fixture scrapped off, so Costa Blanca will proceed to the Cup semi in that regard. You have Uganda coming up against the Kenya Cubs. That would be the first official match, ladies and gentlemen. The Kenya Cubs, the second string of the Kenya Lionesses, taking on the Ugandan sides. A good opportunity, of course, to have a view, to look at the future of the Lionesses, the girls who have been selected, and of course the Ugandan side who have made the team, to try and see if they can stage and make them their name on this grand stage. The third Cup quarters will see Shogun take on Tunisia. Shogun and Tunisia have battled out over the last 2 days. They have given as much as they've received, given a good account of themselves. Tunisia and of course Shogun, an invitational side from the UK, who are looking to take the trophy back to the UK. Finally, Cup quarterfinal match number 4, we have fan favorite, our hosts, the Kenya Lionesses, looking to take on the Mwamba Select side. Now, the Kenya Lionesses, of course, you do know the likes of Naomi Muguni, the captain, Sheila Chajira, you have Freshia Awor, you have Janet Okello, you have Snyder Mokaya, you have everybody else who is available and fit and ready to fire for the Lionesses. Now, the Mwamba Select side, on the other side, ladies who have played on the SportPesa National 7 circuit have earned an opportunity courtesy of the fact that Mwamba were the champions of the local 7 series, and here is an opportunity for the ladies, of course, to come in and show what they're made of. Now, for the men, we proceed. We have the Shogun team taking on the French Renegades in the opener. We do have the Kenya Morans taking on the UK Select. And of course, we have the KCB side taking on Zimbabwe. Finally, the Kenya Shuja will be taking on Nyatti. Now, speaking to this men quarterfinals, we have Shogun. Shogun have had a good day yesterday. They had a good day yesterday. They also had a good day in the opening day. But Shogun is a team, for those who've watched Shogun and have looked at the team list, Shogun is the Spain team. It's a national team, but disguised under that Shogun invitational side. So they are very strong. They're very quality. You look at the Spain side, they finished second on the World Rugby 7 series at some point. I think that was last year. And this, to them, is a preparation phase for them to head back onto the HSBC World Rugby 7 series. So quite a lot of quality packed into that Shogun team. Now, the other side that is making, of course, waves trying to challenge for that Robin Kyle trophy, we have the Kenya Morans. Kenya Morans folks are looking to make sure that they make a name for themselves. The UK Select also, remember, they have a story behind. They're trying to make sure that they put a name for themselves. The program in the UK has really come to a halt in terms of sevens, and here is an opportunity for a bunch of young men who are looking to make a name on the 7 series, of course on the global stage, to make a name right here in Nairobi. Now, folks, Kenya Shuja, they are the defending champions. They've had a quality 2 days. They didn't play on the first day, but of course they came in yesterday, 55-0 in the opening game. The second game was a 34-12 victory for them, and of course that sets them very clearly in position to look at what they can do this weekend. So it's all to play for this weekend. It's all on the line for all the teams. The 4 cup quarters for the ladies, 4 cup quarters for the men, and of course we do have the Challenge Trophy. The teams that didn't make the cup quarterfinal category, we have the Challenge Trophy coming up. The semis, Reunion from France taking on Walukuba Rugby from across the border, the champions of the Uganda Rugby Sevens tournament, and of course we have Apache taking on Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll head back for a few of highlights and of course what transpired yesterday as we build up towards more rugby action your way. Sit back, relax and enjoy. This is coming to you live from the Nyayo National Stadium, and of course if you can make your way to the Nyayo National Stadium, no better place to spend your Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening than to be part and parcel of the Safari Sevens 2025. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nyayo National Stadium. It's match day experience. And of course, this is the Safari Sevens 2025. We have guests coming through. Yesterday, we had an opportunity to talk to the players. We must certainly have an opportunity to talk to the people behind the scenes, the people that really work so hard to make sure that we have this tournament. With me here is the CEO Kenya Rugby Union, Bwana Thomas Odundo. Thomas Odundo, welcome to the live stream. This live stream is brought to us and to you guys courtesy of KCB Bank and SportPesa. Thomas Odundo,
yes, Walter.
How are you?
Thank
Good morning.
Good morning, Walter, and thanks for having me here.
Lovely, lovely. It's good to have you. We have different perspectives. The game is being played on the pitch. The quality is amazing. But first things first, what does it take to really piece together such a tournament?
Putting together such an event is extremely demanding. The planning starts very early. It starts with the team information, team invitations, getting the team confirmations, and then putting all the logistics in place once the teams confirm. So, for instance, we'll send out between 30 and 40 invites. We'll get expressions of interest. You've got to follow up on those. You've got to make the commitments to the teams and get their confirmations. Alongside all that, you're putting together the planning for the same team transport from the hotels, from the airport to the hotels. So making sure accommodation is the best possible, and then getting hold of the venue, preparing the venue. So all of that takes quite a bit of time, and there are very many moving parts throughout.
Yeah, speaking of moving parts, Bonatio, we're looking at a corporate angle to this event. We have so many corporates that have lined up to support the Safari Sevens and, of course, the Kenya Rugby Union in making sure that we have this event. What do you have to say in terms of what support that this tournament needs? And also, I mean, besides needing, you do have to give credit to the ones who have already made and supported this event.
The Safari Sevens is the biggest seven-a-side tournament in Africa outside of the Cape Town Sevens, which is supported by World Rugby and HSBC. So putting together an event that is trying to compete or rival or just be as exciting, it takes quite a bit of muscle, and that's where the corporate support comes in. We've got good support from the government of Kenya through the sports fund and the corporates as well who have come on board to support us. Our official airline, Kenya Airways, came through for us big time. We appreciate that. KCB has come through. The Social Health Authority is providing some support as well. So it is key because as I'm saying, the financial resources required just to put everything in place is quite large.
Well, besides you being the CEO of Kenya Rugby, you do also have another cup. You come in from that technical aspect. You've played for the national team. You've coached. Let's speak about the quality of rugby on pitch, the quality of the women's, and of course, the quality of the men's.
I'll talk first about the women. The women's game has been growing. And I think when we committed to having a women's section in the Safari Sevens, we started off with 4 teams, then 5 teams. Last year we got up to 6, and this year we got up to 8. And it has been a very, very, very competitive field. Women's rugby is the fastest growing sport in the world, and we've got to take advantage of that. Our Lionesses are amongst the best in the world, and people actually want to come and compete with them and are very keen to come. The men's competition also has been extremely strong. It's been exciting. We have enjoyed 2 days of rugby so far. Today being the business end, we expect teams to be at their best. They've acclimatized. They're used to the altitude, used to the ground, and they are used to the support that is coming in from the crowd.
Well, Tio, the games are live on TV. The comfort is there for the fans who cannot be able to make their way to the stadium. But we do have Nairobians who are looking for a great time. Speak to the atmosphere and what to expect today in terms of the package we have for the families, because remember, underage students and young boys and girls have an opportunity. It's free at the gate, and of course we do have the after party coming through. What exactly can the fan anticipate this afternoon?
Kenyan rugby fans are the best in the world. It is acknowledged. They bring a good vibe and a good atmosphere to the ground. This is our opportunity to watch rugby at home and have that vibe. Children under 12 do come in free, so we're encouraging parents who want to come in. Today is a Sunday. Please come in with the children. We've got a dedicated kiddie zone. The children under 12 will access the kiddie zone 100% free of charge. And then there are those who are also very young at heart. They will have access to the kiddie zone, and they will be able to take part in activities there. There is gaming as well, so they can take advantage of that. For those with the energy, through our sponsors, Tusker, there's the entertainment village, and yeah, we'll stay after the games, and we'll have some fun as well.
Well, speaking of fans, ladies and gentlemen, the fixtures are coming thick and fast your way as we wait for the official kickoff. Now, Tio, finally, actually, I have two things for you. Who do you have in terms of your field of play? Who do you see winning the women and, of course, the men's tournament? And then after that, we'll talk about a bit of the Rugby Africa Women's Cup coming up. Give your insights about where we are in terms of that and what to anticipate for.
That's an interesting question, Walter. Who do I see, or who do I want?
I mean, your heart's desires.
I'm Kenyan, but on the men's side, I'll tell you, having come from a very competitive 7th circuit, I think our players are in very good shape, and they have put up their hands, so I'll support them 100%. For the women, I do wish them luck. We lost to Costa Blanca Barbarians last year. Let's turn the tables on them this year.
Well, that has been Tio, ladies and gentlemen. Our first fixture this morning is the ladies. We have the quarters coming through. We have the team from Uganda coming through this morning. We'll have the Kenya Lionesses coming through, the Kenya Cubs coming through that tunnel. And Tio here has told us so much about the Safari Sevens. We've talked about what happens both on and off the pitch. But lastly, before I let Tio leave, Tio, the Rugby Africa Sevens women is coming to Nairobi. Once again, another opportunity to showcase where we are in terms of our rugby pedigree, but most importantly, host the rest of Africa. What do you have to say about it?
We've been given the opportunity to host the Rugby Africa Women's Sevens between November 15th and 16th. We had tried to invite as many African women's sides as well for this event to have it as a dry run. Luckily, we've managed to get 3 of the African sides there, so we hope to see them again next month in Nairobi. And we're looking forward to a good event even then. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the teams are making their way onto the pitch, and we would like to invite you to grab the best seat in the house and enjoy the quarterfinals this morning. Coming to you live, courtesy of KCB Bank and SportPesa. Ladies and gentlemen, Safari Sevens match day 3. Enjoy.
Welcome to day 3 of the 27th edition of Safari Sevens, hosted here in Nairobi, the capital city of Kenya, at Nyayo National Stadium, which is at the heart of the CBD in Nairobi. We've had a fantastic 2 days. You're joining me here. I'll be your host throughout this business end of the tournament. My name is Elijah Toili. We'll be joined later by Oscar Osir and Walter Orangi, whom we've just seen on screen, giving us the preparations and setting us up for the day. We've had a fantastic 2 days. It has built up from the pool matches. We are getting ourselves into the knockouts, and we start with the women's category. These are the quarterfinals, and first on set will be Uganda taking on Kenya Cubs, who are the second string side for the Kenya Lionesses, second string side for the Kenya national team setup. And these teams are looking to get into the semi-finals. Uganda, both of them had some checkered games yesterday. And Uganda looking to get one better into the semi-finals. Kenya Cubs, on the other hand, have players who are looking to get themselves selected in the final Kenya Lionesses squad as we prepare for the Rugby African Sevens Women Tournament that comes up on November 15th to 16th. So all to play for here, and we're looking forward to the kickoff as we wait for that hooter that you've had that will kick us off for these first Cup quarterfinals in the women's category. The defending champions, Costa Blanca, made it through already into the semis, and we are looking forward to another fantastic run today as they try to defend their title against Kenya Lionesses, who were the losing finalists last year. Women's tournament has been on the growth, has been on the up. Uganda have been here several times during the 2010s to the at the turn of this century. Up to now, they have had a couple of wins, and we are looking forward to see if they can get themselves into the contention for their main cup quarterfinals. Skies are clear, a bit of overcast. The sun is out, it's gonna get warm. Later on, we shall see what happens. We had a warm 2 days, a bit hot for some of the teams coming from Europe, but all is well in terms of the pitch. The turf has been good for rugby as we see the kickoff that has been taken by Kenya Cubs. Walter Orangi, welcome on set.
Very warm welcome. Thank you so much, Joely, for having me this morning. Well, Cup quarterfinal time here, Uganda taking on the Cubs. The Cubs with the fast foray. An advantage there for being offside, being played. Going down the blind. The Cubs stringing those passes. On the outside there is Nelly Chikombe, well apprehended. Goes back in, Anjeri. Tackle. An opportunity to shift this ball out wide. Numbers on the outside, missing the fast runner. Anjeri goes in. Picking the ball from the base of the rack there. The Ugandans always come out very strongly whenever they play the Kenyans.
Yeah, it's always a derby, this one. Nothing to do with form. It's all about the pride between these two neighbors. And late, of course, Kenya having all the momentum on their sides in the last decade or so. But Uganda trying to make amends. And in this one, you never know how it will turn out. Have the right attitude, apply yourself well, and you go against form and you win this derby.
You have to be on your best. Uganda coming round. They have the open side to work with. Good carry into the tackle there. Kenyans have to roll away. Nobody on the blind side, but tripped accidentally there. Uganda on a break there. The offload back in. Tackle complete. Numbers on the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the passes taking that opportunity away from the Ugandans to quickly try and pile pressure on the Kenya Cubs. The Kenya Cubs go in and hold the player up. Lost forward there, and that's the scrum advantage. Scrum to the Uganda Lady Cranes.
Uganda Lady Cranes having a good feel of the ball, having early spells of possession here, long spells of possession, but the passing is curtailing their momentum. Those passes going to deck when they have numbers out wide, making it difficult for them to use possession well. Something that they need to work on, because in the game of sevens, execution and precision is key if you're to get past your defenders. Once you fashion that space, you must take a faster approach to the game. Picking it up on the base and going around the fringes. Uganda still enjoying good spell of possession here, but the Kenya Cubs defense holding strong, peeling off, committing too many numbers, too many bodies on that right side of the Kenya Cubs defense. Uganda should have shifted it to the right where they had more numbers. Again, Kenya Cubs just not looking at the numbers in defense. An attempt to go back for the cut. That intercept, trying to get intercept, missing it and getting herself a yellow card in the process. Look at that, just went for it, and low threshold here allowed for those kind of mistakes. If you go in, you go all in, knowing that a missed intercept might lead to a sin bin. It's part of just cleaning up the cynical play that had been a problem for many teams over the times. Going into the bin for the next 2 minutes. And Jerry, this might cost her team if Uganda are able to use the numbers well. Swinging out wide. Kenya Cubs scrambling in defense, getting themselves onto that breakdown and turning the ball over. Looks like a rip, but the referee penalizing Kenya Cubs for not rolling away. Looks like another yellow card. Oh my. Kenya Cubs in serious problems here, down to 5. You see that tackle happened, and then really she didn't have much room to maneuver out of that space, and refa Achando gets herself onto the sin bin. Kenya down to 5. Uganda yet to score. 2 players in the sin bin, and there they do get over the whitewash, scoring against the 5 of Kenya Cubs. It was a quick tap and go while you were watching the replays, and marching over to score their first try. Nambabiro Lydia, and Uganda hit the front. Kenya have to weather the storm. They have to survive the next 2 minutes, which they'll be playing less the full complement of 7. They have to control the pace of this match. They have to keep it tight, rushing off, pumping her legs to the first tackler. They don't have numbers outside, so they have to play around the fringes, keep it tight to ensure that they run down the clock. But another good injection of pace at the 15-meter channel there. The Lionesses making progress slowly up the pitch into Uganda's half. Uganda just looking at that as an opportunity, that counteract. This one is isolated, might be a turnover, and indeed it is. Not enough numbers to support, and a quick tap and go. Uganda taking advantage of this with a clear line break. And Awula Juliet under the post for another try for Uganda. The Uganda ladies making the Cubs pay for playing 5 against 7, as I say so. And Jerry is back onto the pitch, having served her 2 minutes out. They're back to 6, but it has been a costly sin bin for the Kenya Cubs. As you see there, just a quick tap and go, appreciating that they do have numbers and cannot be touched in the first 10 meters after the tap. Good spell for Uganda ladies, taking advantage of their superiority in numbers. And Kenya Cubs, as we head towards the halftime with that hooter, will have a lot to work on in the second half. Down by 2 tries. Might have to just ensure they take advantage of this ball, see if they can get themselves. Tap and go. Kenya Cubs doing the right thing here, just trying to get themselves back onto the scoreboard. We are playing into the extra time of the first half, but then knocking it on at the base of that rack. And we go into the halftime break. Uganda leading 12-0, a comfortable lead for the first half. We see that knock-on coming in from Kenya Cubs.
But ladies and gentlemen, quarterfinal for ladies category, Shuja taking on Tunisia. And then we'll have the Kenyan Lionesses finish off the ladies side with a match against
Get back ready for the second half of these second cup quarterfinals in the women's category, featuring Uganda against second string side for the Kenyans, that is the Kenya Cubs. Uganda held the lead courtesy of 2 yellow cards in the first half that were dished out against Kenya Cubs for infringements in the rack areas. They have the ball in hand, trying to get out of the red zone. Uganda piling pressure on those set pieces, pinning the Cubs in their own 22 early on here. Then they put their boot to use here, getting into the Uganda's backyard. Boot chase down. To recover that ball, they have to let the player to be able to get back on their feet. But the arriving players onto that track, sealing off and denying Kenya Cubs the opportunity to contest for that quick tap and go there from Anjeri, one of the players who was seen being in the first half. They are just into Uganda's red zone. Those passes bringing problems in the attack because they are loose passes. Another quick tap and go that looks to be knocked on. Oh wow, Kenya Cubs. That's the second knock-on from the same player in quick succession. As you see there, ball in hand, was knocked on. There was an advantage penalty. Then a quick tap and go. That was a really basic error, basic handling error. Whenever you knock on a restart of a penalty, you just suck momentum out of your teammates, because that was a penalty. Uganda punching through Kenya Cubs defense, pinning her ears, looking at the whitewash, going all the way 10 meters out. Good run there from Uganda's Amoli Lona Sandra, and Sandra stretches Uganda's lead by another 5 points. She looks really winded. That took all of the air out of her lungs. But Uganda stretched their lead now. This is a healthy lead for them, 17-0. With a conversion to come, but doesn't get to the try line. Scores remain 17-0. Kenya Cubs, their own worst enemies really. They have had opportunities and they have done basic errors, especially knocking on when you have possession and you have your opponents on the ropes. That was a quick countdown down that channel after pumping through several tacklers, then offloading to Sandra, who goes all the way to finish it. Quick takeoff there, that restart shaky defense there, no structure, and gets nabbed in the Uganda's red zone, then holds on to the ball, doesn't release it, doesn't allow Uganda to contest that ruck, and it's a seesaw of a match here. Tap and go from every penalty, keeping the tempo high by both teams. Kenya Cubs trying to chase the match, Uganda Cubs trying to get, Uganda ladies trying to get the Kenya Cubs on the wrong foot. Another quick tap and go by Uganda ladies, picking and going down that channel, the 5-meter channel that was unattended to by the Kenya Cubs. Kenya Cubs, really no communication on that breakdown. First thing that you do as a player is to ensure that you cover that side, but Nabagala Grace puts down another 5-pointer. Bagala Grace has been good for Uganda ladies. We saw her yesterday in the pool matches. This time round, trying also to go and convert her own try.
But being part and parcel
It's not successful, but it's a 22-0 lead for Uganda Cubs. Putting down the hammer, laying down the gauntlet as they march into the semi-finals. Kenya Cubs will have to wait the next round, games which will be for them 5th place playoffs.
and gentlemen across the globe.
Breaking
Now
play
partnering
here.
with the Kenya Rugby Union,
The
of
referee
course,
says
to bring to
go
you
on,
the
but there is a
Safari
Kenya Cup player being attended to. So referee just giving some time.
Many
She
thanks
gets
to
back
us,
into the field of play. So
us
we are good to
now
go.
partnered with the Kenya Rugby Union to make
Those
sure that
defensive
this
setups on the
year's
racks, very crucial for teams to just
Our
remain
quality
alive on the dangers around the fringes, especially on the shorter side. That requires communication from the players in that rack. Just opened up a door for Uganda ladies, and Grace went in to finish, exploiting that gap. Kenya Cubs, another run of possession with the ball in hand. Coming in for a clear out, and referee penalizes from coming in from the side, and a quick tap and go, pinning her ears, pumping through those two tacklers, and another try for Uganda. Adong Susan, really a stalwart for the Uganda ladies. Yesterday in that derby against Kenya Lionesses, losing, but this one beating the second string side. Kenya Cubs on the receiving end of huge score here. These Cup quarterfinals, 29-0, seconds remaining in this match. Good display from the Uganda ladies. They have been vocal about their intentions to get Safari Sevens Women's main cup title, taken back across the border to Uganda, and they're going about it well in these cup quarterfinals. Still early days as you look at the stadium.
In large numbers, you came out yesterday.
Yet to fill up. It's just 20 minutes shy of 9 o'clock East African time here. We expect the crowd to pull in as we get towards the noon. Also as we prepare for the main cup quarterfinals.
Being this year's sponsor, that, ladies and gentlemen, is our list of sponsors. The reason we're here is because they backed us. And our gratitude.
Kenya Cubs still barely out of their red zone,
Fully registered.
really making a meal of the ball in hand, not fashioning good opportunities for themselves.
The Kenya Cup.
But Uganda ladies have been solid on defense, have remained really competitive, and that's a turnover, ripping the ball through. That is Nabagala Grace, and giving Uganda an opportunity to finish this one, coming in on a short line, then pumping through tackles. Uganda making good use of ball in hand. Looking to go out left, shifting it quickly, Big, huge hit on Angakia Comfort, but offloading. They are going to finish this one on a high. Nandudu Janati scoring the final try for Uganda. Big, huge win for them as they prepare themselves for the semi-finals, which they will meet Costa Blanca Ladies, the defending champions. Attempted conversion doesn't get to the whitewash.
Yeah, I mean, that result, Toeli, that result is a massive one. First cup quarterfinal this morning. One would have thought it would have been as close as you'd have expected, but
yeah, there's a gulf in class between the two teams right now. Of course, Kenya Cubs being the second string side for the Kenyan setup.
But the other question, ideally, is this the Ugandan first set?
Yeah, always a thing about Uganda bringing their development side, but they are also they have an eye on the Rugby Africa Sevens Women's Tournament coming up, so preparing for themselves for that, which will be hosted here in Nairobi from November 15th to 16th. But having said so, we move to the next quarterfinals. That will be between Shogun and Tunisia. On your screen there, Tunisia ladies pumping themselves up for these quarterfinals. They have lost their games yesterday in the pool matches. On a learning curve here, they come up against Shogun ladies, who are quite competitive. Shogun ladies with their only loss so far that came against the defending champions Costa Blanca in the pool decider yesterday, losing that one 17-5. But they are in the cup quarterfinals, looking to get themselves into the semis. That kickoff being knocked on Tunisia as they tried to recover their own kickoff. Shogun ladies have been very clinical until they came and stuck against Costa Blanca Barbarians.
Set.
Good put-in, shifting it out wide, just out of their 22. Center carrying it into contact. Team is quite compacted towards the left of their attack. They're coming under intense pressure in that rack set piece from Tunisia. Having their defense shooting up, killing space for the ball carriers for the attacking team, and then trying to go for the jackal. Referee, of course, on site there telling them they didn't release the player so that they can recycle possession. Now off, attacking on the 15-meter channel, slowly making their way into Tunisia's territory, but knocking it on, turning over possession to Tunisia. Tunisia trying to get themselves a win in this 27th edition of Safari Sevens. Not rolling away after making the tackle, then getting penalized. Another quick tap and go. Nice breakthrough there as the defenders were trying to sort themselves out for that penalty. And going through for the first try in these quarterfinals, Yamia Mlawa. Really nice. Just tapped and went. Shogun ladies just caught out there, trying to set themselves up, and at the same spot where the retreating defender was is where they attacked. Of course, taking cognizance of the fact that they couldn't touch her. As you see, they are retreating, watching, and that is where they identified the gap to be. Having caused the penalty and retreating into the defense line, just opened up a hole there that was exploited by Yamia Mlawa. Tunisia,
You can see the coach
against, yeah, against all form. Yeah, the coach.
The emotions.
Yeah.
You bind up, go in twos. You know, that's the emotions of the coach. You know, you've trained these guys. You know that they know they can do this.
Yeah.
But then you have those flashes. You know, once you actually allow the players to get onto the pitch, you as a coach, there's no
Nothing
other
you can do.
influence.
Yeah.
Best players will decide the game on pitch. The coach outside here has done all he can. So the emotional roller coaster that you're witnessing, or the fans are witnessing, courtesy of the beautiful pictures coming to you. Production being done by Live Eye, sponsored by KCB Bank, and of course partnered by Sport Pesa. In your picture there, that replay, Shogun looking to draw back, having gone down from that opening try.
Yeah,
Facing
Tunisia with 2 losses and starting really strongly against Shogun ladies here. I'm quite impressed by how they have taken this game to the Shogun ladies.
Well, like I said, Shogun are a select side, right? And a national team like Tunisia would relish an opportunity like this one. So really, it's an opportunity for the players who've been selected by the Tunisian Rugby Federation to actually put a name out there for themselves, but also make sure that, you know, with Africa, we have the Rugby Africa Cup coming up, the women's.
Yeah.
And such opportunities are very rare for you to play international quality. And this one here, you back yourself up one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, Tunisia really doing well. They have pinned Shogun ladies. It's if you've been following the women's category in these Safari Sevens, most bookers will have Shogun ladies winning this one. But Sevens is a game of momentum, and is Tunisia ladies picking up, or just Shogun ladies are trying to get themselves into the game, this being their first in day 3.
Yeah, this is their first game. I'd like to have a word with the bookies, because at the end of the day, the result will really matter. But nonetheless, you'd expect that a select side from the UK, quality in the name of Shogun, would be a good side, and that is why you give them that opportunity. But here's Tunisia giving as much as they're taking.
Wow, Zahra Hadeji going through, sidestepping the sweeper there. And Tunisia scored their second one, an upset in the offing here. Tunisia finally coming good on their potential. That is a crucial score.
Yeah.
Just putting
Second try.
Yeah.
Right before halftime.
Yeah. Conversion is good, so they stretch it to 12-0. Again, Tunisia playing the brand of rugby that they have wanted to display, the Safari Sevens. Finally, it's coming together for them, getting through the first line of defense and then stepping off the sweeper, and Hadaji going all the way to score second try. Yesterday, though, I noticed that Tunisia ladies were huffing and puffing a lot in the second half.
The altitude, the altitude, the heat. I mean, we are positioned slightly lower than they are in terms of altitude. And as such, pulling in the big ones wouldn't really phase as the Shogun side goes over for their opener.
Yeah, I believe that's Amesa Ulibari.
Yeah, really, the Shogun kid.
Yeah,
the numbers are not
numbers
coming out clearly, and That has been a struggle over the weekend, but nonetheless, a good run there for Shogun as they hit back. They needed to score at least one before this halftime break just to keep the hope alive. Remember, this is the second Cup quarterfinal match, and here we have the winners proceeding to the Cup semis. Ametsa Ulibari, the try scorer there for the Shogun side. Still more time, and the beauty of sevens, so long as there is time on the clock, you will have an opportunity. If indeed they had taken use of that ball, they would have scored before halftime. But the halftime score, ladies and gentlemen, Tunisia 12, Shogun 7.
Here's how you can easily link your card on the new KCB mobile app. Open your KCB mobile app. Click on Cards. Click on the plus sign to add your card. Click on Link Card. Select the card. Confirm you are about to link the card. Click Link Now. Enter your PIN. You have successfully linked your card. Download the new KCB mobile app today.
Second half of these Cup quarterfinals between Shogun and Tunisia. Tunisia really pinning Shogun ladies in their own half for the better part of the first half, racing off to a 12-0 lead before Shogun, with their first visit into Tunisia's half, good strike rate there, and they scored to get themselves back into contention for this semi-final that comes up for the winners of this knockout. Today is a knockout day. Today is the last day of the Safari Sevens. Today we see the winners being awarded their medals, their trophies, and their honors. Tunisia just guilty there of knocking it on and ceding possession, ceding territory. Shogun ladies, who really started so slowly, but this is their third visit into Tunisia's half. They want to make good use of this one. Going in for that scrum. The backline positioning itself well, spread out really all the way to the 15-meter line. And crisp passing is required here, coming in on a short line. Then it was a dummy run. They get to reset, moving quickly, shifting it to their right, shooting up in defense there. Then that has been used well by Shogun ladies, just resetting at the heart of Tunisia's defense, then taking off to the wing there, going to score their second try. Really getting themselves another try there by Elena Kohn.
Elena Kohn getting the second try of this game, leveling up the scores. The Shogun side really had to score fast in the second half to try and see if they can mount pressure, trying to get the Tunisians' lead cut down. An opportunity here now to try and convert. The conversion from out wide is unsuccessful. Shogun 12, Tunisia. 12. Coming up next, folks, the next game, ladies and gentlemen, is Kenya Lionesses against Mwamba Select. A kick behind there. Shogun looking to recoup that open ball. Free play there. Targeting that ruck area. Tunisia looking for an opportunity to jackal. There is an opportunity here. It's presented itself, and that's a turnover successfully executed by the Tunisians. Tap and go. Players not 10 meters out. The referee playing an advantage. That's a double blast there.
Like a yellow card coming.
Yep, that's a yellow card. 10 meters away is the rightful place to make your tackle. But now here's an opportunity to only 3 and 50 something seconds to go. The score's tied at 6v7. An opportunity here for Tunisia. And the awareness to know that the defense hadn't retreated 10 meters meant that you risked that, the risk of that yellow card. And now 6v7, Tunisia now have to execute. And speaking of execution, they've just fluffed. Yeah, that is Clara Farrell. They've just fluffed that opportunity. And Shogun now.
7 versus 6, you have to be patient because you have a real opportunity to just score on that one.
Yeah, there wasn't a hook there. And
yeah, that's the second I have seen in terms of scrum halves not putting in the ball that is hooked, being turned over. Now Shogun just trying to manage that 2 minutes of sin bin. Well, just taking it around the fringes, carrying, picking and going around the fringes. But late in support on your picture there, Clara Farrell is the one who's on the sin bin chair. The next 2 minutes, slightly less than a minute remaining on that one. But they're doing well without her. They have managed the clock. They have picked around the fringes. They have played it close quarter combats. As you see, they are going in. A big hit being dished there by Zara Chetui. Then running down the clock here with this scrum of set piece. Now it's a put in for Tunisia. They have to ensure this one is hooked. Again, same issue. I think it's a coaching problem here because same call against Islam Waili. Islam Waili must ensure that the hooker has a foot on that ball as it comes into the scrum down channel. Losing possession twice on the same mistake, not a good look. Again, also the players have to adapt quickly on those calls that are going against them. Shogun ladies still down, but now coming back onto the pitch. Clara Farrell coming just in time to save her team when Tunisia had ball in hand. So back to the full complement of 7. This looks and is shaping itself up for a Navi one last minute.
yeah,
All tied 12-all.
she's a lucky girl there. They didn't concede when she was in the sin bin. So here is an opportunity for her to actually try and rally the rest of the pack to try and get over the line. Remember, we have 50-something seconds to go. Cup quarterfinal match number 3. All on the line here. Remember, you snooze, you lose. This one decides who goes to the cup semis. One step closer to the final, a gold medal match later on this evening. Penalty awarded there to the Tunisian side. Not close enough to try and go for those 2
those 3 points.
Those 3 points on offer.
Yeah.
But they'll be looking to piece something together. Tapped.
You will think whoever scores next will definitely win it. No time left on the clock. A break there. First line break by Yamia Mlawa, who scored the first try. 5 meters out. And then they're coming in for the jackal, and they are successful. Late to support. Yasmin Kobe comes in late to support her.
That is a risk play. I think that is the play of the game, because you go off your feet or you don't come in through the gate, it's a penalty. It's close enough to the hedge, 5 meters out. They tap and go, probably they take the 3 points. Or you risk going into that track area and then getting the ball. And that is what it is. The risk, the reward.
Very true, Walter.
Execution though, Shogun have an opportunity. Final play here as the hooter sounds. They have to get this line out right. Tunisia have to compete to try and give that offside line. They haven't. They have, yes. But the referee says the gap had been closed, that 1 meter gap.
Before.
So that means it was an infringement. Shogun have an opportunity here to probably tap and go. Remember the sevens version of the game, or is it the whole field of play in terms of rugby? The free kick nowadays cannot result into a scramble, so they opt to kick it down. They need to play in the right areas, and there you have it.
Oh wow,
risk reward.
Good return there for Shogun.
Yes.
Gaining 75 meters by that kick, and time is up on the clock. Oh wow, just knocks it on with an overlap, and
that's a yellow card. The referee there has given matching orders to the Tunisian lady who was in an offside position, I guess. 10
that
meters.
quick tap and go.
Yeah, there were no 10 meters. Now, 6v7 here, sevens rugby. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the best platform for you to attack. 6v7, 12, all. And of course, this is down to execution.
Yeah, crucial time here. 7 versus 6, attacking to the right. They have one extra player on the pitch, Shogun ladies, and that ball has been ripped to the tackle. And that looks like a big call coming here. Instant yellow card.
That is exactly not how to play sevens rugby. You had an overlap, you had an extra man or lady on the pitch. They just needed to fashion out those chances, create those chances out wide and see what comes out of it. But here is an opportunity handed back to Tunisia, 6v6.
Yeah, I mean a yellow card also for Shogun ladies, so it's 6v6. It's a tight affair, this one. Ball kicked out. Tunisia not wanting to risk a mistake in their own 22. They opt to go for the extra sudden death.
I honestly don't understand that decision to kick out. 6v6, you had an opportunity to attack. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, full-time scores. Tunisia 12, Shogun 12. We proceed to sudden death extra time, ladies and gentlemen. The first team to score will be proceeding to the cup semis.
We are back for the extra time. It is sudden death time. First to score will walk away with this quarterfinal fixture. It's 5 minutes both ways in case there are no scores. And then we'll go down to the other regulations if they are still tied after the 5 minutes each half. Tunisia kicking us off there. Both teams down to 6. Meva Deseranad for Shogun and a yellow card. and also Yam Lawa for Tunisia on a yellow card. Both players still out. So it's 6v6 here. Shogun attacking, getting into the gap there. Strong carry by Ametsa Ulibari. Then offloads to Issa Prince, who goes. Issa Prince goes to score and put this match to a finish here. Good, fantastic win for the Shogun ladies. Sudden death stuff, this one. No conversions coming through. And Shogun ladies book their ticket into the semi-finals. A hard-fought win. Tunisia turned up finally, playing the brand of rugby that they have wanted. But they lose this one in sudden death. Good show. They will go and contend the 5th playoffs as Shogun ladies move into the semi-finals, where they'll play the winner of the next match coming up. Lioness, first team for the Kenyan home side against Mwamba. So we are into the last quarterfinals in the women's category. This one has our hosts, call them hostess, Kenya Lioness, taking on invitational side Mwamba Select. Mwamba Select here courtesy of being the winners of the national 7th Kenya circuit. And they had a rough day in office yesterday. So far, losing all their matches. The flip side, Kenya Lionesses winning all their matches. Yesterday, they had a run out against Uganda, the toughest fixture they had so far, 17-5 victory. Now, on offer here is a place in the semi-finals, and quick off the blocks, going for their first try, kick-off try. That is Janet Okello, pinning her ears. First try there for the Lionesses. They want to have a good feel of their structure going through that first try that was straight off the kickoff. Just going through the motions there, that head bobbing and bobbing as she applies the next gears, going all the way to put Kenya Lionesses onto the scoreboard early on here.
Good.
Mwamba ladies have had a torrid time, and they're coming up against a very good Lioness side who are preparing themselves to host the Rugby Africa Sevens Women Tournament that is coming in November. 15th to 16th, book that date enjoying us to see teams around Africa congregating here for the rugby festival. Knock on there from Mwamba Select. Turning over possession to Kenya Lionesses. Putting it in and taking it out wide to the left. Snyder back. And they're carrying it in slowly there. Edith Nariaka peeling around the 5-meter channel and going to score against her teammates on the club side. Edith Nariaka putting second try there. She's a very pacey winger, very pacey halfback. That conversion not good. So it remains 12-0 in favor of Kenya Lionesses as we wait for the replay there. Peeling off to the left. That ball from Snyder. Snyder attacking the defense line and then putting the ball in front of Edith Nariaka, who just dashes through that space, goes to score. That kickoff restart not going the mandatory 10. Another mistake being done there by the Lionesses. Those are some of the issues that can arise and curtail progress. Immediately after scoring, you turn over possession. Restarts are an opportunity for the attacking team to just get the defense in 6s and 7s, because the formation is never flat on those kickoffs. So it's been identified as a big opportunity for teams to get themselves back onto the scoring board. Good offload there from Mwamba, going into contact. Referee clear for them to release. Then they come back to the left where they have numbers. They need to shift it quickly. It should have carried it forward a bit. Good spell of possession for Mwamba ladies, trying to go up and under, but Snyder was patrolling the backyard, gets that ball, floats quickly to the left there. Faith Livoy, the carry back, cuts back in. Edith Nariaka, the speed merchant, going all the way for her second try, and Lionesses start. That cutback move from Faith, between Faith Livoy and Edith Nariaka releases her into the space vacated by the defender there. Does all of the 70 meters to score. The conversion is good from Maureen Muritu. Familiar with her opponent chasing her down. Another day they will be on the same training grounds, but here there is a semi-finals on offer. Lionesses losing last year's finals against Costa Blanca Barbarians, trying to get themselves back into this one. That ball, I think, should be a line out. It went over the 10-meter mark, so the referee needs the assistance from the assistant referee, because that went beyond the 10-meter mark, and they come back for the line out. Bit of consultation here. We'll listen in and just see.
No, is what's the the choice two, if touch or there.
Yeah, referee of French dialect, bit of longer conversation there as they try to understand each other, but it was a clear call. Ball bounced beyond the 10-meter mark into touch, so it was a line-out throw for Mwamba, who just butchered that line-out and turn over possession to Kenya Lionesses. Ball in hand there, Faith Okech puts it in and swings it out wide. Nice to see Faith Okech coming in, debutant here for the Lionesses. She worked herself into the contention for the selection after a nice outing in the concluded 7th series. Another debutant there will be Marvel Laura.
Catch. Bind. Sit. Tackle, tackle.
Good counteract there from Lionesses, but wonder who gets out with this one. Mwamba do get out. Yeah, we are back for the second half of this last quarterfinal match. Our apologies for that video hitch, the live stream just dropping off a bit there. For a while you were watching replays that were earlier in the first half. But we are back, the kickoff from Kenya Lionesses, and they recover possession, and then trying to get themselves back into this game. Mwamba Ladies closing that first half very strongly, though they have nothing to show on board in the scoreboard. But they had enjoyed a good spell of possession. Referee penalizes Kenya Lionesses for holding on as they came under attentions of the Mwamba Ladies. Faith Livoy on your picture there, that's guilty of holding on. Short break in play there to just attend to an injury, but she's good to go. Beatrice Osimbo stepping through there, quick tap and go, and then trying to get themselves some good territory, but they are pinned. Aggressive defense from the Lionesses, pushing Mwamba back closer to their own 22. Referee penalizes them for offside during the earlier tap and go, and they have numbers. Mwamba just going through the faces slowly here. If they are able to just execute it faster, then they will have themselves an opportunity to score. Lionesses discipline showing on defense. Couple of offside calls. That's the third consecutive one. Something for them to work on. In a tighter match, they will be in serious troubles. Now an opportunity to score here. That offload not going to hand, but straightening and going back in. Clarice Mutambi gets down on deck. Mwamba have done well to retain possession. Really nice play against a very strong Kenya Lionesses. Of course, familiarity, they say, breeds contempt. Most of these players knowing each other from the local scene. But nonetheless, Mwamba have done well to actually be able to sustain possession over the last 60 meters. And now just 7 meters shy of Lionesses' try line, attacking that defensive line very aggressively. 4 meters short. Have to, it's been turned over by Snyder Mokaya. Tough times for Mwamba ladies. Chicken wing pass out there to Maureen Muritu, who just goes all the way into touch. Then they come back for that knock-on, for which Snyder Mokaya had the ball, turned over the possession.
Well, the Lionesses here just cruising, I guess. Mwamba haven't really given the Lionesses the scare that you'd really expect them to give. But they've battled well.
Yeah,
the
they
scoreline is testament.
I mean, the stats are very clear. Mwamba have had a lot of possession in the last 4 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Which has put Lionesses' defense under pressure. Lionesses holding on well. Mwamba not just getting the benefit, the returns for that long spell of possession, as Snyder puts her boot to use. And now it's a foot race here between Charity Nila. Good use of her kicking skills there to just get Mwamba ladies out of trouble. Charity Nila was breathing down her neck. If she had recovered that ball, it would have been a problem. Quick restart on the line out from Kenya Lionesses, getting Mwamba ladies napping, going off, looking for her first try in this tournament. Going all the way, Faith Okech on debut scores. Northern Suburb ladies debutant into the Kenya Lionesses.
Faith Okech getting the Kenya Lionesses their third track match. That is the fourth. She races here to earn.
Version of 10 coming up there. Totally butchers that one. But healthy lead nonetheless, 24-0 with 3 minutes to go. As we see there, Faith Okech pinning her ears, going, looking for try against her name.
Beautiful photos and images coming through there. The KCB replay. The Lionesses there, courtesy of Okech, getting that 5-pointer. The attempted conversion to Eli.
Yeah, that was some
First game of the day.
Those ones should also get to the highlight reels, right?
Yeah, they should, and I know we have so many people. Speaking of the highlight reel, we have Hamish Kenny from the Champagne Rugby. We'll be having a word with him at the full-time end of this game. Just talk about his involvement and what brings him to Nairobi. And he's been here. He came in last year. Champagne Rugby, if you have an opportunity, get onto Instagram. You can see the Champagne Rugby who've been doing lots and lots of beautiful reels, sharing the game, of course, trying to increase the numbers and the awareness of the Sevens Rugby. Thank you so much for coming through the Champagne Rugby team from the UK. We'll be having Hamish Kenny at full time. Now, Lioness is here looking to keep Mwamba scoreless. Mwamba, Lynette Moran has been playing for the Kenya Lionesses. And now turning out for the Mwamba side, and that's a knock on the referee. So the player was in an offside position. Quickly tapped there. Mwamba looking for their first score. Mwamba half numbers on the outside. Mwamba one pass. And the Kenyans are there to defend there strongly.
Yeah, Clarice Mutambi at the 5-meter channel there.
Yeah, the edges there, just trying to see if they can sneak in behind the defensive line through the edge. The pass goes forward there, and the referee allows play to continue. He almost blew that. That's a high tackle. You do know that it's a ladies' game.
Yeah.
Well, Lynette there, manhandled. Is it lady handled?
Yeah, I love the hand gestures and symbols from the referee, you know.
I wasn't sure what the call was, but for you back at home, remember to let us know your feedback through the comment section. We are live on the KCB group page and, of course, coming through on the Sport Pesa page. Let us know what you think about the few moments that we have to laugh about. Enjoy these games. Remember, it's all about having fun on and off the pitch. That is the 27th edition of the Safari Sevens. The hooter sounds. Mwamba have a big deficit to claw back, but here goes Eunice Obadia.
Eunice Obadia finally getting Mwamba ladies onto the scoreboard, and it's well celebrated there. You can see Lynette Moran and all the players, Caroline Flattekamp, all coming in to just hug, scoring against the national side team. Kenya Lionesses is no mean feat. So the game is over, but something for them to celebrate as they move on to the 5th place playoff. This is the last quarterfinal in the women's category, and we are well lined up for the semis, where we will see Costa Blanca taking on, just having it quickly wrapped up here. Costa Blanca will be taking on Shogun. Sorry, will be taking on Uganda, then Shogun ladies will be taking on Kenya Lionesses in the semi-finals, as we move on to the semi-finals of the men's championship trophy coming up shortly.
Hamish Kenny. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have with me here Hamish Kenny from Champagne Rugby. Hamish Kenny, good morning. Welcome to Safari Sevens.
Thank you very much, Walter. Pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to be here. As you've said, you were here last year. Welcome back to Nairobi. I'm not sure how you've enjoyed your time so far, but I want to talk to you about Champagne Rugby. Of course, you're doing very well. Thank you so much for coming through, because I know your numbers on the socials are really helping elevate the profile of the tournament, but also you can tell the fans who you are with in Kenya this year.
Yeah, so thanks for having us. We came here last year and we had a fantastic time at the Safari Sevens, one of the best tournaments that we've been to. To give a bit of background on what we do, I run a social media channel called Champagne Rugby. We've got about 1.5 million followers across all of our channels and reach about 60 million people per month across those channels. And essentially we travel around the world documenting and showcasing some of the best tournaments in the world. And personally, Safari Sevens is up there with the top 5. So it's been a real pleasure being here. Last year we have a team called the Lions that I think came 5th, and then this year we're following the Shogun teams as well as the UK Select, which have...
Well, you're coming through with the Shogun team. I'd like for you to talk about the composition of the UK Select and the Shogun team. But first things first, comparison between the Machakos Stadium and, of course, the Nya National Stadium in terms of quality, the difference, and speak about the teams, the UK Select, and of course the Shogun side.
Yeah, of course. So first of all, the stadium's beautiful. It's a lot more convenient not having to travel all the way to Machakos, which was a 2-hour drive from the hotel we're staying at. So that's very much thankful after a long day playing rugby, and I imagine that's also for the players. And then in terms of the facilities, this year it's very well organised, very well put together, and definitely an upgrade from last year. The sides that we're following, let's talk about Shogun first. Shogun's obviously playing down here. You've got a lot of the Spanish internationals that have been playing throughout the 7 series this season. And last season they came second in Dubai, they came third in Cape Town. I think they got second in... No, I think Kenya was second in Singapore, but they had some really good results and did a lot of damage on the circuit. So to be able to see them competing over here in Kenya in this heat against an African style of play in rugby, it's good to test them on this sort of circuit, and the level of rugby has been really high. And then you look at the UK Select team, that's a team where they had their funding cut earlier this year from the RFU, and they are essentially here to make a statement. They're here to show the rest of the world that we are here and we want to play rugby. And despite the setbacks, they've come through, they've put together a really strong squad, and you've got some flyers in there like Ryan Apps and Marcus Kershaw that's been on the circuit. You've got up-and-comers like Sam Kildern and some Welsh lads in there, so Lloyd and Ben, and also Ben, that they've been playing for teams like Scimitar and Shogun throughout the season, and now they've got their chance to prove themselves, and they're playing physically. Yesterday, when they played against the Kenya Shuja, it was a very close game, and there was a few moments where the Shuja took advantage of, but they looked dangerous and it could have gone either way. So I think going into the quarterfinals, they're looking strong, and there's potential that they could cause an upset or two.
Well, speaking of Shogun, they are currently on the pitch, and I would like for you to at least give us an insight, sort of a commentary overview as the games continue for the Shogun side. They've just gone over, but you've spoken about Kildern. That name Kildern. I don't know, is there a relationship between Ellie and Sam?
Ellie is Sam's sister.
Ah, lovely. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just listening in, that is Hamish Kenny just telling us what is the Shogun side and, of course, the UK Select side. Remember, he draws his abilities from the fact that he's part and parcel of the Champion Rugby crew, the team that makes the socials tick, talking about 60 million views, or is it returns? I would love for you to talk about what social media, the impact of social media in terms of the brand and the images that you are handling, the numbers, and what it means for brands to actually invest specifically in establishments like the Champion Rugby.
Well, traditionally rugby has always been a popular sport across the board in terms of the physicality and the product on the pitch. As we've come into the 21st century, the rise of social media and the rise of telephones and where everyone's spending their time, people are spending less time on the televisions and more time on their phones. So in terms of attention economy and the way in which people consume information, it's much more, the formats in which people consume information has changed dramatically. Oh, there's a nice try there down for the Shogun team, and it just goes to show the handling and ball skills that this team can bring, and when they enter the 22, they're pretty deadly.
Yeah, they are pretty deadly, as Hamish has said there. Remember, this Shogun side has a mix of the Spanish national team. That is something we really need to have a look at, because you look at the quality of play. The Spanish was second, is it, last year on the World Rugby 7 series?
They came second a few times, yeah.
Yes, they did. And this is an opportunity. I think they've just come under the umbrella of the Shogun side, and this is in preparation for the World Rugby 7 series. What do you have to say in terms of the influx of the European rugby setup. We have the French here, we have the UK here, and of course now an influx from the Spanish side.
I think it's a testament to the Safari Sevens, because these teams want to come here and they want to compete against the best of the best at one of the strongest competitions in Africa. So I think it's really hats off to the Safari Sevens and the Kenya Rugby Union for putting on such a strong tournament. That all these countries from Europe want to come through and play against and represent in this continent.
Well, finally, who do you see? I know you could be biased. You have two teams, you have two flags. Note the two sides. Your two sides can't win it. It has to have one winner. But so far from the field of play, you've seen the quality. Who do you think really has put up their hands? Considering you saw the final last year, you were here this year. You've also seen the progression through all the way from the pool plays. We're now into the cup quarters, building up nicely towards the finals. Who do you see that probably have a chance of lifting this?
Well, I think Shogun and UK will win their quarters. I think Kenya Shuja will win their quarter, and I think Zimbabwe's playing as well, right? So yeah. I think Zimbabwe will probably win.
So right now we have the Shogun.
Wrong page. Here.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, I think Zimbabwe will beat KCB. I think Kenya Shuja will win their quarter, and then I think it will be a UK Kenya Shuja final. So, or a Kenya Shogun final.
So we have Shogun and the UK select. You're saying Shogun and the UK select in the semis?
Yeah, again, and then Zimbabwe and Kenya Shuja in the other semis.
Yeah.
But I don't know who. I think Kenya Shuja will beat Zimbabwe. But when it comes to Shogun versus UK select, I have no idea who will win.
That's the best game for you. That's the best game for our viewers. And that is why we're here at the Nyatti National Stadium. Thank you so much, Hamish Kenny, for coming through this morning, and hopefully you enjoy. But finally, we do want to see a Champagne rugby team coming to Nairobi to play. A select side from the Champagne. I know you go around scouting, you see a lot of players. Hopefully we can get a Champagne rugby team taking part.
That'd be the dream. That'd be the dream.
The dream is alive, ladies and gentlemen. The dream is alive as we proceed with this morning's proceedings from the Nyatti National Stadium. Thank you so much to the KCB Bank Group for making sure that we have a broadcast team and the SportPesa team for supporting the broadcast. Thank you so much, Hamish Kenny. We've had a great morning this morning. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you, Walter. It's been a pleasure.
Second half, kickoff here, Shogun leading comfortably 12-0 against Renegades. Renegades in this match, courtesy of a good third place finish yesterday. Remember, we had only 3 pools, and in those 3 pools, number 1 and 2 got automatic quarterfinal berths, and then we were looking for the best 2 number 3s. And Nyatti and French Renegades came in, with Renegades taking the first best number 3. Second best number 3 went to Nyatti, who will be featuring in the next few quarterfinals, as we see a dash down that right flank by Shogun for their 3rd try, courtesy of Kanepa Noah. Kanepa Noah has wheels to burn, has been here last year for the Safari Sevens, comes back and visits also this year. And we are glad just to see Shogun turning up high quality rugby, taking on the French Renegades. French Renegades coming through the rugby development side for the French project around the Sevens side. They're first coming together as a team, and they grace Safari Sevens in their first assignment. As we see there in the replay, Kanepa Noah going through. Joining us in commentary here, Oscar Osir. Oscar Osir, welcome. Good lead here from Shogun against Renegades.
Yes, this looks like a bit difficult for the Renegades to catch up. Shogun has a really good start the first half. And day 3 here, Elijah just eats into the fitness. You have to really spread the workload across all the players. But Shogun looking really, really sharp. They're used to this level of play of rugby. As we see another try here for Shogun. Roberto Ponche. We've decided we're calling him Ponche, even though you could also use it as Ponce, depending on how you translate that. Roberto Ponche comes in with what looks like a simple try, just a back in, because they a bit of a chasing there from the Renegades defense. Looks like some tiring. I'll put this to some fatigue levels.
Yeah, French.
What do you think?
Yeah, really true. French Renegades just having a tough outing in these first Cup quarterfinals, the 27th edition of Safari Sevens. They haven't had a good feel of the ball. Shogun have been all over them, not giving them room, putting and applying pressure on defense, and then they also not doing well. That looks like
Try to backtrack and allow the play to go 10 meters. But I think by his calculation, the referee felt that was not enough.
Yeah, so playing. Yeah, that is Sanchez Lopez. Sanchez Lopez goes to cool his heels for 2 minutes in the sin bin, and affords now an opportunity for the Renegades if they can utilize the numbers 71, but they still have to work it here. Then they go to the shorter side, trying to get some carry there, strong carry coming in from Tirax Julian. Tirax Julian gathers a few meters. They have to recycle faster here and ensure that they use the full pitch, identifying that and coming in on a blitz defense. And looks like to have another yellow card here. High tackle, down to 5.
High shot. It's deliberate. They had to do a hard press because of an overlap. Just going to stand wrong there because they expect this to be a try from French Renegades. Just juggling at the end there.
Yeah, Bozal Angel, next player who's gotten a yellow card. So down to 5, and Renegades hit back. That 7 against 5 affords them an opportunity to get onto the scoreboard with 3 minutes remaining in this match.
I know it's only 3 minutes. They want to go very quickly here because those 2 yellow cards, you try and play quickly. But you give them a big I think this one you have to play short. Try and get a high kick but short because they have to run out of numbers. If they have to field this kick, they need to know some numbers here.
Yeah,
it's only 5 players on the field.
Yeah, you're right, Oscar. They have to play with the great tempo. Take advantage of this.
Yes, I would say tactically here, they'll go short as opposed to going to go long.
And gather that ball.
Gather, yes.
Yeah.
Easier said than done. He's set to kick towards the border, the setup border. I wouldn't do that. I'll kick to the opposite side. Exactly. He's chosen to go deep.
Yeah, goes deep and then it's covered well there. And then they put it to boot. Moreno Manuel puts it to boot. He's an experienced campaigner. Has been there at Hyderabad Heroes as they went to launch the Indian Premier League. Then coming on the shorter side, it was not attended to. Heads up rugby just comes into that set piece. And Trevidic Jeremy dots another try for Samurai against really the run of play here. 7 against 5.
This is the vast experience of Shogun coming through here. These players have played in a lot of sevens rugby. We just had their from. A lot of them have played for Spain. Remember Spain finished I think 3rd.
Yeah, really good showing.
So that's a team that's worked all in the world. All bits of the experience there.
Yes, you see the replay there.
And just took advantage, just looked up.
Yeah. I mean, 7 versus 5. You go into a rack and you're thinking that these players probably won't identify that space on the shorter side. You don't cover it.
That's what's called keeping the defense honest, Elijah. I would have thought that they would have gone high and short at the kickoff, French Renegades, as opposed to going deep. as you see a penalty here, pass against Shogun. Some consultation from the referee. Let's listen in. They are 6, they're back to...
Yeah, they're back to the full complement of 7.
7.
So whatever opportunity Renegades had has surely gone off. Yeah, after consultations, they award the knock-on in that aerial contest. It was adjudged to have been knocked on by Shogun. And French Renegades go now for that scrum. In that period of the scene being 2 players out, Renegades haven't scored.
You know, just as the second yellow card was getting out, I mean, the player was being asked to leave, was saying they need to play quickly, they need to execute quickly. Unfortunately, they didn't. Instead, they actually considered a try.
Yeah, puts it back into Shogun's territory, but a good covered run there from Shogun. And they get the ball and reset, carrying it into the heart of the Renegades defense. They have numbers out here, attempted intercept, but the ball still goes to hand.
It was forward, actually. I think I was just going to make the point that you were just making the commentary. I was going to make the point that there's good work ethic here from Shogun. There was a kick against him, and there was about 5 players who fell back. That is high work ethic, because you're easily motivated when you come into attack, but in defense, they're working really, really hard here.
Very spot on, Oscar, because even if he had recovered it and he was all alone, the juggler would have come in, it would have been a penalty and a yellow card, anything could have happened. But when you have supporting players in that defensive setup, then it just takes the wind out of the sails for Renegades. And in this one, the hooter has gone. With this knock on, this match might be over. The first quarterfinals of the main cup goes the Shogun way. Never a close contest. 31-5, just showing the class between Shogun and French Renegades.
Yeah, Shogun, I beg your pardon, the Renegades, victims of a really, really experienced and well-structured Shogun team. I would argue just a well-structured 7-a-side team here. And they suffer this one, losing 31 points to 5, French Renegades.
So yeah, Shogun now preparing to meet the winners of the next cup quarterfinals. That will be the home side, the second side. Kenya Morans taking on UK Select. That one is a toss-up, could go either way. So second quarterfinal in this main cup men's category. This one is between Kenya Morans. They have won this Safari 7 twice, and they are gunning for their third shot at it. They can get past the UK Select, which is a project for the Team GB as they prepare themselves for the upcoming 7th circuit, the World Rugby, the 7th squad. Morans having several players in the current Shuja setup in the main camp, and these players just looking to see if they can get their hands up for the final team selected for the assignments coming up for the Kenya Shuja later on in there. John Okoth, the captain, with a strong carry, and then they have come into UK Select's half, showing and going, ball moving fluidly down that right. of the UK Selects defense. They go down, and Moran just making their way into UK Selects 22 there. Then a big shot coming in. Blitz defender penalized for side entry. What do Morans do here? Looks to have got out worse from that tackle.
I don't think Moran will want to take on Shogun physically. I think they're a decent side in terms of the collision skills. We have the idea from Hamish Kenny. Hamish reckons that UK Select will win this one. I think on the basis that there's a pedigree is higher, and this is a second string, not just, well, second team, if you call it that way. It's a second team Kenya team. I think they have an opportunity to keep the ball alive there. I mean, they're doing the racks with speed, which I think is working. But that was a bit of a hospital pass there.
Yeah, I think Shemit was just referring to yesterday's match where they played Shuja. It was a close one until the last few minutes. That one turning out in favor of Kenya Shuja, 28-19. So when they look at Morans being the second side, he has confidence that they can get past the Morans. Early shove there from Morans, and they are penalized by the referee. Quick tap and go from that free kick. They come to their left, then looking for a reset. Aggressive tackle there from Brian Mutua. Turnover. Brian Mutua fends off one, carries it into contact there, looking to reset. This one being hustled by the UK Select, identifying those set pieces as an opportunity to turn over possession. But Moran move it quickly to the wider side of the pitch. Going into contact and offloading. Elton Amalemba just looks suspiciously a knock-on, but referee says it's off the leg. So they keep playing. Okoth looking for space, carries it into the heart of UK Select's defense, pumping and going. Gathers a few more meters there. Olukusi then that going for that chip and chase. David Nyangige. Referee just giving them options here because an obstruction after Nyangige kicked that one.
There's a lot of tactical and technical play here. A lot of tactical and technical rugby going on. For example, I'm not sure whether whether that was an early shove by Kenya, could be a withdrawal there from UK Select. I think they lead.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times.
Yes,
from
they
them.
have. I think that's really technical. And then tactically there, Nyangigi just milking that penalty.
Yeah, he kicked it towards his right, then ran into the defender.
I think, well.
Yeah, an attacking scrum here. 10 meters out, Nyangigi with a quick tap and go. And he did that yesterday, does it today to get Morans onto the scoreboard. David Nyangigi, very good at those quick risk kick, penalty kicks. The colorful character.
Quite feisty, Nyangigi. I just say that it's one speed of execution here. UK Select didn't start very well in the two games yesterday. The third one they played well, I think, was but the other two games, Renegades
against Kenya,
and against Kenya, didn't start too well. It seems to be the case here, but they are a quality side. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. This is a decent team. There's still a lot of rugby to be played here.
Yeah, still a lot of rugby to be played. Still in the first half, barely 4 minutes played. Kenya leading this one 7-0 after pinning UK Select in their 22 for the longest spell. Good restart that pushes them back, and a big line. Lukusi lined up his man and came in with a big hit, but they reel off that one, and now a clean pair of boots shown at the wingers there, looking for inside support. Good ball handling and a lot of pressure there.
This is really good skills.
They have numbers out to the left.
Yes, they do.
Then they offload inside and it's knocked on. I wish he had come to his left there, Oscar.
I mean, that was an oval. I mean, he could have still scored even if he got the pass. The inside pass was not necessarily a bad option. Just didn't hold on to it. Seems like he didn't expect it. But as you say there, Elijah, there was still a really good overlap on the outside here. Just at the bottom of your screen, but decided to step back in. And lucky for Morans there, because they already beat the defense was breached in Mama.
Yeah, David Nyangige looks like he's got his thumb injured there. calling in for the medics. In the earlier play, Olukusi really came up well, lined up his opponent, put in a big hit, but then they spinned off and went the shorter side.
Just to show you what I'm talking about when I say that their collision or contact skills are really good. The player was really smashed by Olukusi, but he did not panic at all. He had the presence of mind just to get up quickly. It wasn't held and he still were on attack. In fact, that particular tackle did interfere with play because look at where they are now, 95 meters down the field.
Yeah, so a defensive scrum here for Morans in their red zone. Then UK Select put pressure on that, but they withstand it. Straightening Elton Amalemba, the center there, comes in. Good, strong ball carrier. He has been playing for his local side, Strathmolleos, and does the same here for Morans. Of course, with ball in hand, looking for Lukusi. Olukusi, strong carry, goes into contact, but equal to him, the UK Select defense. Morans do well to recover possession, stepping one, stepping two, stepping three, and straightening, still stepping some more, looking for that offload. Ball is out. Good pass from the deck there from Nyangige, and then they have numbers here, 2v1. Olukusi goes into contact, looks for the offload. Nyangige is just screened off there, but good presence of mind to recycle themselves to score the second try from Shuja. That is Raven Mbale.
I think if they play this way, then they have a chance. At least, if you keep the ball alive, keep offloading, bring in support play, running short, running wide. Obviously, they are taking his time to make the right decision. I mean, that's really good to see from the Kenya prop forward. He could have given it to Nyangige, coming in shorter, but Nyangige was screened there. It's a good defense on him, so he chose to go wider there to
Raven
Mbale, because he had an option on the inside, but he had the presence of mind to realize that that player was screened
out here.
So then, and again, there was still support coming through. It was a bit delayed, but still came through. Yeah. If they play this way, then there's a chance.
Yeah, Raven Mbale converts his own try, and it's a full 14. It's a full 14 points for Morans, penalized there.
And there was some kill done.
Yeah, for that shot that was against a player who was aerial born. Then Okoth trying to make a hustle of that ball that was on deck.
That should be a turnover.
Then good presence of mind to just pull the ball carrier into touch there by Ben Chanok. We go into this halftime. Morans leading this one 14-0 against UK Select, who have yet to find themselves back into this one.
That's what's called a perfect first half for Kenya Morans, because if you give UK Select an opportunity to keep possession, remember I said yesterday that the home nations really keep possession a lot because they trust their skills, they spread the field wide, but Morans here doing what we call a smash and grab. Let's look what happens in the second half.
Yeah. We are back for the second half. This is the second quarterfinals featuring Kenya Morans against UK Select. It was an interesting first half where both teams traded a lot of blows, but Kenya Morans coming out superior in that first half.
Elijah, expect a response here from UK Select. I wouldn't best against them scoring fast here. I think they could have slightly, maybe not the entire team, but some of them maybe could have slightly underestimated this Kenya Morans team. I expect a really hard response from this team. That's how much I rate them.
Yeah, they have all of the next 7 minutes to pull themselves back into contention for the semi-finals. Kenya Morans, the surprise element is now done with. UK Select know that they are in it for a big game, and all of their hopes are hedged in the next 7 minutes. They have ball in possession. They attack towards the right here. Aggressive run into Kenya's defense line there. David Nyatti caught there and not attending to the shorter side, and there we have it. UK Select hitting back very early on in this second half. That score by, we'll just get the name shortly, ran up, but we'll just confirm there. But good identification of that space on the left, on the right side of that particular set piece, and then quickly, I think when you watch the replay here, David Nyatti going down, and then no one was covering that side, and Nyatti just peeling off to the inside when the outside was still open.
Look, I'm not a fortune teller, Elijah, but I did say expect a response, and there we go. Second try again from UK Select. That's, look, you know, you must always show some respect to the opposition.
Yeah, you know, Finn Lloyd scores the first one, and then in quick succession, Marcus Casio scores the second one, and they are right back in it. They're right back in it. 2 points separating them, and the conversion is good. We are all tied. Oscar, they needed those 2 quick fire tries, and you were spot on. That kickoff, just no one getting to the ball, no one speaking to that ball.
This is a show of the 2 mindsets from both sides. UK Select perhaps not giving Kenya Morans sufficient respect in the first half.
The first half, yeah.
And I think Morans getting carried away here also in the second half. Not appreciating the quality of the UK Select. They chose to go for a short kickoff. Maybe they should have gone deeper. They tapped the ball back in that first kickoff in the second half, but unable to keep possession. I think this is really evenly matched here, balanced, literally not just in terms of ability, but also in terms of the score as well.
Yeah, Rayvon Ambale coming to the left side. Olukusi, he is the strongest ball carrier there in the Moran setup.
Yeah, I was just saying, if they go this game and play contact, I think it'll be against them, because this is a really good team as far as collision is concerned. They're well drilled here.
Tua puts the ball to deck, then Okoth comes in and clears. Elton Amalemba carrying again an offside call against number 10, Sam Kilden. Sam Kilden costing his team, and Vincent Mola, the wound. Nice tackle there from UK Select against the speed merchant in Vincent Mola. But that ball still alive, still in play. Olukusi has to contend with a tackler there with him. Referee playing advantage, and it will be a yellow card because this is the red zone. Number 16, Marcus Casio. Marcus Casio.
It is obvious tactically they don't want Kenya to offload that. They're actually coming in between the Kenyan lines. They're looking at the offloads, so they're forcing Kenya to make the decision. And I think the referee calls here.
Yeah, there are two penalty infringements there. Yes. Offside and also tip tackle. And they go for the scrum option. Now it's 7v6. It's a tied match, 14-all. For the next 2 minutes, UK Select will play less.
They have to score here immediately.
They're actually down to 5 men. Those are 2 consecutive yellow cards for the tip tackle and for the offside intentional in the red zone.
Let's watch how they defend this.
7v5.
This is interesting to see how they defend this.
This should be a straightforward try, and that is what it required. Just shifting the ball through the hands there, and Vincent Odhiambo goes down for that try.
That was a flat pass. I think that suspiciously forward.
The referee has it well there, and Mola just scoring, but gets a shot on the shoulder. Might cost him a few minutes to get treatment there.
Elijah, we spoke about the French Renegades versus Shogun when they went down into 5. Does Kenya want to play quickly here and take a short kickoff? Or do they go deep here because there's 2 minutes to go? They are 5v, is it?
Yeah, 5v7.
5v7. So where does Nyangige go? Does he go short? Or does he go deep and then maybe press?
That replay there just shows a late tackle on Vincent Odhiambo, but no further sanctions as they go short here and recover possession.
Oh, was it knock? Was it off the knee?
Referee calls it as a knock-on.
I think Skip Chirchir just asking the question, says off my knee.
So UK get a reprieve here. Breaking play that affords them an opportunity to just manage the clock. 5 versus 7. Both players on the bench on a yellow card, preparing to come back on. That's Tom Burton and Ben Channock, who are on the sin bin. Have a big shove. They should have a big shove here. They do, and they recover possession. Though Nyangige is immediately arrested, and it becomes a maul that is unplayable. Yellow cards back on, full complement now. One try to the advantage during that sin bin, Oscar.
This is evenly poised.
Yeah, 1 minute to go.
I think UK Select will throw everything here, including the proverbial kitchen sink.
Yes, they will.
They may want to ask him to score the edge.
David Nyangige attending to that ball carrier.
Kenya playing without a sweeper.
And Nyangige was forced to come in that gaping hole here to come in and plug it. But now they take off to the shorter side. A trip there by Vince Kipchirchir. But he does well to recover and goes for the jackal. Referees clear that they should release that one. UK Select, ball in hand. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. They offload in the tackle. 2v1 out there. This one is ominous signs for Morans. They do well to scramble. Time running out. Trapped there, committing too many men in that rack.
Something done calling for the white pass here.
This is dangerous, coming in on the short angle. Then tackler coming in. The hooter has been sounded. 21-14 in favor of Morans.
I held on to him too long. I think. Yeah, you have to release the call there from the referee. And they're playing quickly.
Looked up and go there from UK Select. They come back to the shorter side. They have numbers here, but equally Morans have them on defense, trying to pump. 3 meters out. Any break in play here, the game will be over. But UK Select looking to see if they can get themselves onto the scoreboard. They do. They finally score.
It's all on this kick.
Yeah, pressure kick, Oscar.
It comes down to this kick. I think that's Sam Kildan on the ball. Is it? No, it's not.
Yeah, that is Tom Burton with ball in hand. One of those who had a yellow card earlier on. 2 points to bring them back into this one, but misses it, and the home side, Kenya Morans,
Kenny Hamish,
surviving this one to get into the semi-finals. UK Select. That was a good one, Walter. I mean, Oscar.
That's a wonderful game of sevens there. A game of 2 halves. I think those 2 yellow cards just made life really difficult for UK Select eventually. They only conceded one try while they went down to 5 players. But eventually, 7v5, there's only so much you can do. And I would argue that that was the difference in this one. But give some credit here to Kenya Morans for, sort of working and scrambling across when they were under pressure in terms of defense and getting a victory here. Potentially here, depending on who you support, looks like it could go, we could have an all-Kenya final. It's too early to call.
Yeah, so the first semi-finals has been determined there. That will be Shogun taking on Kenya Morans. We get into the lower draw of these quarterfinals. KCB Rugby the winners of the local 7th circuit, taking on Zimbabwe. Third Cup quarterfinals in the men's category is the 27th Safari 7th edition. KCB coming in after finishing second in their Pool C. Sorry, they were in Pool B, finishing second to Shogun against Zimbabwe, who finished third in their pool. Zimbabwe yesterday had a mixed outing, but they are a very enterprising side, and having qualified for the 15th World Cup. Some of those players who were on duty during their qualifiers are also here for this 7-a-side edition.
If you were watching the game just before this one, I hope you've caught your breath. That was a really close encounter between UK Select and Kenya Morans. As we see KCB here just going for the try. I think he scored it.
Yeah.
Try.
Brian Kyoko, center referee, has sight of that ball as Kilwake Sifuna goes onto the scoreboard for KCB. KCB hitting the front early on. That territorial pressure paying off. This is a case where kickoff, the team kicking off, has used that opportunity well to just pin the defending side in their 22 and scoring very early on in the match.
They are a good kicking side, KCB, the likes of Wahinya. They really have a wonderful kickoff. They've been very consistent throughout the National 7 series here in Kenya. As we see that try by Kilwake Sifuna.
Let's go.
Expect another decent kickoff here from KCB.
Yeah, Brian Wahinya missing that conversion, but he puts this one into the skies. Going for that one, Kilwake Sifuna misses it. And Zimbabwe survive the aerial contest and quickly shift it out to the left. They have the speedster here. Hot stepper also in Ryan Musumi, but he gets arrested and they do recycle the ball. Zimbabwe using the full width of the pitch here. Electing for the grabber kick. Gets into the back line of KCB's defense. That ball goes into touch. They have territory. They have moved into KCB's half.
Yeah, sacrifice possession there to get something out of the territory.
Yeah, foot chest there.
Edward Sigauke.
He's back after that injury he had yesterday. Managed to get the medics, managed to work on him. He's a very fantastic runner. And Wahinya creating a switch move there for Austin Sikutwa. He has pace, but he's reeled in. Good support there from Jenkins Kipruto, always tracking to ensure that he benefits from those offloads. And that line break, that switch play between Wahinya and Sikutwa opens up Zimbabwe's defense, and Jenkins just trapped Sikutwa to get that ball and get the second try for KCB.
You know,
they look impressive here.
They look, yes, but like, I don't want to read so much into this. I mean, that's a really good support play from KCB, and they look sharp. But Zimbabwe just looking a bit lethargic. I mean, we know they have quality on this side, Zimbabwe, and playing a 3-day tournament. You know, there's about an hour of protocols, pre-match protocols. I'm not sure about how they prepared for this one. As you see, that's some good support line there by Jenkins Kipruto. Again, it's a slow start from Zimbabwe. It's similar to what UK Select had versus
for the first
Kenya
half.
Morans.
Yeah. So Brian Wahinya missing the second conversion. He's a good kicker, but in these first two conversions, we expected them to be nailed. He has missed them there.
Could be a factor.
Yeah, could be a factor. We saw in the last game, a conversion was the difference between UK Selects and Morans. Zimbabwe doing well to just get themselves out of their half. KCB being called to defend there advantage being played for a high tackle. Shifting it quickly to this other 15-meter channel, showing and going, carrying it strongly there. Kudakwashe Nyamukura, one of those who are in the 15-a-side campaign to qualify for the World Cup. They did that successfully. This one has taken more than 5 seconds. The referee letting it play on here, and then it is ripped. Kilwake Sifuna rips that ball, passes it to Deck, traveled forward, yeah. After a lot of good work on defense there and ripping that ball.
That's a good point you make there. This particular referee didn't call the 5-second on that.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand that call also.
Well, they get the ball back, it's not going to hand.
So a defensive scrum here for KCB exactly on the 22-meter line. Zim finally getting a very good setup to attack. Edward Zigauke steps back in, trademark piece of him, those steps again, then just loses the ball. And KCB survive those hard steps from Edward Zigauke.
He's a very elusive player, Zigauke. Has played for the Sables under 20. He's played for Cheetahs here now in the 7th. Zimbabwe called their 7th team Cheetahs. And of course, he's also played for the Sables in the senior side when they qualified for the World Cup in Australia 2027. Tournament played in June, was it July, in Kampala.
Yeah, just across the border here.
KCB just taking their time here with this scrum. But
yeah, so KCB, just a short break there for injury. And we'll get to restart. Then just waiting to see what happens there. Brian Wahinya elects to use his boot to get themselves out of the red zone. Good kick there that looks to have been fumbled by Zimbabwe. Was it a knock-on? No, it wasn't. It went back. And then Matematema shifts the ball quickly to Vuyani Dlomo. Vuyani puts it out to the 15-meter channel. Warning bells here for KCB. The defense does well to scramble into the 5-meter channel. Then they switch it back into the open spaces, attacking the defense line at pace. Punctures through, but the sweeper gets hold of him. Zimbabwe doing well. Yeah, that pressure.
KCB is struggling a bit on defense here, but somehow scrambling very well. I think the sweeping role, the sweeper role, is allowing them to recover every time they are breached. So the defensive line, I think you saw that play moment there when a lot of KCB players were still retreating after that rack.
Yeah, Stephen Osumbwa right at the center of that retreating. And then he sits down. He struggled yesterday. He had a huge knock on his knee, and he might not continue in this one because I see Branton Lusisa coming in to replace him. He had an injury. He was trapped and made good for yesterday, but seems like the pace of this one is too much for him. Zimbabwe yet to get onto the scoreboard with the last play here called by the referee. Yeah, KCB have done well on defense. As we were talking, you know, the sweeper has been peeling off on both sides. They have mastered that bit of play very well, and that's why the scramble defense has worked for them.
I think so. They're doing the double sweep roll using the pendulum where the wing also falls back, but expect a response here from Zimbabwe. They're a decent side. It's good interplay there from Zim. This looks like a difficult moment for them, but they get a good turnover.
What was Dion Humalo doing there? Going for the man instead of the space. He was 5 meters out, and then he cuts back in to hit the man, and then spills the ball. Just look at that replay. Why did he go for Brian Lisusa there? No, that's not Dion, it's Tapiwa Malenga. The hit was okay, but it was unnecessary because he was 5 meters out.
Is that a moment of the game? Again, I'll go for this. I'll say this, Elijah. I think expect a response from Zimbabwe here because they've had a poor start. And the reason I'm saying expect a response similar to the UK Select, Zim are also a very, very good team. The Cheetahs are a decent side. and this team has got about 3 or 4 15s players who are really good in contact. Perhaps that's the slight difference there. Maybe some of the players at that moment are just getting into the 15s sort of mindset, because there could have been an opportunity there just to commit that play and just pass. As you say, you're right, it was barely 2 meters away from the tie line.
Nonetheless, KCB Rugby doing well to stay ahead in this one at the halftime score 10-0. We are into the second half of this third Cup quarterfinals. KCB Rugby from Kenya, winners of the local national 7 circuit, taking on Zimbabwe, Cheetah side, who are trailing here 10-0. Another 7 minutes remaining to book their tickets into the semi-finals. KCB have to hold on here, and they do it literally in that rack.
I said expect a response from Cheetahs.
Yeah, Carlos Matematema with a quick tap and go, then stopped short.
Wahinya there.
Yeah, stopped 1 meter short, and it's a turnover from Brian Wahinya. Carlos Matematema, in all honesty, just isolated himself with that quick tap and go.
I don't think that's the best decision. I don't think that's the best good decision. I think it was Jenkins.
No, Tyson Maina.
Oh, that was a poor decision there by Maina Tyson. He just a turnover.
Took it and then he went round the fringes immediately.
He went straight back. Should be a try here for Zimbabwe. Should be a try.
Yeah, making a meal out of it, but getting
there
to score.
By Tyson. Look, I know it's. It's a team, just a team sport. But Tyson perhaps could have let it go and then pick B or exited.
Yeah, they should have been patient there. They had already committed a lot of numbers in that track. Then when he picked and went round, players were still off their feet, so he isolated himself. And then Tapiwa Malenga scores for the Cheetahs, bringing them back into this one.
Did expect a response from Zimbabwe, the quality.
Yeah, we spoke about Tapiwa Malenga, guilty in the first half of going for the contact. And then even in this replay you see here, just watch, he should have just gone for the corner flag, but just still looks, and he loves the physical side of the game.
That's the 15th mindset we're talking about. He's come out there, but he was, to be fair to him, he was just about a meter away from the try line. But maybe should have put the ball on the other side of his hand, but he scored the try anyway.
Yeah, a bit of interference there for the attempted conversion, so it was a retake. The result still remains the same, a missed conversion.
Are we seeing a repeat of the previous game? 2 quick tries from the team that didn't do well in the first half.
Yeah, KCB have to remain switched on here. Nice offload there before getting into touch by Wekesa Michael. That was really good because it will have lifted Zimbabwe possession, but they get the possession nonetheless. Sikuto isolating himself, and it was a successful jackal. They quickly shift the ball out wide. Danger times here for KCB. Ball handling skills. That pass was a bit high.
The offside, so it's a penalty against KCB.
Yeah, Brian Kyoko conversing with the KCB players in Swahili. They're just explaining that call as they shift the ball. This is 2v1 here, and then Dion carrying it into contact 5 meters out. KCB have to realign quickly here, call their numbers and men coming on the shorter side. KCB were very wary of that threat and still remain in play.
They have to blitz here, KCB. They have to blitz.
Yeah, that's what they do. Quickly get off the blocks here and then shut the space. He has to cut back in. He does so well. Zimbabwe just being patient And KCB holding their defensive structure well. Again, just trying to shift it, taking it back into contact. Strong ball carry there by Dion Humalo, going route one and then spreading it out quickly. Still have enough numbers on defense, but a good step and going in to score another try that puts them ahead. Trevor Gurwe.
What are the odds?
Tie the match here.
E.T., what are the odds that if KCB get this kickoff, that they will boot that ball about 70 meters down the field, considering what has happened in the last two kickoffs? What are the odds?
Very high.
I'll tell you what, I'll get you a cup of coffee.
Very high.
If KCB don't kick, I bet if KCB somehow fill this kickoff, expect a 70-meter, or at least an attempt to kick that ball 70 meters down the field.
Successful conversion there from Zim, and for the first time they take the lead of this third quarterfinal match. Semi-finals on offer for both teams. KCB quick off the blocks, 10-0. But in the second half, Zimbabwe have come back with 12 unanswered points and taking the lead here with over 2 minutes remaining.
Here we go.
They have managed to pin KCB in their 22 with those restarts, electing to go deep.
There you go.
Yeah,
sorry.
Now you're very right, Oscar.
I'll still get you a cup of coffee, Elijah, but I did say...
Zigauke brought to deck there.
Yeah, what did KCB do this earlier, I think?
Emmanuel Opondo, tap and go. Ominous times here for Zimbabwe. Does he go all the way? He needs to offload that one. He has numbers out wide.
Yeah, lucky boy, lucky boy. The basics are coming to play here. I would argue that Zim perhaps are more proficient than this particular KCB team as far as the basics are concerned. Look at that. Just passed it over, but could have released the ball as well.
Yeah, the two men outside who had no defenders manning them. Substitution being made there. Jenkins going out, in comes Kevin Ochieng, and he has ball in hand. A big opportunity for KCB to get into the semi-finals of the Safari Sevens. This is it for them. They have to score here to get back the lead. Emmanuel Opondo to Austin Sikutwa. He has pace, sidesteps, comes back into traffic.
He's lost the ball twice. He's lost the ball about 3 times every time he took it
goes into contact. Yeah.
So he struggles. He sort of falls towards
the defense,
the opposition, and then by the time he's trying to work very hard to bring his upper torso back, it's too late because the Zim players are, again, I said, they're really proficient when it comes to the basics compared to this particular KCB team. So by the time he's trying to bring his upper torso back, the jacklers are on to the ball quickly.
Yeah, good observation there. We've seen that with Austin Sikutwa. Whenever he's gone into contact, even with support, somehow that ball is turned over, and good line out there from Zimbabwe. Then a shoot up there from Emmanuel Opondo gives the space to Zimbabwe, cracking through that defense. Finally, that movement of ball, quick movement of ball, puts Zim into contention of the semi-final, scoring there to pull themselves further ahead. Manyakara scores that one to pull them ahead, and with the conversion to come, you will think this one is a done deal. It will be a 9-pointer difference.
For the neutrals, I'm sure you're perhaps happy to see that it's not another Kenya team into the semi-finals. Of course, for those of you watching us in the bigger cities from Bulawayo and Harare, are not surprised or expected the Cheetahs to be in the semi-finals, or at least to win this one. But you've got to argue that KCB gave it a good shot here.
Oh yeah, they did. They led it into the first half 10-0, but second half it has been all Zimbabwe showing their class, showing their experience, walking away with this one and getting themselves into the semi-finals 19-0, and they march on to meet the winner of the next game. It's an all-Kenyan affair. Kenya Shuja taking on the University Select side, Nyatti. Kenya Shuja won all their matches and topped the pool. They are taking on Nyatti. Nyatti came out number 3 in their pool and qualified as the second best number 3. That they came from the pool B. So this is the last quarterfinals in the men's cup quarter fixtures. And Nyatti, will they spring a surprise? They are more erstwhile competitors in Kenya Sugar.
Yeah, some change of starting personnel here. Wabire comes into the starting lineup. Takes his role in the wing. We've seen him play center for his club, KCB. Chris Santia in the middle. And Nigel Amaitsa at first receiver.
So Nyatti with ball, they put it in. They're in their red zone. Then Ondego carries it into contact, brought down by Chris Juang, still in their 22. Then they're moving it, shifting it to their right. But Kuke with ball offloads before he hits deck. Mulinge goes into contact. Shuja's defense realigning quickly, but that slow ball from the racks, just giving Shuja an opportunity to reset. Attempted kick through.
Yeah, I think so. I was just going to make that call that I think Onyala just held slightly. I think it was Mulinge who kicked.
So with the penalty or penalty?
Yeah, he held him just enough to take his rhythm off, and then went and put the ball.
Yeah,
good spot there from the center referee.
We normally call that dark arts, but in this case, the referee had his whites on and saw that clearly. So it's they go for the scrum options of that penalty call. Then finally putting their boot to use here to get themselves out of the 22, but doesn't do much because Floyd recovers it and puts it into the inside for Crisanto Juang, who goes all the way, strong ball carrier at pace, and Shuja hit the front.
I was going to say the kick was not necessarily the bad option, but the execution of the kick perhaps was not desired, and then kick it to the rear.
Yeah, straight into the
already beat his first man, and then just inside support play there by Crescent.
Should have put it far much deeper. If you elect to kick, then put it way, way deep to give your defense time to just chase down the ball and have a structure. That was too close, and that conversion goes through to give Shuja.
Look, expect Nyatti here to go all out. They have nothing to lose. There's a lot of familiarity here, and yes, I would argue it can breed contempt. As we see that the up just went too far. Kickoff from Amaitsa, puts up his hand and takes responsibility for that one, but Nyatti will be motivated here to play against Kenya's elite, Sevens elite.
Yeah, they have all the motivation, because who knows, some of these players will take this as an opportunity to impress the Kenya Shuja coach. That is Kevin Wambua.
That's correct. The referee says it's a nothing play. The other referee was calling it as a, you can only hold it for 5 seconds. Usually this is called a nothing.
Yeah, because there are no two players from one team.
Correct. It means that nothing has happened. That's what it means.
Coming in, back into the traffic there, and ensuring that they're able to recycle that ball from the wing. Shifting out quickly to the left. Asati looks for an inside pass there to George Oro. Then Shuja still playing on the shorter side, looking for a proper setup. But Kuket attempting to go for the steal. The referee puts him on a warning there, coming from the side. Then they have 15 meters to work out here, coming strongly back in. Vincent Onyala, Nyatti's defense holding shape.
Oh, they're doing well here.
Even if they're peeling this way, but George Oro bumps off from Dego and then rides the tackle there to offload to Dennis Abukuse. Abukuse going, courtesy of enterprising play there from George Oro.
Good defense there from Nyatti, the University Select side. Middle with some good players in there.
Tried to come down just to a missed tackle.
Came down to one defense with always good structure. They're really making life difficult here for Kenya Shuja. You expect Kenya Shuja to win this one. But it won't be easy. Obviously, from what we've seen here, it won't be easy. Or it won't be that simple. Or just bumping off there, the defender, and then Abukise with a good support line. Again, another missed tackle. In both cases, the defense was still there. It's just the
execution of the tackles.
Yes, and the power, of course, of the Kenyan players.
Yeah, more condition, better condition, you will think. That's why they are in the Shuja setup. Ondego with his favored approach, kick and chase, gathers it, line break, but Shuja scramble well, and then go for it. Referee gets the assistant call that Ondego had knocked it on as he went to recover that kick and chase.
The first one was,
A bit of an arm wrestle. Expect that throughout this game. Nyatti will show no respect for this Kenya Shuja side. A couple of the players in the Nyatti side were in the Kenya selection camp.
Yeah, we do have a few of those who got themselves into the initial setup.
But Dennis Mulinge.
Yeah, those Dennis Mulinge, those Anderson Uduor, those Felix Okumu, and Bryson Ogamba. Yeah, common mistake. Not really mistake, intentional play from number 9s. Never going for the hook in the scrum. That good cutout pass from Obat. Obat gives it to Brian Ondego, who goes into contact.
Yes, that's a good call from the referee. No release.
They are trying to tap and go there. There is Masinga, but he was ahead of Mark. They call it back for the scrum. Again, it gets. We've been there, Oscar, where you are playing a game that you expected to win, and it becomes almost a challenge for the teams, for the players to rise up to the occasion and just get past that game.
Correct, and look, and that's the thing. It's a mindset more than the physical side, because Kenya just have to go through their paces here and show Nyatti the prerequisite respect. To be a bit feisty, an arm wrestle initially, but if Kenya execute what they've worked on throughout the last couple of days, it should be a bit more fluid than this. But come on, give some credit here to Nyatti.
Yeah, they've stayed in the hand, and they are taking that opportunity granted to them. As we see that carry there by Godwin Oluoch goes into contact, and then kick and chase. This one is danger times here for Kenya. They have to gather themselves here, and good recovery there, 1 meter out. Puts it back field into Nyatti's territory and goes into touch. Defensive kick, that one. Going to the halftime score. Really a game that is threatening to take off, but still remains in second gear.
I would be surprised if they make some changes in that second half. Certainly the mindset will be different in second half for Kenya Shuja, who lead this one a little bit close, you'd say. 14 points. Nyatti are yet to cross the line.
Oh, going left or right? Right. Or just wait for my whistle.
We're back for the second half of these last Cup quarterfinals. These were the home side. Shuja taking on Nyatti, which is the University Select side, who managed to get themselves into this quarterfinal courtesy of being the second best, number 3. We have had 3 pools in the Safari Sevens. So the first 2 qualified automatically for the quarters, and then we had to get the best number 3s, 2 of them, to join into the quarterfinals. It's been an interesting first half. Nyatti have stayed in the hunt. Shuja not getting into 3rd, 4th gear, but doing enough to maintain lead here. You see Brian Ondego getting onto Crescent Ojuang there. Sati with a long pass. Down numbers to burn if they just can stay committed and passing that ball. Abukuse pinning his ears, going for his 2nd try. And the 3rd one for the Shujas, opening the accounts in the second half.
Nyatti just running out of defenders here because of some really good face play here from Kenya Shuja, but struggling right at the end there to get back into defense, and eventually it was a simple catch pass by Nigel Abukuse, Nigel Maitsa to Abukuse, and then eventually a simple try there. You see that pass from Amaitsa.
Yeah, good going there from Kenya Shujas, getting themselves some breathing space with those 3 tries. Kick-off by Nigel Amaitsa. This one just drifts short of Nyatti's 22. George Oro going in for the steal, but does not get there. Ondego with ball, shifts it out wide, then opening up his feet just to get some good running, but Tony Ogoma passes that ball to Deck and turns over possession to Shuja. Shuja have numbers, but they have to manipulate that defense. Floyd Wabwire seeing the gap, open, goes into it, then that's out of it. Defenders committed, biting in, and he goes all the way the farthest side of the post to score his 1st try in this match. 4th try for Shuja, and this one is just about damage control for Nyatti. Nigel has 5 seconds to do that conversion in, and under the hurry up from the referee, misses it. It drifts far much wide to the right. See there, Floyd. 2 players coming in and leaving space out for Floyd, who steps out. That was a big invite for Floyd to go out, and he goes further to score.
Let's have a scrum. 15 seconds, guys. Let's move it. Subs coming in. Red, black. Watch out, going out. Crouch.
Substitutions here for Kenya Shuja. Out goes Asati and Abukuse.
Hold it. Yeah, 5 meters. Advantage.
Odongo comes in here with Sketi. Gabriel Aimba also.
No advantage. We come back here. Offside.
Yeah, an opportunity for Kevin Wambua, the Kenya head coach, to just put the bench into action. The two semi-finals coming in. 2 minutes and a half to go. Shuja have definitely booked their place into that semi-finals, where they will meet Zimbabwe. That will be a good one, Oscar.
That will be a fantastic matchup. I think they've gotten a good workout here for from Nyatti, with all due respect to the University Select side, they've given a really good account of themselves. The likes of Obat, Mulinge, all playing very, very well. Anderson Oduori himself from Zitek University, representing his team very well here. As we see another attack from, again,
That's Tony Ogoma. Tony Ogoma also been selected to be in the current setup. He was a trialist for the Shuja. A lot of promise to show. Brian Ondego never shy of attacking the defense lines. He likes playing close to the defense line. Chicken wing pass there to the touch. Dennis Mulinge, the captain for the Nyatti. Ball in hand. And coming in strong. Rides off one tackle. Goma with ball in hand. They have to release him.
I think they should score this one. This is a really good test for the Kenya defense.
Mark Demba now this is danger signs. Turning off the afterburners and just clearing the defense within 25 meters. And cantering in for Shuja's 5th try is Patrick Odongo straight from the bench.
I didn't mean to disrespect the Kenya Shuja defense there, but I thought if Nyatti just kept possession a little bit longer, a bit more patient. That's patience. That's the defensive class. Just a little bit more patient. We looked at this 2v2 and assumed that he kicked. I think it's the other way around. I think he didn't show enough respect to the there. Perhaps he could have attacked the line and then manipulate or ask questions of the defense to see what happened. Just about 5 meters out, and the ball went to hand to Odongo, and like he has done many times for Kenya Shuja and other select sides when he goes out internationally. Odongo in space.
Yeah, finally
is a try opportunity.
This one is done for Nyatti, but they've had the chance to play against top-level sides. None better than the Shuja. Pinned here in their own 22 as the hooter is sounded there. Pushed back into their 5 meters away from their try line. They have spilled the ball and turned it over. And now Shuja with an opportunity to close this match out. Shiasi steps back in, fends off the defender, and gets himself onto the scoreboard, closing this one strongly. 38 with a conversion to come for the 2-pointer. Handy lead, biggest score for the Cup quarterfinals, 40-0. That is a good workout for Kenya Shuja as they prepare for the semi-finals where they will meet Zimbabwe later on. We move forward to the men's championship, Challengers Trophy semi-finals coming up next. Reunion against Walukuba Rugby.
All right, now time for the semis. If you're just joining us, welcome all the way from the Nyatti National Stadium. I'm sure Ugandans have tuned in. Thank you so much for joining us from the Chadondo grounds in Kampala, the King's Park, Yogerere, and everybody else coming in from the Pearl of Africa. Welcome. Time now to watch Sake champions from Uganda kicking us off for Lukuba, receiving Reunion. Reunion with the first feel of possession. Tackle is complete. Reunion there, shaping. Big carry there, 1, 2, 3 players carried forward. One pass on the outside, hint of space to attack. And that should be the first try of this game. Going over is number 4, Rusia Enzo. With the opening try there. Walukuba Barbarians caught napping on the blind side and paying the price. Reunion 5. Conversion being successful, Reunion 7. Picture there, the KCB replay come. Rusia Enzo, kickoff. Traveled the required 10 meters but lost forward there, scrum. Center referee Kevin Wambugu. Pictures there coming through from the Nyatti National Stadium. The final day of the 27th edition of Safari Sevens. Walukuba Dragons or Barbarians. Stuart Moi feeds the scrum, comes round, open side to attack. Walukuba goes into contact, that is John. The ball is ripped, ball is live. Reunion there with possession. Cutting back, testing that defense. Ladies Hugo. Livelian Ewan. Going back again, that shorter side, creating space, portioning out an opportunity. And that's a clear, easy run towards the try line. And Munier Julien with the ball in hand before he grounds it. Try time. Reunion.
What's the time for Reunion?
Conversion successful there. Three double blows. Overflow there, you can see the damage had been caused, that late switch there. Walukuba Barbarians chasing the man to the farthest edge, but missing out the guy who was running that inside line, Julien, if you have pronunciation right. Anglo and Franco. $14 for Reunion. Remember, this is the Kenya Airways Challenge Trophy semis. The first one. These two sides couldn't make it to the Cup quarters, finding themselves playing in the Challenge Trophy semis in the second. Or is it third day of the tournament? Ball goes backwards. Possession with Reunion. Reunion with Moplin Tom. Ball is lost forward there. Scrum advantage to Walukuba. It's a knock on there. uncharacteristic. Kevin Wambugu there, visible and audible enough to the playing unit.
Okay, let's go, boys. Let's go.
So far, the teams that have qualified for the Cup semis, we have the Shogun side, the Kenya Morans, who book a date, of course, with Shogun. KCB missing out narrowly. Zimbabwe there in that Cup semi match number 2 will be taking on the Kenya Shuja. So it's all to play for the 4 sides in the Cup semis. Shogun against the Kenya Morans and Kenya Shuja against Zimbabwe. Remember, the Shogun has a leader of the Spanish national 7th side, so that is the closest we can have. Spain taking on Shuja right here in Nairobi. Most of them getting ready for the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series
10 meters.
and using these Safari 7s as a preparation platform. That is try time reunion. Sabatia Arthur with reunions 3rd. Putting Walukuba to the sword. But a good platform nonetheless for Walukuba. Uganda Rugby Circuit champions. Conversion is successful. Reunion with a complete 100% conversion rate, that is 21. Walukuba 0. They're picked up there. Caught Walukuba napping. They had to scramble across, try and defend that. They couldn't. Kickoff. Posting it high. Schroeder, Walukuba with possession. Some minutes or seconds on the ball for Walukuba to try and piece together something. Time to see what they're made of. All the way from the Pearl of Africa. Winning the 7s in Uganda. Ball is available there. The player holding on. Penalty awarded, quickly tapped. One man on the outside there. An opportunity to beat the last defender. The scrambling defense has arrived on side, but not as Reunion would have wanted. But Walukuba there have battled hard. They've recovered possession. The referee saying that coming in from the side is the offense. Open play there, free play. Once again, they have one man on the outside, one pass out, and that's it. Rosia Enzo gets the ball, and the offload is successful. Walukuba 26-0. Reunion with yet another one, that is Rosia Enzo.
Let's go.
Reunion this first half just right before halftime, and that is the halftime point of this game. Ladies and gentlemen, the halftime score: Reunion 26, Walukuba 0. Next up, the second Challenge Trophy semi. Remember, this Challenge Trophy proudly sponsored by the Kenya Airways, our flying partner or airline partner for the 2025 Safari Sevens. Party will be taking on Uganda. First things first, if you're just joining us, welcome to match day 3, all the way from Kampala City and the Uganda Republic, who've joined kick off this second half. Travels the required 10 meters, the bounce is good, stays on the pitch. John there gets touched by the Union player. It's a line out in favor of, touched by the Walukuba players. That is the line out for Reunion. Fitting the scrum, or fitting the line out, but stolen by Walukuba. Walukuba stringing in the passes. An overload on the wing there. Good fend off, good tackle. Walukuba, second phase. Remember, the attack is coming in ripples. The waves of attack, persistence in attack, keep asking those questions and eventually getting the spaces, but the thing that you have to do is also protect that ball once you go off your feet. Remember, the defending side is also hunting for that ball, and that is a break for it. And going in is Leveland Ewan. Try time, Reunion. Ewan there getting their first this second half. The Barbarians so far have no answers. The conversion is successful. Reunion 35, Walukuba Barbarians 0. Ewan there racing clear. The damage had been caused. Players falling off tackles there. Walukuba not really doing so much to defend that, as another try goes in. Sees Mikhail. Sees Mikhail goes over for yet another try for the Reunion side. Current score, Reunion 38, Walukuba 0.
Reunion 38, Walukuba Barbarians 0. Kenya Airways Challenge Trophy, semi-final award. The winner of this match will receive the Kenya Airways Challenge Trophy finals.
You can see there the lift wasn't as high as it should have been. Maybe a bit of timing, and it meant that the ball went right behind the defense. Reunion once again playing in the right areas. Big, strong. Foray into the attack, and that's a maul. Kevin Wambugu there, getting it right, taking the ball into contact and not able to recycle or use it. Reunion 38, Walukuba 0.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Reunion once again.
Advantage. High.
It's a high tackle there, advantage being played.
Over the neck.
over the neck there. The tackle slipping up above the shoulders. Remember, the tackle area had been cleared as slightly above the shoulder. That is a penalty advantage, and of course there the referee on hand to award. Reunion opt to go into touch. They'll be looking to get a line out just 15, 14 or 13 meters out of Walukuba's try line. Referee calls the players to get back behind the try line. That would signal the 10 meters mark. Well taken, front of the line out pick. Goes backwards. Reunion testing. Reunion. Rasia Enzo. Try time. Reunion. Rasia Enzo goes over the whitewash for yet another try for Reunion. Started off on the far end of the pitch with that quick line-out feed, catching the Barbarians napping. An interchange of passes through the midfield. And a couple of seconds later, the Reunion go over for yet another try. Reunion 43, Walukuba 0.
Reunion 43, Walukuba Barbarians 0. Sitting half of the match, will be proceeding to the Kenya Airways Challenge Trophy semi-finals 2, where Apache will be battling it out with Uganda.
Kickoff. Walukuba lose the ball backwards. Free play there for sees Mikhail. Mikhail offloads from the floor there. An opportunity for Mushalplin Tom. And that is a try for Mushalpish Tom. They're running away with this one, showing class and pedigree over this Walukuba Barbarian side. A rude shock on the global stage for the Uganda Rugby 7 Circuit champions. It doesn't get easier as the conversion goes over. Half a century for Reunion. Walukuba Barbarians 0. You can see there, offload off the floor there. No defense inside, battling, and eventually there getting 5 points. Walukuba tap it backwards. Maybe Walukuba have something for their fans back at home to enjoy, and of course fans in the stadium. Quite a big contingent of Ugandan fans in Nairobi. A kick behind the defensive line, no sweeper inside. That's an opportunity for Walukuba, and they lose it forward. What a loss there. That presented the only chance for Walukuba to get themselves on the scoreboard. But that knock on there, costing and taking away that opportunity. Crestfallen, but nonetheless, they've put up a show. Full-time score, Reunion 50, Walukuba Barbarians 0.
Walukuba exit the tournament there, having lost that game to Reunion. Reunion move on to the Champions Trophy final, and they play the winner of the next game, which is between Apache and Uganda.
Here's how you can easily open a goal savings account on the new KCB mobile app. Open your KCB mobile app and click on Savings. Click Open a Goal Account. Review and accept the T's and C's and privacy policies. Review account features and click Open Goal Account. Enter your goal name, amount, duration and click Continue. Select the source of funds account and initial deposit. Check details and click Confirm. Await a confirmation receipt and you're set. Download the new KCB mobile app today.
On your screen there, Uganda Cranes just catching final deep breaths here as they take on the Apache side from France. Both teams unfortunately didn't qualify for the main cup. Uganda lost yesterday twice to the two Kenyan teams, KCB and Nyatti. We concluded that this is not necessarily the best seven-a-side team that Uganda could bring in Safari Sevens, considering also their long-serving coach, Tolbert Onyango, also did resign. This looks more like a development side here.
Yeah, it does look like a development side, and of course they've always used this platform, unless a few years back when this combined as a Rugby Africa Sevens tournament. That's when Uganda brought their A game at Kasarani and they won it, if I can pull your attention back. But they've always used the Safari Sevens as an opportunity to showcase their next, stars, their talents. So this one, also considering the likes of Tolbert Onyango, who have set a platform for the Uganda Sevens team, and of course to thrive on the world stage. They have battled hard. They've tried qualifying for the World Rugby 7 series. They are also part of that Challenger series, and of course this here is an opportunity, a glimpse for the Uganda Rugby Union to have a look at the stock within their pile, to look at what exactly they have in terms of quality and of course the numbers.
They're a very decent and proud Rugby Sevens nation, Uganda, and we look forward to seeing them again, of course, not just in next year's Safari Sevens, but in the rest of the season. Remember, Uganda participating in the Tier 3 level of the World Sevens Series campaign. As we see there, Apache just being called back in for, I think it was A1 Kingdom who stepped out. Line out for Uganda here. Oh, just juggling the ball. Oh, unfortunately loses it.
Well, much as we talk about them as the next generation, but this is a game they would relish. This is a game, no better opportunity to play international games.
Simple pass here to Gift Wokorach. Thought he had it in the second attempt, but just knocked on there.
Yeah, as I was saying, they relish this opportunity because nowhere else can the Ugandan team get an international side like the likes of Apache to take on.
True, I mean, you want to make sure you spread this type of experience across as many players as possible. Here's another moment that referees are calling it differently. Some referees were calling it yesterday, saying that you only have 5 seconds to play it. Some referees here are saying it's a nothing situation, because as long as the player is alone, the ball carrier is alone, and the defense have him and nothing is happening, then they allow play to go on because nothing has happened.
That looks like a gray area also depends on that referee's interpretation.
Well, just finding out from the officials, apparently in the World 7 Series, to allow continuity and to avoid this stoppage in play. I think the World 7 officials were trying to allow speed of play, so they're saying, no, give you a 5 seconds count from the referee's judgment. It's not official in terms of rule change, but there's some variations being used here. And you see some good attack here from Uganda, keeping possession very well there. Uganda.
Gift Wokorach. Most of these boys have starred and have actually played for the Ugandan schools. I know Gift Wokorach has been one of those stars that have come through. Of course, the Ugandans are looking clearly at some of these boys to take them into the future. But most importantly, the quality of rugby within Uganda set up itself. We've just seen Walukuba play, and I know you say they are very proud rugby nation.
They are a decent 7-a-side rugby nation, make no mistake. Uganda Cranes. As you said, there's a couple of Walukuba players also on this team. Remember Walukuba, the 7th champions in Uganda. Ivan Bulima himself, MVP of that 7 series. So there's some good quality here. But I would argue that there's even better players who didn't show up in this tournament.
Yeah. Gift Wokorach there takes on the defense. That offload unnecessary. The arriving players coming to cover the ruck. And now that opens spaces on the outside there. Racing clear is Gordon. Try time, Apache.
Yeah, I think the covering player, or rather the support player, not in sync with Gift Wokorach, who was going to deck. He tried to keep the ball alive and pop it up, but unfortunately the player was coming into ruck, and eventually the ball just coughed up here. And Lyland, who still had a defender to be there, some work to do there, just using his feet. As we see the conversion attempt, just wide to the left of the upright. Apache take the lead here.
Well, Apache staying alive. There on the KCB replay come. Landland Gordon. Start, stop. And that made the defense hold their line.
I think that was Moses Watmore, who just hesitated and then allowed Lyland to go over. Another error here.
Yeah, those restarts. I've seen the lifters not really positioning themselves right. I've seen Walukuba also struggled with that lift at kickoff time.
It doesn't look like they've gotten that pod set up properly, sort of choreographed. But I think it's more of the jumper than the lifter, because the lifter just waits for the jumper to get his timing right, and then as soon as he gets off the ground, then he takes him up.
Yes. So it's all about the jumper as compared to the lifter. Isolated player there on the floor. Battle for the ball there. Uganda win it. Possession with the Ugandans. They have
Julius Ojuk.
Yeah, Julius Ojuk there on the wing.
It's Julius Oyuk.
Pronunciation. Gift to his man on the outside. Moses Watmon. Gift once again. An advantage being played to the Ugandans. No advantage gained. Pulling it back. Offside infringement. Gift taps. Someone running through the inside. There goes an opportunity for the Ugandans to go over the try line. And that is a try for Uganda. Patrick Okello. Beg your pardon, that is Watmon. Moses going over for Uganda's response. A good one there. There's a way Gift Wokorach plays. He taps, runs straight into the defense. There's the second man. Forget about the cutout pass. There's always a man lacking right beside him.
Coming short, yes.
Yes. And second time he's looked for him and he's got the man. That is halftime, the conversion being successful. Uganda 17, beg your pardon, 7. Apache 5. The resumption of the second half, Apache lifting the ball. And once again, the restart.
Yeah, that's a really good pick by Kyle Tyson there. He executes his skills very well, Kyle Tyson. It's a really good step up. Cut-out pass.
It's a flat pass.
Kyle Tyson the ball.
Another good pass on the outside there. Zach Chukwuemeka there with the attention of 3 Ugandans. Referee says, leave it, Uganda, do that. The tackle is complete, the player's knee on the floor.
Quickly. He does eventually. I think he was struggling, Chukwuemeka.
Yeah, to get back on his feet. The bounce there. And that is an isolated player. Good thought process, but that is a knock on there as he attempted to get off the floor. Gift once again, you see that man lacking, and Gift commits. Ripped. And no clear release there. The player was already tackled. Player's knees on the floor. Uganda have a good second half to build up on that first half finish. An attempt to try and proceed into that Challenge Trophy semi-final.
Yes, you'd argue that they do have a chance here. They're leading just by 2 points, and they have possession. They can build up something here. Uganda, I'm sure they'll be motivated by that first half. Started a little bit hesitant. Let's see what they can do from this set piece.
Yes, set piece time, scrum time to Uganda. Uganda peeling round the blind. That's a knock on there. Guilty of giving away possession. That, ladies and gentlemen, is an opportunity spanned by that knock on. Losing that ball forward was number 9, Sembusi Shakim. You can see there in your picture. There was an opportunity on the blind. Sembusi there just peeling his lollies. Those coach killers, they needed to score fast in the second half, extend their lead, keep it away from 7 points.
Unforced error, easy possession. And now they have to spend time in defense. You see some substitutions there by Uganda. Chukwuemeka here. Sinkari is a good ball carrier. Him and Gordon, Lyland are decent ball carriers. Watch as this ball goes across here. Expect the likes of Lyland to carry across. Number 4 from Apache. Just error after error, penalty after penalty. Gordon is coming short there, but the referee says he went back. the first pass doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work. But it's not lost entirely for the Ugandans. The under-16 side lifted the age grade trophy on match day 1.
This is for the boys or girls?
Boys.
Boys. It was a really decent team. I watched them on match day 1. Actually,
At the racecourse.
At the racecourse. And they were decent. And they've been playing together for some time. Remember the Kenya team? We still don't have a Kenya team.
A foot race there. Probably the ball went off the knee, and the referee allows play to continue. 5 meters out. Try time, Uganda.
Some good patience there from Uganda. Is that Julius Oyuk? No, that was Gift Wokurach, I think. That's Gift Wokurach.
Yeah, Uganda attacking from deep. They realized that the defensive line had really come up. There was no sweeper, just a foot race. The bounce of the ball being favorable because it had to go against the knee first. Some referees would have called that as a knock-on because it's always a marginal call. And they stayed alive. They say fortune favors the brave, and of course Uganda have reaped the reward.
Give some credit to Amon Omalo there also for chasing back for Apache. But unfortunately he ran out of defenders because he was alone. And then eventually just impatience here. I think that was a knock-on. It looks like a knock-on. Or an attempted catch. Went off the knee. You're right, Walter, some referees have called that. Especially when you put your hands towards the ball. Even if you pull back. Good awareness there by Uganda.
Yeah, the Ugandans now turning on the show.
With the try.
Yeah, we're actually missing out that first name of Moses. It's Fat Moses Watmore. Yeah, Moses staying alive there. It was a kick behind. And Apache once again caught napping. And there you have it.
The Apache players remonstrating the referee here, but he does confirm that the ball went 10 meters. As long as it's gone 10 meters, that's good enough. The referee is on point there. Here we go. Let's have a look. Yes, definitely gone 10 meters. Way beyond the 10 meter line. Not sure what the Apache players are complaining about there. See that try from Moses Watford.
Good contest there.
They're kind of just keeping possession here, but the skills level just letting them down. Another kick here. Amon Omalo covers that for Apache. Is that a tackle off the ball? Yes, I think it is.
Yes. Higher. Press, Olango, press, Olango. Up, Olango.
Chikwema building up the attack. I said he's a really good ball carrier. Amon Omalo now with a good step off his right, double step off his right again, third step. Chikwema back to support. Nice long pass to Tyne. Carl Tyson. He's a really good stepper, Carl Tyson. Oh, and a fantastic offload there to English Archie, or Archie English. It's good build-up play there. Amon Omalo on the right side of the edge of the field, stepping thrice off his foot. Gives it to Zach Chikwemaka, who then offloads as he gets tackled to Carl Tyson, but eventually there, the try scored by Archie English. I think Amon just asking the referee whether the tackle off the ball was a yellow card. That's Carl Tyson on your screen there, offloading to Archie English for that try. So that's that. Uganda just win that one in the end. 2 tries apiece, but Uganda convert theirs. and eventually they get a win this tournament. They proceed to the Challenge Trophy final, Uganda, where they'll play Reunion. Uganda win this one 14 points to 10.
Here's how you can easily link your card on the new KCB mobile app. Open your KCB mobile app. Click on Cards. Click on the plus sign to add your card. Click on Link Card. Select the card. Confirm you are about to link the card. Click Link Now. Enter your PIN. You have successfully linked your card. Download the new KCB mobile app today.
We all start from somewhere. From a dusty football pitch, muddy tracks, our focus has always remained locked onto excellence. When we joined hands,
hello everybody, and especially to
we dared to challenge the boundaries.
Welcome to a night of footballing history.
Showcasing the world the very essence of our capabilities. With every pass, every run, with fans filling the stands, we made every moment count.
It was a tough morning.
Even in the face of adversity, we never wavered, never lost sight of our goal. We fought, rose from the ashes, stronger than ever before. One truth remains: the journey continues. Every contribution counts, from the player on the field to the fans in the stands, and even our journalists telling our stories to the world. We aim to recognize, appreciate, and empower your dreams through providing part of support you need to achieve your dreams. Introducing Tujiamini. Let's believe in ourselves.
Here's how you can link your existing KCB account on the new KCB mobile app. Download the new KCB mobile app from the Play Store or App Store. Open your KCB mobile app and click on Get Started. Review and accept the T's and C's and privacy policies. Click Send Verification and verify your phone number. Click Continue. Enter your document info and click Continue. Proceed to verify with your previous PIN. Click Continue on the PIN setup page. Create and confirm your new PIN. Enable push notifications and biometrics. Click Continue. On the home page, click Link your KCB account. Select Link your existing KCB account and click Continue. Enter the KCB account number. Review and accept the T's and C's and privacy policies. Click Continue and enter your PIN. Await confirmation and you're set. Download the new KCB mobile app today.
If you're in customer service, big up yourself. Let's enjoy our week and remember, mission possible.
Karibu SportPesa, naitwa Dennis, naongea na nane.
Hey everyone out there.
Hello everyone.
Hello guys.
This is Bernard Choro, Head of Operations SportPesa.
Joe Noru, Elias, JK.
My name is Doreen and I'm in the customer service department.
It's that time of the year again in October where we get to celebrate the customer service week.
Providing customer service to me means being able to create the bridge and the connection point between the brand and the customers.
I'm always excited helping a new customer feel confident, from registration to placing a bet.
My most rewarding interaction, I'd say, there's the interactions where you normally have with certain clients who contact us a lot, and you even get to a point where you even become friends with these clients.
Another special moment is calling the winners. I'm always excited to call the winners. I always want to hear how they feel about winning, especially the huge amounts.
The theme for 2025 is Mission Possible, and for us in SportPesa, our mission is to make our customer proud by being accessible, by being able to address all your challenges.
We use all the resources we have from our end and systems to be able to make sure that the client's issue is sorted.
So to our customer service team, we celebrate you, we are proud of what you do, and to our customers out there, we will continue to make your mission with SportPesa possible. Have fun, we are here for you.
I'd like to celebrate our colleagues who are always making sure that the customers are sorted 24/7.
Happy Customer Service Week.
Happy Customer Service Week. Mission possible.
Your mission is possible with SportPesa.
Thank you.
Top shotter, top shotter, top shotter.
Here's how you can open an account on the new KCB mobile app. Download the KCB mobile app from the App Store, Play Store or App Gallery. Open your KCB mobile app. Click on Get Started to create your profile. Verify your phone number. Click on Document Capture. Fill in your personal info with either your ID or passport. Verify your info and click Continue. Take a selfie for identification and click Continue. Create a secure PIN and confirm. Wait for document verification. Once confirmed, enable notifications na biometrics. On the KCB mobile app homepage, click on Account. Select a KCB account. Go through and accept the T's and C's and privacy policies. Review features and click Open Account now. Enter your PIN to proceed. Fill in your residential and occupation details. Fill in your bank support details. Click Continue. Enter and verify your email to get updates. Await confirmation and you're set. Download the new KCB mobile app today.
Bila kuwa na tough mind, kuambiwa ni ngumu. Mpaka mtu akue kabisa na akili ile kabisa tough, kwa sababu mbio si fun.
Talent demands sacrifice.
Why boxing is because one day a man just came and slapped me. I wanted to go to the gym, learn the skills and get a revenge on any kind of man who would want to take advantage of me.
Miaka mingi iliyopita watu walikuwa wanaonekana kama watu ambao ni wakichakani, lakini sasa tuna jina nzuri kupitia hii sponsorship ya SportPesa.
There's some races that I wasn't able to participate because I didn't get the funds. But now that Zimbabwe is in the picture, my dream is to take part in the Tour de France, biggest race, cycling race worldwide.
Zimbabwe, through SportPesa, gathered its resources and decided that let's revolutionize how we support the sports and talent ecosystem, be it the individual players or even the teams in Kenya.
In the spirit of Zimbabwe, you touch a life. Kuna talanta ambayo ilikuwa inakufa lakini umeifufua.
The journey has only just begun.
Here's how you can easily open a fixed deposit account on the new KCB mobile app. Open your KCB mobile app and click on Savings. Click Open a fixed deposit account. Review and accept the T's and C's and privacy policies. Review account features and click Open Fixed Deposit. Choose the type of fixed deposit. Select the source of funds account and set the amount. Set your duration and destination account after maturity. Check your details and click Confirm. Await a confirmation receipt and you're set. Download the new KCB mobile app today.
Washa.
Vipi watu wangu, ni rada safi na bigi, rada safi na SportPesa. In this episode is all about celebrating SportPesa's excellence as the top betting brand in Kenya.
Here's how you can request for a mobile loan on the new KCB mobile app. Open your KCB mobile app and click on Loans. Click Apply Now on the KCB mobile loan. Review features and accept T's and C's and privacy policies. Click Apply Now. Confirm your loan limit. Set the amount, duration and the destination account. Click Apply Now. Confirm the summary and click Request Loan. Enter your PIN. Await a confirmation receipt and you're set. Download the new KCB mobile app today.
What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. While you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa.
Here's how you can easily link your card on the new KCB mobile app. Open your KCB mobile app. Click on Cards. Click on the plus sign to add your card. Click on Link Card. Select the card. Confirm you are about to link the card. Click Link Now. Enter your PIN. You have successfully linked your card. Download the new KCB mobile app today.
We all start from somewhere. From a dusty football pitch, muddy tracks, our focus has always remained locked.
We get back live for the women's category, the semi-finals, and in this one, these are the losers of the earlier quarterfinals. They are playing for the 5th place semi-finals. Joining me, Elijah Toilion commentary. We'll be with Oscar Osir and Walter Orangi as we kick off for these semi-final stages. Tunisia had a good running in their quarterfinals, losing that one closely to Shogun 17-12, the only match that has gone into extra time, and Shogun winning that one on sudden death. On the other hand, Mwamba Ladies took on the Lionesses and they lost that one. Big score at the end of it. So they play in these semi-finals, the semi-finals of the 5th place, kicking us off. Mwamba Ladies right into the basket for Tunisia, and immediately being penalized for holding on. Mwamba off to the races, quick off to the races here, carrying it close to the 5-meter. That's no lead. Yeah, Mora going into contact there. Another, oh, that's a successful turnover by Tunisia. They tap and go quickly, looking to stretch out the defense.
Zara Hadeji there with a show and go. Elijah, I talked about her yesterday. She is a feisty customer, Zara Hadeji. Some good work there initially from Yamia Mlawa. Then the ruck ball comes out quickly. Zara with a show and go. The Mamba Select defense just drifting to the right there. And as soon as they went away, she kept them honest. As soon as she got that space, she just pinned her ears and went into the space. Zara, she does a bit of everything. She can score tries, she can tackle, she can clear racks, and now she also can convert her own try.
Yeah, indeed, multi-skilled. And they push themselves forward 7-0. I was quite impressed with them in that quarterfinals.
Yes,
they pushed Shogun all the way into sudden death.
They were actually leading at some point.
Yeah, and they're just looking to see if they can wrap this 5th place. Of course, they're also preparing for the Rugby African Sevens Women Tournament that will be hosted here in Kenya, November 15th to 16th. So this is acting as a platform for them to prepare for that tournament. They go to the left. Pang goes through the line break there and scores another quick try. This one by Noah Ayari. Noah Ayari goes over for the second try.
I think there's an issue there in terms of the edge defense, in terms of catch-up defender from Mamba Select. Noah Ayari with a similar try, the one that's scored by Zara Adeji. I think the winger is sort of going out early, and that allows them the space to get some space in between that winger and the catch-up defender. So as soon as she just showed the ball there, Noah Ayari, and the winger goes away, then it creates a space. And then the catch-up defender is not coming in. Here we go. Look at that, just show and go. And the defender goes out.
Yeah, Eunice Obadia just went out.
I think she went out too early, you think.
Communication needed there from the inside defender to Eunice Obadia just to hold that run. And then quick fire tries here from Tunisia leading 14-0. That will be a penalty.
Knock on offside. Knock on offside. Knock on offside. It's a penalty.
That's a penalty. You're not allowed to touch the ball if you're in an offside position against an infringement as a knock-on. But Tunisia not using it well. The try scorer knocking it on there, Nwayari. Advantage had already been played for that quick tap and go. So it will be a turnover to Mwamba in this scrum down. Trying to communicate clearly there on how they will exit. They are parking at the back line, trying to get themselves into this match. Eunice Obadia, Lynette Mora, Sharil just trying to get themselves organized in attack. Now they have ball in hand. Lynette, a loop around move, goes into contact. Big tackle there from Imaya Malwa.
Right here.
And results in a knock-on. Yamia just put her shoulder in, took the player, and as she was going down, just knocking it on. Mwamba not using the ball well, killing possession and losing on territory. They have not left this area since the games began.
Yeah, it's difficult really when you lose possession just close to your try line. It's a shorter distance for the Tunisian attack to cover.
Yeah, free kick there in favor of Tunisia for an early hooking there from Mwamba. Ball goes out to the wing, steps, tries to fend off Lynette, but Yamia still with ball in hand, comes all the way to the right side. Offload there from Zara and giving it to Noah Ayari for her second try of this match. Pinning Mwamba in the 22, punishing their mistakes and pulling away in this first half.
Just like the other game between KCB and Zimbabwe, but KCB tried to play out twice, but were leading 10-0 and conceded 2 tries. I doubt. I mean, then the third time when they received the kickoff, they hoofed it down the field. Do you think Mwamba Select here will maybe do the same thing?
Yeah, Mwamba Select played very well against Kenya Lionesses.
They did.
They actually, I think, for me, they had more possession than Lionesses. But in this case, Tunisia, I think, have done their homework. And they are using that to their advantage, kicking deep, then pinning Mwamba there and waiting for those mistakes. When they turn over possession, they have a good strike rate, as you watched there. Noah Ayari for her second try.
There was a missed tackle there by Nolin Kaeli. I like that overlap. Here we go.
Kickoff that is just fumbled. Now being their own worst enemies there, knocking it on when they needed possession. Wendy Akinyi gifts another cheap spell of possession to Tunisia.
Let's have it.
I think this is the most dominant I've seen a team in terms of territory. Mwamba have literally played in their 22, the red zone, for the whole of this first half.
Yes, I think they're getting these defense tactics wrong here. Mwamba Select.
They're trying to offload in contact there and succeeds to do so. They have numbers out wide. That loop pass was unnecessary, but Mwamba have to work it, and missing that tackle, allowing another try from Hiba Ben Sheikh. Eunice Obadia just left with two players to attend to their. Needed to make that tackle, but still missed it.
I mean, I know the one-on-one tackle there was missed, but I think what you have to argue here is the decision, the tactical decision to stay in this part of the field. Of course, the initial knock on there, the kickoff. So then you can also say that the individual skills not doing them any justice, but the decision to try and play out of here, in comparison to the skill level, I think that is a bad decision.
Is needed for that. I think at some point they have to use their boot to get out. However, Tunisia controlling matters here. We get into the halftime, Tunisia leading comfortably, 24-0. Back for the second half. This is the 5th place semi-final. The losers of the cup quarters earlier on. Tunisia in a very beautiful lead here. 24-0 against Mwamba. Tunisia lost their cup quarters against Shogun, pushing them all the way to injury, to the extra time, sudden death. Then Mwamba having a fantastic outing in that quarters against Kenya Lionesses. Big score, they lost, but they did well with ball in hand, had long spells of possession. However, in this match, we're seeing almost a very different outfit. I don't know what has changed between the first match earlier on today and in these 5th place semi-finals, but they're at the end of a race. End of a hiding here in the first half, 24-0. That was a high tackle. High tackle, and Zara Hadeji gets penalized. trying to get themselves onto the scoreboard. Linet passes it out to the speedster, carrying it, Eunice Obadia, into the 15-meter channel. He can go from the base of that rack, and the ball is passed to no one in particular. And they try to reset, having a carry around the fringe of that initial rack, passing it out, looking for numbers. They get stepping back in, looking for space, carrying strongly, huddling over one tackler, still going. Naomi Jelagat gets some valuable meters there for Mwamba Ladies. Then Sherry Loaga picks it up, still playing around the fringes. Now they push it out wide, then tucking it in and going into contact. Naomi Jelagat has carried a lot, sometimes to the detriment of the team there. Had Eunice Obadia outside, she had to come in and get the scraps of that contest. Finally, looks like they will go to score Caroline, but gets mowed down. And the referee on scene was well sighted to note that knock-on at the base of the rack. Mwamba Ladies, after all that long spell of possession, 10 meters out, they knock it on. See there, Caroline had done enough to just get her team in a good position. But the arriving player, in a haste to get the ball out of that tackle situation, knocks it on.
Is this as far as the Mwamba Select team has come to the Tunisia territory?
Yeah, I think so. The first time they are around these 10 meters out from Tunisia's try line. And Tunisia not really feeling the pressure because Mwamba, their own enemies in this one. Ball is in, a contest of that scrum, then bunching up in attack, compacting the attack here, but do well to offload in tackle there. That looked suspiciously like no release of the ball when she was tackled. Yes, she wasn't. She didn't release, and Hiba Ben Sheikh is penalized for that second time. She got away with the first one, but the referee saw the second one. Refereeing that tackle area is one of the best measures of a referee, because a lot of things happening in that space. So far, the referee has applied herself well in reffing those tackle areas in this match. Jelagat with ball goes to her preferred mode. Strong ball carrier for Mwamba Ladies. No advantage, so Caroline goes back and taps that ball. Leads defense up by Tunisia. One hand going for that intercept, and very low high threshold set for such intercepts, and gets her marching orders for the next 2 minutes sitting in the bin. See, she identifies that as a potential intercept, goes for it, misses it, and goes to cool her heels in this warm weather. So for the next 2 minutes, Tunisia will play 6 against 7 of Mwamba Ladies. Mwamba coming back strongly in this second half, but most of the hard work has been done in that first half by Tunisia, piling 24 points. You see there on the bin, Rowa Ati. Quick line break there, steps back in, but gets nabbed as she came back in. Sherry Loaga. A lot of break in play from both sides. The match has been start-stop, but Carolina coming in strong. 1 meter shy of the try line, pick and go. Clary is trying to stretch and score. There is a pick and go, and the first score for Mwamba in this game, the 5th semi-finals.
With a try that puts Morans forward, and the second half all the match. Production
If you're joining us at Nyayo Stadium, this is the Safari 7th 27th edition. It's 29 years of Safari 7s, but 27 editions, missed 2 tournaments during the COVID period. And as we watch here, Tunisia leading Mwamba Select, believe it or not. Joining me in the commentary is Sam Kildon. Did I get that pronunciation right?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Sam Kildon, famous name here, Sam. Sam is the younger brother of Ellie Kildon, who's the Rugby World Player of the Year, Women's Rugby in 2024, right?
Yeah, 2024, 2025.
Sam, welcome to Nairobi.
Thank you.
Look, there's no way such a famous name could have avoided getting the interview. I'm sure you're not surprised also for us calling you here for the interview. But first of all, how good was that World Cup?
Oh, it was amazing.
Was it?
Yeah. I unfortunately didn't get to go to many of the games because I had games myself, but made the final, which all that really matters.
Look, I know it's now called the Allianz Stadium, but we call it Twickenham.
Yeah, I think all the English still call it Allianz Twickenham. So.
Was the family there in the final? How good was that?
There was everyone there, from close family, extended family, friends and family. There was so many people there. It was just so amazing to see, and just everyone getting involved in the celebrations afterwards. Got a bit too messy, I think, afterwards.
Yes,
but
I can imagine.
Yeah, it was a great time.
Look, Sam, I'm sure you have a famous sister. How good is she? That wonderful try in the final there against Canada. I mean, she's done she could have done wonderful tries before, but you must have been proud of her.
Oh yeah.
As much as all of the England team were.
I always try to say that it was me that taught her it, but I can't take credit for what she's done. She gets the reward for the hard work she puts in. To be fair to her, she trains very hard, as do all the girls, and to just see it kind of pay off in the end, because they were close to it 4 years ago and probably should have got it 4 years ago. But
that's the point. Was it New Zealand, was it?
Yeah, New Zealand lost it in the more or less the final play of the game. So yeah, just kind of finally getting over that line, getting past that kind of like milestone, and just kind of enjoying the time, especially at home. It was just it was amazing.
Sam, having such a sibling, of course you're also cutting out rugby for yourself. Do you exchange any tidbits with your sister, your older sister?
We do, to be fair. I don't get to see her as much as I'd like, just because she lives down south, and with the team that I'm with, I'm living in Northampton, so a few hours away from each other. But we trade tips here and there. I try to get, because she gets coached with Johnny Wilkinson for her kicking, so she gives me a lot of tips. Yeah, gives me a lot of tips kicking wise. I think she gives me the kicking and the play tips, but I get stuck into her when it comes to physicality.
I can imagine.
Tell her to toughen up a bit.
Does that start when you were younger?
Yeah, we're very competitive, both of us together, and I think that's kind of just like what drove us to be like, especially where she is now. And it's just great because when we are at home and if we're by ourselves, we can go and train with each other. Because her skills are just as good, if not better, than mine. She's just as quick as me. She's just great to just kind of chat to, and she understands it, obviously. So being able to talk to her after the games that we've had here, she's giving me comments and tips and tricks, and just kind of just giving me a bit more feedback than what I'd normally get. So it's just good to take into the following games, especially when I'm here.
That's awesome, Sam. Now you're here with the UK Select. It's on the screen there. This game was played also yesterday. You think UK Select just won it yesterday? You had a poor first half, but then it came through in the second half. Would you say this is a sort of a build-up to the Team GB in terms of the UK Select? I know it's a mix of players from the UK, or is this just a select side, any select side?
No, definitely. This is it's very tightly knit with GB, just through the way that GB is being run next year. This is built up through with our English and Welsh players. The Scottish players kind of have their training up in Scotland, but our coach Kieran, our DOR director of rugby, is kind of been speaking to them, got a team together, a good strong team together to come out here, get some great experience, and I'm sure he'll be watching on, seeing who's standing out and who's leading the pack.
As they say in England, you're a bit gutted there, that quarterfinal there versus Morans. I mean, I think on paper you were rated highly to win that one, but 2 yellow cards. So
yeah, it's a killer.
7 versus 5.
It's a killer.
That's difficult.
Yeah, it was. To be honest, I didn't even realise we went down to 5. I thought
I thought you played very well actually when you went down to 5.
Yeah, we went down to 6 that I knew from the knock on. And then when the scrum was set,
that's when you find out.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was counting the numbers around me, and going down to 5, it was a bit of a heartbreak, especially when you're very tired. You look up and you've got obviously the Kenyan lads who are very athletic outside of you, and just kind of like they're eyeing you up, and you just know they're going to come down or out around you, and yeah, it's a difficult place to be.
From what you've seen, Sam, in terms of the sevens, obviously compared to the European circuit, and in Kenya, of course, Safari Sevens has been here for quite some time. Like I said, there's almost 30 years next year, actually. What has impressed you, or what are the similarities from what you've seen?
Oh, the facilities have been amazing. The hotel we're in is a lovely hotel. The food's great. The ground here is perfect.
Makes a difference, of course. Makes a difference.
Oh yeah, of course. We obviously not knowing what we were coming to.
Yeah.
I think a few of the lads were kind of expecting a bit of a dust patch. But this pitch is amazing.
We don't like to hear that, but yes, we understand. Obviously, we understand.
Well,
it's a wonderful pitch.
Yeah, it's amazing, and just like the surroundings. As much as we find it difficult with the heat and the UV, but besides that, it's great. And just having kind of these facilities, being able to sit in the shade when we're not playing has been outstanding.
Yeah, we hosted here an African football championship. It is after all a football stadium, so the facilities are pretty good. As we just finalise here, the UK has just scored. What do you expect here in this game against the French? What are some of the basics, tactics that you have? Obviously, you keep the possession very well. It's typical of, I would think, of UK teams or British teams, I think. What are some of the things that you emphasis on as far as sevens rugby is concerned?
Kind of going into this one, with this one being a knockout game, there was a lot of talk around. There was a lot of talk around obviously keeping the ball. We like to keep it tight in defence, kind of just make people go down our edges, and then we can reset from there. But yeah, keeping the ball, knowing it's knockout rugby, being able to just like flip the switch. Obviously, not playing in this one, and I was saying to some lads, I'd love to play in the next one, especially going with a bit of silverware. If it's not the one that we originally wanted, but it's better than getting nothing.
Any particular reason why you're not playing in this one, Sam?
Just very sore, very sore, very tired. So luckily got the nod from the coach to say that I can have a bit of a rest. So hopefully I can get into the next game and just be at 100% for the next one to come away with the win.
Sam, well, thank you very much for joining us. Any final words for the fans out there? Hopefully there's a bit of British fans watching as well.
I'd say just keep your eyes on the names on the pitch. There's a lot of lads who've played absolutely outstanding, and they still go into, and I'm sure you'll see them on the World Series hopefully soon.
Well, Sam, you've got to get your sunscreen on. It gets a bit hot here in Nairobi, but I can assure you this is cooler than most of some parts of the country. So I hope you enjoy yourself. Have you had the chance to go away? We have a national park just up the road.
We went to the giraffe sanctuary and also the walking safari, because we didn't have time for the driving safari, but the walking safari and the giraffes was amazing.
First time in Nairobi, first time in Kenya?
Yeah, first time in Nairobi, first time in Kenya.
Well, I hope you had a good experience, and thank you very much, and all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sam Kildun there, younger brother of Eli, World Cup winner Eli Kildun as well, World Rugby Women's Player of the Year 2024.
Yeah, fantastic interview there, Oscar. Nice to have those insights from a very personal, up-close level, as we see there. UK select with a line break. That's a high tackle. The red zone, that will definitely lead to a yellow card, but let's listen into the referee here.
To try, or we go for the scrum. Yeah. Cheers. Yeah. So number 9. Okay, he's already out. So.
Yeah, clear call there for that yellow card offense on Oli Sullivan, who had a clean line break, stopped short by Clau Baptiste. And he gets his marching orders for the next 2 minutes. Baptiste will be in the sin bin. 7 versus 6 here. The match still very much in the first half. UK Select looking to put the screws here, turn the screws on French Renegades, pick and go around that scrum. But there was a knock-on. It was a bit of a melee there.
Yes, we heard from some, they're really disappointed losing Kenya Morans. I thought they had enough pedigree there to really compete against that game, against Morans. Yesterday, these two teams played on match day 2. UK Select won that one, but had a poor first half. I think also based on the game against Morans, they also had a poor first half against Morans, but much more improved their first half from the UK Select side.
Yeah, started strongly in this first half, leading 14-0, and Renegades have a yellow card, so the next 2 minutes will be crucial. UK Select going around it the right way, applying pressure, not allowing Renegades to leave this red zone. Renegades prefer going for the offload game. And 5 meters out, they have to back their handling skills, eventually putting that ball to boot, going to the UK Select's backyard, and the ball goes out into touch.
It's a decent exit there, just about the halfway line.
Yeah, they exited on their own terms, had a good platform to do that. We've seen a lot of teams under pressure in their own zones.
And that's a critical point to make there. They exited at their own terms. I think it's easier to defend the set piece here, give away possession, gain some territory, and then defend the set piece.
UK Select with a good line out. They are still playing 7 versus 6, so they'll need to recycle their players in attack, creating space out wide. Now it's a foot race. It's a foot race, pumps his feet from that, but the right foot was in touch there. Referee signaling last play of this line out, but yeah, just hugging the touchline there. Macaulay Rowley had sights on that try line, but the touchline acted as an 7th defender there for Renegades. And back onto the pitch is Clau Baptiste. As you see, they're just struggling, pumping, and then that right there,
just
stepping on the touchline. Referee punishing UK Select and awarding a penalty to Renegades. This one will be another try if he picks it. He does. They go over for another try, 3rd try of the match, and this one is scored by Finn Lloyd Gilmer. Lloyd Gilmer goes over for a 3rd try. Really strong start from UK Select, Oscar.
Really strong start, and they've deliberately here targeted this first half attitude. Earlier in the morning, French Renegades didn't look so, looked lethargic, a little bit lethargic. Maybe some of the fatigue levels catching up with them. French Renegade, they were starting very well and strongly in the match day 2, but match day 3 seems to be maybe one day too far for the
French Renegades. Yeah. So we go into the break. UK Select comfortably ahead, 21-0 against the French Renegades. Second half is on here. French Renegades kicking us off. They are yet to get themselves onto the scoreboard. UK Select have had them on the ropes the whole of the first half, and they continue with matters where they left. Quick line break there, going to score another try for the UK Select. Lloyd Wilkins, good reception from that kickoff. That line chase from the Renegades wasn't good enough because immediately got that ball punctured through that defense. And it was a 60-meter sprint, gets them a 5th try. And this one, we're just listening to the assistant referee here. I don't know what the consultation will be about. Yeah, it's about mic issues, as you see there, Wilkins just taking off. It's normally a good sight, you know, after kickoff to just go untouched all the way and score.
That is true, and it's even a better sight after you lose a game where you feel you could won, especially you think you could be in the main cup. They could have been easily in the main cup semi-finals. You can select. They're perhaps one of the teams you'd think who should have a right in the main cup semi-finals. But look at the attitude here as they play the French Renegades, who gave them a real good run yesterday. But today, the business like here, and Sam did mention earlier, they were really, really disappointed. But I think they've turned around this attitude, even with the disappointment, and are playing really, really well here against the French Renegades team.
Yeah, absolutely right, because they have to pick themselves up. When they met yesterday, that was a 28-21 win for UK Select. But here, same scoreline, 0 on the other side for French Renegades. So UK Select doing well to just ensure that this time round they have shut the door on the Renegades so far. All of 5 minutes still to play here, and going off feet. Still, I think it was actually holding the ball, not allowing a contest. This might be a yellow card.
Yeah, it could be a yellow card here, and they're playing really, really quick. They're playing with a lot of speed here, UK Select, not allowing the French Renegades to transition into defense, and I think just some ill discipline there from the French Renegade player as they make some substitutions here.
So going
Subs coming in.
So playing 6 versus 7. 6 versus 7 on outside for the next 3 minutes is Blondel Alexis. Blondel Alexis will have to just get some shade. The next 2 minutes. Peeling off to the shorter side, and it was unattended to, because courtesy of that extra man in attack who just Finn Lloyd Gilmore went to the shorter side, and just shows when you have 6v7, you still have to apply yourself. Referee consulting there. And that will be. Yeah, referee.
No, try. No, wait. You have to wait.
Yes.
Be patient. You have to give the signal. It's a clear pull of the scrum. It's a penalty here.
Yeah, dark arts that was spotted by the assistant referee there.
And Gilmore is denied a try.
Rightfully so. They pulled in the man, and
well, that's why they got the space from the outside on the blind side, the short side.
Yeah, it looked so easy, but that try has been cancelled. So they have to rework. This one 6 against 7 for the French Renegades. Spill the ball, then it's advantage transitioning now from defense to attack, swinging the ball quickly to the outside channel, then steps back in, puts the hammer down. That loose pass, still ball traveled back, so UK Select have another opportunity here. It's a contest on that ground. Wow. Yeah, 0 tolerance for interference on a quick tap and go.
Yeah, 0 tolerance. Referee very, very awake to those delaying tactics there by the British Select defender.
Yeah, now they are even 6 on 6. Just a few seconds remaining before Baptiste comes back. But 6 on 6, what will Renegades do? Will they get themselves onto the scoreboard? Trying to play the offload game. They're keeping the ball alive here, looking to numbers out.
There's a cut-out defense, there's a blitz defense.
Yeah, which helped him. Now that kick pass unlocks that defense. Will he recover it in time? Yes, he does. This should be a try. First one for the French Renegades.
I think it was Gilmore who was yellow carded.
Finally, 5-pointer for the French Renegades. As we see Gilmore there on the bench, on the sin bin.
I beg your pardon, it's Lloyd Wilkins actually.
Lloyd Wilkins.
Yes, Lloyd Wilkins.
That kick pass didn't go to hand, but it was well recovered and going in to get themselves onto the scoreboard. That's Thomas. Thomas hits 5-pointer.
Yeah, that was Gilmore. Gilmore was substituted, but it was Roy Wilkins who was then given the yellow card. Gilmore just walking up on the field as a substitution.
Fantastic conversion that adds the additional 2. Nice offload there, creating space immediately because the defenders had beaten, thinking that he was going to deck, but that offload opens up space
for Tom Barton.
Yeah, and that's normally the danger. But you know, such superb set of skills, being able to offload when you're about to hit deck. If you rush on defense, it puts you in trouble.
I think it's the trust that you have on your support guy. And sometimes that's what happens. As long as the player's made the call and is just behind you, all you have to do is just trust that they made the call there. Tom Barton asked for the call, the short offload chicken wing there. Show the French Renegades defense just went across and then he stepped into the space.
Playing a rugby of assumptions there.
That is true, defensive assumptions. But Tom also had the speed to dash about 40 meters there to score under the posts and convert his own try. This seems to be running away from French Renegades.
This one, I don't think they will be able to come back. Just over 2 minutes to play, but they will have a say in these last minutes. Pumping and going. Sprints all the way. Marty Antoine gets another one for French Renegades.
Cheeky there from Antoine.
Quickly converted, perhaps smelling that they have an opportunity to come back into this one, but they have to really work hard. 20 points required.
And now UK selector back to 7.
21, those are 3 converted tries. We'll see if they can make it, but see on your screen there, Marty Antoine goes all the way. Teams most vulnerable after kickoffs, Oscar.
That is true. They say the team that has just scored is more vulnerable to concede. Let's see whether that's the case.
Something that has got the crowd cheering. Rugby is also about the physical contest. That provided highlight reel. As a big fend was coming in there from Will Handy.
Run-ups just not being a bit efficient there, clearing the ball off the floor. But to be fair, there's a huge contest there in that collision.
So I put in here for Renegades. They've run out of time. This one is a win for UK Select. They get to the 5th place finals. Renegades want to close strongly on this one. This will be their last match. That looks like a high shot. And the referee, given the call from the assistant referee, that was a high shot.
He says with the shoulder. There's a bit of afters.
Renegades trying to maneuver and create space, but that ball miscommunication is passed into touch. However, those are an advantage.
I think there'll be some discussion here. I'm not sure that it was a high shot. I think it was with the shoulder, but I think the reaction from the UK Select player will go against him in the penalty here.
So it's only a penalty.
The penalty, yes. Penalty.
Renegades opting to play on tap and go, coming back to the left side where they have numbers 2v1 here, flooding quite early. That kills off the momentum, so they have to reset. The hooter has been sounded, so last play here. Going across, trying to come back on the cutback. Good ball retention from the French Renegades. Retain possession, protecting that rack properly. Then it's 3v1 here. If they have quick hands, they do. Steps back in. Does he have the pace to go? Backing himself, but that's noticed and is isolated. Very late to come in for the support. Still ball is in play. Are we going to prep ourselves for a foot race here? Yes, we are. Cleans his man outside very easily. And Ryan Apps will close the accounts for the UK Select in these 5th place semi-finals. We had hoped for a foot race.
Yeah, I think they had enough. They had the Frenchman against the defender. And as soon as Ryan just took off on the outside, they just let him go. In any case, they've already lost this one.
Yeah, they had. So with this conversion, this is the last play. UK Select go to the 5th place finals, and Renegades will, I think, exit the tournament at this point. And we move on to the next 5th place semi-finals. KCB will be taking on Nyatti, Kenyan affair there.
Yeah, just some till down there. Happy with that result on that one. Saying it's a better reaction from the boys. Again, once again, having lost that quarterfinals there against the Kenya Morans. Eventually, it was a convincing win here by UK Select.
Yeah, they picked themselves up and showed up for that semi-finals, not in the place they wanted to be in. But nonetheless, they'll have to wait to see who is the winner between KCB Rugby and Nyatti. That's whom they'll face in the 5th place finals. Fifth place, the second semi-finals. KCB taking on Nyatti. KCB lost earlier after leading in the first half. Then they came unstuck in the second half to lose their cup quarterfinals against the Zimbabwe.
How close was that, Elijah? How
it was very close. Just a few errors from KCB in the second half, and Zimbabwe were given a sneak into the game. They took it well, finished strongly to win that one. Nyatti, on the other hand, lost a big score against the Kenya Shuja, and therefore this one is a rematch from yesterday's game, where KCB emerged victorious in the pool match 21-7. Nyatti have an opportunity to get one against KCB. Always a hard one, you know, for KCB, knowing that they won yesterday and they have to do the same today. But Nyatti will want to even the scores by winning this one and denying KCB a chance to contest for the 5th place final. Coming back to the shorter side, KCB keeping the ball alive and then recycling it well in the racks, but losing this one. It's a proper jackal there from Nyatti.
That was a good turnover, really in terms of speed. Won the race there in the collision area. That's not going to hurt. And eventually it's an outcome, I think.
Yeah, quick restart there from KCB from the line out. They are looking to open their accounts here. Then cut back, Kevin Ochieng with a side step, puts his mate in space, and KCB go ahead in this one. scoring their first try. That is Sunday Dominic. Sunday Dominic benefiting from that Kevin Ochieng offload after he stepped his defender, putting him into space.
Eventually looks like a simple try. But KCB, I think, benefiting from that quick line of the edge. The player set up, and then the cut out here. And it was a good step, and then an inside pass to Sunday Dominic, who just saunters in under the post for a 7-point lead.
Brian Wahinya with a successful conversion. And KCB trying to pick up from where they left against Nyatti yesterday. It's a psychological battle, this one, for Nyatti to win after losing yesterday 21-7. They have enough time to get their ducks into row here.
Referee says knock on.
Yeah,
I think it's double knock on. There's a first initial knock on by KCB, and then now knock on by Nyatti, the contact there, so Nyatti get the ball here.
No advantage. Nyatti get the ball, have a Putin in the scrum. Brian, that's Tony Ogoma. Tony Ogoma out. Ball comfortable to Davis Masiga, who swings it further out. And going into contact there, Branton Musisa jackals and is rewarded. Turnover to KCB. Then they look to swing it quickly out wide. Kevin Ochieng with a delayed pass. But Sunday Dominic has been strong in contact, carries it in, taking their time, and then stepping back. Kilwake Sifuna, Kevin Ochieng dummies that one, steps, but two players come in. That ball is out, then secured quickly. Obat Kuke told to watch himself there. He's a juggler, professional juggler actually.
He's always in that area for turnovers, but he missed that opportunity, but expect to see Kuke, Obat Kuke, the next one. Here we go.
He's a very strong man, and there he goes for it. This time round, he's rewarded. That's where he earns his living, in the breakdown.
Right on cue.
Does he have the pace to go? He looks for support. He did his bit to turn it over. Then Tony Ogoma goes into contact. Looks like a high tackle.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
High tackle.
Referee playing advantage. Then going back into traffic, carrying it strongly. Mark Demba offloads. Still advantage being played here. That looks like a knock-on. Advantage was offered?
No, I think there was no advantage. I don't think there was an advantage. High tackle is being called.
Yeah, I thought so.
Correct, you're right.
Advantage was still being played there. So Nyatti with ball in hand.
Women's semi-finals after this, Elijah.
Yeah, we
Costa
get to see Costa Blanca
take on Uganda.
That will be a tough one. I think Costa Blanca favorites, but Uganda have been good. Uganda have been good.
They have.
Putting there for Nyatti, strong platform and taking off, going. Seems like he needs support here. An offload would have done miracles and wonders for him there, but never had sight of the supporting player. Still straightening, going into contact, and then offloading Mark Demba. Another chicken wing pass from Ogoma that is knocked on. Yeah, that knock on there, curtailing their move from Tony Ogoma.
This is just a similar sort of kind of play they're having against Kenya Shuja. You see, it looks like there's a collision there between friendly fire between two KCB players.
Yeah.
Nyatti just somehow work their way to the opposition 5 meter or just about 10 meters out of the try line, and then somehow
they don't finish it.
Yes, lose possession.
But Kuke seems like he's taking a break. Or is it a yellow? No, he's being substituted.
How good has he been in the space?
Yeah, I mean, he is one of those that the team and the coach trusts to turn over possession, goes with that body frame, it's a trunk of a man, goes over the ball, you're not moving him. I think he has one of the biggest stats on turnovers in this tournament. I've seen quite a number from him. Kevin Ocheng, the 18-year-old, to Branton Lusisa. Lusisa shrugs off Dego, and he's now cantering, strolling into the try box after doing all of the work in the first 10 meters.
That was about 190 meters display there, because on one end of the field was Nyatti just about to score 5 meters out, and then eventually now Sisa, the missed tackle at the end there, I think.
Yeah, the missed tackle.
Carlo Mito, if I'm not mistaken, just missing him out, and then you have to go all the way 95 meters back for a try.
Wahinya with an attempted conversion that sails wide. KCB, after weathering the storm from Nyatti in their own 22, have a line break, a clean break at the end there with 2 missed tackles. And then Branton Lusisa puts it in, stretch their lead here to 12-0. And we go into the halftime break. Courtesy of that try, KCB in a handsome lead, 12-0. Come back for the second half. This is the fifth place semi-finals. Losers of the earlier cup quarterfinals. KCB Rugby leading 12-0 against Nyatti, who are the varsity select side. If you're watching us live on the Sports Pesa YouTube page, we appreciate your presence. We appreciate you joining us. You can see you there from Sukimau and a couple of other regulars. Share it out as we get to the business end of this tournament. The finals just around the corner for all categories, both women and men. KCB looking to pick it up from where they stopped in the first half. Wonder how do Nyatti get themselves back into this one, Oscar?
It's a mindset, I think, on this one. Well, a combination of mindset and, of course, there's a physical side, which is to execute. Mindset in the sense that a bit of patience when they get to the final, because they are getting, to the trial, they're getting line breaks, but just that final execution, which I would argue is a mindset thing. Maybe a bit more patient when they get to the 5 meters out, because they've gotten there a couple of times.
Yeah.
So when the opportunity comes, I think you just have to have that mindset of being a bit patient. Still close here, 12 points difference. We see an overlap here, but again, if they can execute the tackles.
Branton Lusisa not shy of getting into that contact area. He trusts in his physique and body frame. This one might be Jackal. They need to come in quickly. Austin Sikuto.
I think they're missing a bat on this one.
Yeah, he should have been there. Kevin Ocheng with a step there. Oh, wonderful try there from the 18-year-old, the youngest player on the pitch. That's why you're seeing all those players coming in. He was in high school just last year, and he fried that one and prepared it. You will see he is telegraphing for a sidestep.
Yeah, he had put his head on one side, but you could see where his eyes were.
Yeah.
His head was going to the left. Yeah, but he was stepping off his right foot.
Again, I mean, when you have such a good sidestep, the defender is you show him no mercy.
Especially if you're running across, they are desperate to defend. Wonderful try there from the young man. And perhaps one of not just KCB, there you go, not just KCB sevens, but perhaps in other colors from some of the select teams from Kenya.
Yeah, he was initially selected in the squad after the 7 series and put Fidel Chimwani there to the turf with that wicked sidestep. KCB raised it here. Now they have a very comfortable lead, 19-0. And if Nyatti had any impressions on attack, would have said they still are in this one. But for them to come back, they have to be perfect from here going forward, Oscar.
Yes, again, I said it's an execution thing. I think Obat has had his time on the bench. I think they want to bring him back because they're missing his turnovers and his powerful carries. But again, KCB, Jenkins, just about 18 meters out from the Nyatti try line. Nyatti need the ball here, desperately need the ball.
Yeah, they need the ball, and looks like they have lost an opportunity there. Tyson coming in and Kevin passing it down the ranks there. Pondo attempting a sidestep and is apprehended, but releases the ball in time. They go to the left where they have numbers. They need to straighten and offload that ball. But now it's a case of all players trying to get themselves onto the scoreboard, cutting back in. Kimaya Clyde chips it over, and then Emmanuel Opondo finally enjoying his rugby here, gets himself onto the scoreboard with that smile.
Like Kimaya was going to go far there.
Yeah, it looks like he was running away from his support.
Yes, he seems to be had a sidestep too many, but looks like his final decision there to get it on the foot paid off. Again, Nyatti,
yeah. Nyatti now coming unstuck and the wheels coming off here. We expected a fight from them, but KCB, the National 7 Circuit, Kenya National 7 Circuit's champion, showing why they deserve to be in the Safari Sevens, the 27th edition.
The pedigree just coming through there. Even though this is, there's a lot of huge players from the first team KCB.
Yeah, having around, I think, 8 or 7 players in the Morans and Shuja setup, but they have enough depth to produce such performance. Mulinge cuts back in and straightens, one of the most impressive players in the National 7 Circuit that was concluded recently. He's captaining this side, shrugs off Kevin Ochieng, and then has the presence of mind to pass the ball back in, and they go over Anderson Oduor. Mulinge. Yeah.
You know, I know you and I are a big fan of
It
will not be your biggest player when he's Mulinge.
But he has a rugby brain.
When you combine him with Bat Kuke there, Bat back in the field, powerful player. They could bring him down about, took about 2-3 players, but still had enough in him to offload that to Mulinge, who ran a very good line and get good away from the attentions of the young man there, Kennedy. And then eventually another good support line there from Anderson Oduor. The mercurial Zitek University player, look at that.
Yeah,
just getting rid of Kevin. And then Anderson just calling out there.
Yeah, and we've seen most players getting into touch when they're in that winger role, but Dennis Mulinge just offloaded on time to ensure that he doesn't kill the momentum in that attack.
But referee's calling tackle, got him. I think about that risky getting a yellow card.
Very frustrated, he never got any reward there. Yeah, this one is dangerous for him.
Yeah, I think eventually the yellow card does come. It does come. Eventually that yellow card.
I think he's signing off from this match.
This is
he's not even going to the scene, going straight to the bench. He's going straight to the bench, appreciating that he'll never get the opportunity to come back. but he's been called. He must have his time on that, notice it.
Well, if you consider the time, the clock, I think that's it for Bad for the Safari 7 for the tournament. I think he's played very well. In attack as well. He's had his moments in attack as well.
Yeah, he always gets into the space, and we've seen a lot of basketball passes from him. Brandon Lusisa with ball, not shy of getting into contact. Retains it and offloads to Jenkins. Jenkins goes over despite the attentions of Tony Ogoma in defense. Signing off in this one. Jenkins Kiburuto
has the last save here.
Yeah, Brandon Lusisa did well with that touch, right?
He did. Make sure the ball comes back. Even as Jenkins was scoring that, Kelvin Ochieng was right close there with him. So support play there from KCB. And as you said earlier, Elijah, I think the quality of the National Sevens circuit champions coming through eventually here against this quickly put together Nyatti side to University Select. Good support player from Jenkins on Lusisa.
Yeah, there is enough time for final kickoff from KCB. And win this one, they will take on UK Select in the 5th place finals. And this will be the end of the road for Nyatti. But they will look to close strongly. Another line break from Dennis Mulinge. Only 2 line breaks we've seen so far, and they have been courtesy of Dennis Mulinge. Offload from Brian Ondego. This one will be a popular try if they can get it across. Carl Omito offloads and badges himself over. Carl Omito benefiting from that offload from Brian Ondego.
Carl almost making amends here for the, I think he had a couple of missed tackles in either side of this game in terms of the half, I think first half and second. Sisa there just congratulating him on that try, but at the time there, I think Sisa beat Kyle. Oh, no, what should have been an easy tackle, and he scores here. Very popular try here. Nyatti having the last say of this one, Elijah, even though they lose out to KCB.
Yeah, Nyatti bow out of the 27th edition of Safari Sevens. You see their presence of mind to put the ball down and get up on his feet and then badge him over to score. KCB into the 5th place final where they will meet UK Select. This is a big win for them. 31-10, an improvement from yesterday when they met, and the match winners 24-12. So we move on to the next phase of games. These will be semi-finals of the ladies tournament, main cup semi-finals. Costa Blanca will be taking on Uganda.
Hi, how are you? Captain? 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 Black? Black? Captain? Captain Black?
So we are ready to kick off for these first semi-finals in the women's category. The defending champions Costa Blanca taking on Uganda. Not going 10. Very basic error there from Costa Blanca, and Uganda will be the first team to enjoy possession here. Tap and go They come back to their right side, then shift it back to the left. A training ground move that is done quite a bit by teams in the sevens versions. You have to try and manipulate defenses of penalty kicks. Then they get to just blitz defense there from Costa Blanca, curtailing any movement of the ball to the fringes of the pitch here. And coming across and then running out of space, being hustled immediately by Costa Blanca as they try to get the ball in that contest. Finally, Uganda using their boot to get into Costa Blanca's backyard.
I'm not sure about giving up possession. They're very impressive. Uganda versus Kenya. That looks forward. It is forward. Well, eventually they get...
Yeah, that is Costa Blanca's mistake that turns ball back to them. But that
It was a gamble. It was a gamble. They get something out of it. Because I think the Costa Blanca players didn't just fall back enough for that kick.
Crouch.
That's travel forward. So Uganda having advantage here with the possession outside of Costa Blanca's 22. Who strikes first? Costa Blanca, the defending champions, with a huge contingent of Spanish players. Passing the ball back into traffic there. Nandaula Juliet. Early days here, but Uganda showing the intent clearly. Going for that jackal, not surveying that ball, seems to be open, but immediately sealed and protected there. Loop around move there. Nandaula Juliet then loses possession as she anticipated that tackle.
I think this is real pressure here, blitz defense from Costa Blanca. That's their trademark defensive structure. And what it does there, then it puts pressure on the skills level. I think that was Susan.
Yeah, Dong Susan.
Just coming on the inside pass. She was a little bit flat. She could have done a J-line, what they call a J-line run. So she could have enough sort of depth to pick that pass. I think this is a fast, that's a good set piece context from Uganda. Looks like they've taken that area in the scrum.
Yeah, they have, and Costa Blanca will take note of that in the next scrum, that their opponents will tend to counter that scrum set piece. Still just around their red zone, but they have the skills to carry and pass, getting them out. Uganda applying themselves well on defense, their structure holding firm, pinning Costa Blanca in their 22. They will have to work hard to get out of this territory. They elect to go close quarter combat, and that ball is loose. Uganda not being able to make them Costa Blanca pay for that.
This is really good pressure from Uganda.
Yeah.
They've sacrificed the sweeper here so that they can put real pressure on the Costa Blanca skills and defense. They're pressing her. I think they'll get some reward here, and they do.
Good jackling there from Uganda's Namabiro Lydia, and they immediately tap and go, trying to get the defense out. A loop around pass. Uganda finally getting themselves onto the scoreboard. Namabiro Lydia, fantastic play there from Uganda. Pressure in defense, using the full 7 complement on defense.
They are very conscious that if you allow Costa Blanca phase play here, they will have the skills, as you said, Elijah, to get out of this one. Usually in sevens, when you're in defense, it's usually 6v7 because the attacking team uses the full sevens players and usually have a super.
Yeah.
But what Uganda have done here, they've sacrificed because they're around 80-90 meters
away from
upfield.
Yeah.
So they've taken a risk and say, why not? They've trusted their pace, even if there's a kick.
The scramble defense,
yeah, so they allow them to keep the ball, and then all 7, which puts in extra defenders up there, and it could have reward Lydia in defense, and then now here you see her scoring the try, but initially about 20 seconds earlier she was there putting hard pressure in defense.
Yeah, and they were jackling because of that extra man in defense. Really Costa Blanca reeling under pressure and conceding 5 points here.
Now they choose to put a super, Elijah, so there's an extra pass on the outside, but still good defense on the tackle. So it's a knock-on, it's only a knock-on. Oh, this is really good defensive work here by Uganda women's team.
Costa Blanca trusting in their handling skills, and finally a line break seems to appear here. But Uganda really good on defense, fantastic defense. Yeah, the inside defender, and they are trying to turn over, and ball is out.
Yes.
Uganda doing well to turn over possession. They are playing themselves well. They have numbers. This sweeper coming in number 10, and then inside pass looking to puncture through the defense, and they do that. Uganda with another quick fire try. Uganda number Gala Grace looking to upset the defending champions here.
Costa Blanca under pressure. Again, it's a poor start here from the defending champions. I've always said that teams with such a level of pedigree always will respond. As we see immediate substitution here from Costa Blanca. I think they deliberately made a tactical substitution here, bringing in Stella Joanna Stella coming in.
That was nice decision making from Nandawula Juliet.
Fantastic.
When they thought they were going, yes, they've been trying
Correct.
that inside pass the whole game. Finally, it opens up the Costa Blanca's defense.
And they're kicking deep as well.
It's working for them.
It is working.
They're pinning Costa Blanca, who have refused to use their boot to get out of the red
gap
zone.
was open here. Sorry, a gap was open here on defense.
Trusting her pace and going into contact there. Jemina Blanca. Jemina Blanca has done well to get into Uganda's defense line. Then they have trying to manipulate defense, trying to look for space. They have 2 versus 1. They have to utilize it well. They have to be clinical, but good scramble defense coming in there from Nakuya Agnes. Nakuya's done well to just...
Again, no sweeper.
Yeah, going into the halftime break, Uganda doing well in this first half, Oscar.
This is wonderful sevens rugby here from Uganda women's sevens team. Performance from across the board here. All the ladies working really, really hard for each other. It's usually very easy to see motivation for attack. Juliet, Nandawila, Grace, Nabagala, all working really hard here in attack and especially in defense. And of course, Susan Adong as well. Shell-shocked here from the defending champions as they're behind on this one. 12 points to 0, and they see, I think, the defense of the title going up in smoke. But it's only 7 minutes. It's only 12 points as well. So expect a response here from the defending champions.
First semi-finals in the women's category. The defending champions Costa Blanca against Uganda. They have come and stuck in the first half. Gritty and determined defense by Uganda. And then on transition, they have hit and scored 2 points. Let's see what happens in the second half. Will Uganda be able to weather the storm that is going to come from Costa Blanca and get themselves into the finals? The miscarrying there, going into contact.
Allowing Costa Blanca this part of the field to keep possession is a bit risky. And no sweeper here from Uganda. And Costa Blanca scored 2 quick tries here, rather quick fire tries could be an issue. But the pass doesn't go to hand.
Joanna Stella just offloads, expecting that her supporter will be out in the 5-meter channel. Nonetheless, they still have possession. First time that they are smelling Uganda's 22, just knocking on the doors there.
But you think the pass just not going to hand from Costa Blanca? They've been very efficient yesterday.
I think they're feeling the pressure. They're chasing the scoreboard.
And as it's already hands on knees.
These are ominous times because first time into Uganda's 22. Fantastic defense from Uganda. Susan puts in a big hit there, putting Costa Blanca's attackers behind and then pumping through. Another offload. Very determined and dogged defense from Uganda, but finally they crack open and going in, getting them back into this game. Joanna Stella scores the first try for Costa Blanca as they start their way back into this match.
Yes, she was brought in the first half. There's a substitution, a deliberate tactical substitution. I think she's a wonderful ball carrier, Wana. And here she scores the first try. Maybe you'd argue one of many in terms of the comeback here.
Yeah, we always knew that Costa Blanca, the defending champions, will have a say.
Wana converts her own try. I think they didn't show enough respect here to Uganda in the first half. But mark my word, yeah, the defending champs, as we see that try from Joanna Stella.
Uganda now have to defend their lead.
This kickoff, do you think they'll give away possession and perhaps sacrifice possession for territory?
I think I will go for that option. Just put it deep and then see if Uganda can be able to go faces in the red zone. They make it contestable. Don't go so deep. And Uganda getting a fair bit of
the passes are good to run.
This is pressure moments here for Uganda. They have to get themselves into a proper space. That jackal not successful. Then they go in back into contact.
I'm not sure about this tactic. They might want to get to. Oh no!
Quick tap and go will do well here for Costa Blanca as the Uganda's defense are in 6s and 7s.
That is a try.
Try time here for Costa Blanca. 2 quick fire tries. Abril Camacho with that try that puts them tied on points with just 4 minutes to play. Over 4 minutes, enough time for Costa Blanca. We spoke about this, Oscar.
I don't know what is the mindset of teams when you're leading first half, especially against a team like Costa Blanca. I mean, show some respect.
Yeah, you know they will come back.
Yes, and then I guess they're playing to what they believe in. If they have a structure, they stick to that. But you can't have too many carries 5 meters out from the tie line against a very well decent. You can argue a Spanish national team here in Costa Blanca.
Yeah. But still, they have to work for it. And Costa Blanca have worked hard to get themselves back into this match. We are dead tied. That aerial contest adjudged to be playing man without ball. Now a line break here. Does she have the pace to go? Yes. Galloping, long strides. Try for Uganda, hitting back immediately after conceding. That took everything from her to get that try in. That is Namibiro Lydia with a break.
That's a second try of the game. She's been dogged on defense here. Namibiro really determined. It's a popular try around the stadium here.
Yeah, I think the fans are appreciating that Costa Blanca might just let go of their defense of this title, courtesy of our neighbors Uganda.
Remember they said they came here for a win, especially against Kenya, and they're showing how determined they are. Quick tap, using the tactics against them, Costa Blanca. Let's see what does Julian do here in this kickoff. Nandawula kicked off short when they were leading at 12-0. Now they've just got on ahead at 17-12. I think they'll go deep here. They do go deep.
They have to come up very quickly and pin Costa Blanca in this red zone. And they do that, but their numbers out wide.
There's an overlap.
The sweeper remaining back, which gives Costa Blanca an extra man in defense. Costa Blanca doing well to get back into Uganda's half. Now they have to be clinical here, trailing by 5 points. Going for the kick pass, box kick right. This is a fantastic grabber. Any spill in the ball here, that will be trouble. She's isolated. Knocks it on.
To touch first,
knock on first, then into touch. So I think it's a choice for Costa Blanca. Line out or scrum down.
Touch now.
Touch
Substitution.
This one will go all the way. It looks like Uganda giving a good account of themselves. Juliet Nandawula there, just isolated. Oh, she's lucky, I think. If that was a... Well, either way, she was giving her possession anyway, because she was under real pressure there from the Costa Blanca defense.
The line out is always a 50-51 compared to the scrum set piece. So they have to perfect this one, and they do well, Costa Blanca, to retain the line out. Just knocking on the 22-meter door for Uganda, coming in hard, coming in and offloading, but losing that ball. Uganda have it. They have to be careful here. They're in their red zone.
I don't think they should take more than this rug. I think this is the one rug. I think they need to get rid of this ball from here.
Yeah, they're leading and they need to make the right decisions. Then they have to have a proper line chase. Yeah. Doesn't look so.
It doesn't look, looks spread out. Doesn't look like a balanced line chase.
Numbers out to the left if they can get it and swing it out there. I think danger times for Uganda.
It looks, yes, it does.
Good scramble defense. Good scramble defense from Costa Blanca, but they are still spread out wide, carrying it at the heart of Uganda's defense. That jackal is successful. Uganda doing well, and that's a quick tap and go. That's an advantage for not being 10, and a yellow card is loading here for Costa Blanca, which will finish it for them. Costa Blanca look like they will lose this one, Oscar.
I think the Ugandans need to calm down here. I hope they're aware about the time on the clock. I think they need to ask the referee about the time.
Referee looking for the number of who was not 10, and that was the number 6 player.
I think it looks like Sylvia Morales, number 2, I think.
Yeah, because that's the yellow card now. And 7 versus 6.
Are they aware the time? Has the time gone?
No, reverse that substitution. It's on a penalty scrum. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, penalty scrum. Not allowed to make substitutions during a penalty. And they'll have to play this one out. Not much time on the scoreboard. We are really into the referee's time here. Then carrying it around the fringes of that set-piece scrum. Costa Blanca have to see how they can apply pressure and turnover. They need to turn over this ball, and they do so. Side entry penalized for Uganda. Shaky times here. 7 versus 6. But Costa Blanca can still be able to score. If they score, they tie this one, and we go into sudden death. And again, Uganda, very nice. They have to be patient here. And they kick it out. Time runs out for the defending champions. They lose in the semis to Uganda. A very big victory here for Uganda. They get themselves into the finals, backing their words that they are coming for the trophy by dethroning Costa Blanca here, Oscar Osiri.
How good is that on your screen there, Susan Adong, among the heroines here for this wonderful Uganda Sevens women's team. They've earned this one. Say what you want about defense. Say what you want about the elite Costa Blanca rugby players, but Uganda Cranes, women sevens.
This is one of the best games to display how you can win by defense. Not attack, by defense.
And I love the tactics that the Uganda applied here. They were very deliberate when they're putting up 7 players in defense inside the 22 of Costa Blanca. And I know that Uganda have earned this one, but I also argue that I don't think Costa Blanca showed enough respect here for the Uganda women's team. But to be fair, don't take anything away from the Uganda women's. What a wonderful result here for the East Africa Sevens rugby and the East African nation. Pearl of Africa, they say.
Indeed.
The men is not doing too well.
The women are showing up big time.
But how good were the women?
They are backing their statement. They have come for the trophy. As we move to the second semi-finals, Shogun taking on the local side, the hostess, Lionesses, Kenya Lionesses.
No pressure to the Kenya Lionesses, no pressure at all.
Joining us for the second semi-finals of the women category, main cup semi-finals. We have just enjoyed a wonderful 14 minutes earlier on as Uganda took on the defending champions Costa Blanca and won that one. So who will join Uganda ladies in the finals? This is another tight affair. Kenya Lionesses taking on Shogun ladies. Kicking us off was Snyder Mokaya for the Lionesses, puts it just out of Shogun's 22 and they knock it on, gifting instant possession to Kenya Lionesses. Early feel of possession. Edith Nariaka, speed merchant that one. Don't be fooled by her size. One of the fastest players we've seen on this 27th edition of the Safari Sevens. Ball is out to Mokaya. Mokaya puts into Janet Okello, who's come back into the starting lineup after missing the quarterfinals. That knocks it on.
I said this yesterday, when players come on the floor, they want to pick up the ball again, and they sort of release the ball as they're being tackled. Because of the contact, the collision, unfortunately the ball travels. So a player has to be deliberate. As soon as you come to the floor, watch this as Janet comes to the floor here. She needs to not place it as if she's scoring a try, because once you release the ball and you're in contact, and that ball travels, then the referee always calls for that knock-on.
Yeah, put in there for Shogun, and they come to the left of Kenya Lionesses' defense. Ball pops out and quickly hustled. However, that was an offside play. Referee penalizes the Lioness, and they regroup. Shogun going for territory. It's a penalty, so they'll have the put in at the line out.
Lioness adopting some of the tactics we've seen from the Kenya Shuja there, with the Janet hitting it up in the middle. But as opposed to a rack, I think she wanted to go on and play again. Is that, do you think, is a similar tactic there from the Kenya Shuja in attack?
Yeah, probably. But they have to get the fruits for that, and that cut back in exposes the outside channels. Fresher chases down, but cannot get to number 6 for Shogun as they hit the front here. Shogun ladies scoring the first try in this match.
So watch this defensive situation here. Janet's opposite number, the center, goes across. And then maybe they didn't communicate there with the winger, so Janet goes all the way defending her. And then what happens is that the winger cuts back in, and because the pressure is still also on the outside, that means there's a gap on the inside. And the catch-up defender not getting there. I think Snyder will be the catch-up defender. And because of that kind of setup, it creates a huge gaping hole there, which they take advantage of. Watch this, I think, on the replay. So Janet goes across here, and then there's a cut back in.
And goes to the same spot.
Correct.
And then pins her ears and goes all the way to lead, put Shogun in the lead. Good restart. They put Kenya Lionesses deep into their own 22, barely a meter out of their try line, but Lionesses back their passing skills and they get out. Snyder Mokaya brings it out to Amuguni. Amuguni carries it strongly into contact. And they have 4 around that breakdown area, so they don't have numbers out wide. They will try though. Janet going into that space opens the cutback move. Frashia hands off after conceding that race earlier on, the foot race. She comes back in on a strong cut, and fans on their feet to celebrate. Frashia Odor pulling Kenya back into this one. immediately after conceding one.
That is a wonderful mindset, yeah. She knows she can score the tries. But she still had some work to do there when she cut back instead of using the same tactic against the
copy paste
Shuja defense. A really good defend there, Fresher. She attempts to convert her own try. And she does.
Yeah, Janet Okello did the same thing. Pulled her defender into that outer channel, opening a space for Fresher to cut back in, as you see there. Then she went outside the same channel that had no one there.
And to be fair with Shuja defense, the catch-up defender got there, but it's a really good fend there by Fresher.
Fantastic semi-finals we're having here. Kenya Lioness against Shogun. Lioness leading courtesy of that converted try. Frashia scoring and converting her own try. And then we are back to the races here. Same player trying to clean out Frashia. That looks like a knock on the tackle.
But I don't mean to be too critical here of the Kenya Lioness defense. But the backs here are having an issue around staying flat, going up together. Jared seems to be going out on the right immediately. I'm hearing Snyder really calling her to go up, asking her to press up. So what she's doing, she's actually running across immediately as opposed to fast going up, killing the space, as they say, and then going across.
Yeah, because Shogun have identified that wing and that channel between the center and the winger, and they're attacking it with intent. Nariaka, very fast. This one is going to be a try for sure. We have seen and watched her over several weeks. She is very pacey, one of the fastest players we see, and identifies the fringes of that scrum. Pull Kenya away by an additional 5 points.
Players in Kenya can actually pick up the ball from the either from the run of the scrum and take off like Nariaka, Edith, and I think few have almost done that in this tournament.
Yeah, we've not seen that kind of try.
Sniping
around the scrum and being successful at it as Nariaka has been in this case.
That's a nerve-relieving score there by Edith Nariaka. Shogun really concerned about the pace outside, but Edith just picks it up.
Yeah, Snyder Bokaya missing the conversion, the extra 2 points not on offer, and also offer not taken. And then immediately lifting Shogun in possession, not getting the mandatory 10 on the restart. So they have to realign and work themselves back. They push up from that tap and go.
Look at the defensive issue here. I think there's an issue around, especially the backs being flat.
Never onside.
Never onside, the referee says. Never onside.
Offside.
I think that call went against Chajira, the co-captain. Co-captain together with Frashia Odur.
That's your call. Scrum call.
Huta for the first half sounds there, but call was already in for the scrum. Right dead center of the pitch. Shogun trying to decide which area to attack, the left or the right of the scrum. Whichever way they go, it's going to be really dicey for Kenya, and they choose to go to the left. Nariaka covering the inside defense, Frashia out, then a strong ball carry, and it is ripped in the tackle, so it's not a knock-on. So Nariaka penalized for holding on.
It was a good defensive structure, that one, and did well to rip the ball. Shogun trusting there. Oh, that looks like it's going dead, that one, unfortunately. Oh, you know, got it.
Still within play.
That is a good, really good penalty kick. I thought it was going dead.
Ma Molina kicks that one into touch. They are 10 meters out from Lionesses' try line. Remember, the Huta has sounded for the halftime, so Lionesses will want to ensure they get into the halftime with the scores as is. However, it will be a big swing in momentum if Shogun ladies are able to score before getting into the break. They go back to the shorter side where they think they have numbers, but that was a pseudo gap. Still patient play here, and an advantage to boot for a high tackle. Steps back in, pumping 5 meters out, stops short. Kalota Kaikoya. Now danger runner here, scorer for their only try. Offloads in the contact, try line beckoning, and they go over Ma Molina. Ma Molina scores to pull them within 2 points of the Kenya Lionesses. That was a pressure moment for the Lionesses.
It was, and it was a good line out there. Shogun trusting their set piece. We've seen them every time they get a penalty. They're just confident about their set piece, go out for a line out. They seem to be getting so much 100%.
10 seconds for the kick.
And then they trust their skills from there to just go over. Eventually, several infringements. They missed the conversion. And this one is even poised here. Shogun leading this one. Sorry, Lioness leading this one 12 points to 10.
Yeah, on your screens there, Family Day. This is the last day of the 27th edition of Safari Sevens, and the families have come out donning their preferred national teams, but clearly in support of the Kenya Lionesses and the Shuja Moran, all the Kenyan teams participating in this one. As we kick off for the second half, Snyder Okaya not judging that one well. Didn't judge it well and left it to bounce all the way into the try box. So it will be a free kick at the half meter, and everyone scrambling back to be 10. But Edith Nariaka needs to take it from the center pitch.
Yes,
Lost opportunity.
What are you doing? It was a kick-off, Edith.
Yeah, she had to restart it from the center mark. And that was a lost opportunity because Shogun ladies were way offside if she had tapped it from the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, she reacted well, just maybe need to remember it was a kick-off. Snyder here with a kick and chase.
No sweeper.
Good pressure here from Lioness.
Release. Let's go.
It's the right place to play up.
No.
Yeah, everyone trying to get into the referee's ears there, influencing the referee. A lot of chat there you can feel over the referee's mic. But Lioness in a proper space here. If they can apply pressure, they'll be able to reap from
I think
this.
they could have put up some line speed there from Sheila Chajira because they're playing inside the try line. I think Sheila could have put a bit of a line speed.
Yeah, they could have afforded.
Oh, no.
So that is a playing of the 9 penalized by the referee. Kenya Lionesses giving some breathing space to Shogun, and Shogun taking it well now outside of their red zone. And
forward pass, unfortunately, forward pass. I was just wondering there, Shogun, they have been quite patient when they get a penalty. I thought maybe they would have gone for a line out, because what they've tried to do, I think, is just sort of get some 20-30 meters from the kick and attack, sort of eat that territory and then attack from there.
Let's go.
Emotions running high here. I wonder if she's the captain. Just try to confirm that, but referee giving clarity on the earlier decision where Snyder Mokaya took the ball from her own try area, and the in-goal referee ruled that that ball was not touched. No hooking. Another of those mistakes.
Here we go. I thought they trusted your set piece. But in terms of lineup, but now they decided to scratch.
Yeah, because it's a free kick, so
it was a free kick, was it?
Yeah, it was a free kick because there was no hook in that put in from the Kenya Lionesses. Now Shogun Ladies carrying in strongly. They have to speak that gap, quickly shut down by Murito. And then a turnover now. They have an opportunity to go out wide if they can move, shift it quickly from defense to attack. Release pressure in that open space. But a pacey defender watching over her. She has to do the right things of loads to Janet. Janet pumping, but is bundled into touch. That's Edith. Yes, that's Edith. It's Edith Nariaka bundled into touch.
Both teams need to be patient here. You'd think, I think there was enough time, space for her to just try and step back in, keep that ball. Fisher just...
Yeah, this is a well-balanced, well-poised semi-finals. 2 points separating the teams. That comes down to a conversion.
They go for touch here. Remember, that
has been their choice, going for touch.
Because they get really good. They've done 100% of the lineouts.
Yeah, and they still opt for that option.
Keep the turn on the line until the line is over.
It goes to show teams have different strengths, and they use it to their advantage, because when you get the line out, it's an opportunity for you to attack fast face ball off the line out. And with 20 meters separating both teams on the backline defense, that gives enough room for you to manipulate the defenders.
And the Kenya Lionesses backs are creeping in.
Yeah, that's why people ask, why go for the line out when you can go for the scrum? It's because of that distance between the backlines. It's the biggest between from a line out. It's at 20 meters, and you're able to manipulate the defenders well. Coming in, Speedster scored their first try. He goes to deck, does well to recycle that ball. Just goes to show that, I mean, even though you've lost the ruck, that ability to apply pressure can cause errors like that one.
Yes, it does, and this can go either way here. I think the team that scores next, we have a real advantage here. As you see a substitution, all three players going out. Jasmine Rampton among them.
Nail-biting moments for both technical benches here. Lioness with ball, shifting it out wide. A loop around, then the educated boot of Snyder Mokaya puts it into the backyard, into the red zone.
The bad option is put pressure down there. Got a minute to go, but remember, Shogun have had really decent lineouts. I think they've done 4 now and only 100% in.
Yeah, I think Kenya Lionesses trusting in their defensive structure is akin to what we saw with Uganda earlier on.
Right.
Just putting pressure and looking for those opportunities to turn over possession. 100% line-out start so far for Shogun Ladies, and Kenya have been put to test here to defend, and they're doing it well, trying to offload in the contact before going to deck. Discussing and communication in defense, very critical. Faith Livoy has to go further up, and she applies herself. This is a turnover, ball was thrown onto deck, then it's a forward. Is it a forward or a knock? Oh yeah, Faith is actually calling on that pass that was looked like it was knocked on first.
Yes, but she
before she went for the tackle.
Correct.
But things happen really quite fast there. It's normally a very quick play, and the referee has to call what they see.
Last play moments here for Shogun. Last chance.
2 points separating the teams. Good pressure. Good pressure from the Lionesses in that scrum.
Uganda did the same thing earlier, targeting the set piece. Kenya also did that, I think, in the first half.
Yeah, we are yet to hear the sound of the hooter. And anytime we hear that, we know that this will be over. So a reset in favor of Kenya Lionesses, just outside of Shogun's 22. They'll try to manage the clock or they'll go for a try. Whatever the case, they have to retain possession here. Janet shifts it out to Frasher. Frasher steps back in. They need to secure this possession. Good work there from Janet, and the hooter goes, so Lionesses need to kick this one out and secure the win. But Livoy clearly hasn't had that hooter.
They get a penalty here.
Pick and go from Livoy. Nice to go around the fringes. Nariaka with a pass out wide. Naomi should know that the hooter has sounded. They do not know that, and they keep playing. These are really times you need to listen to the technical bench. Why is Snyder?
They need to calm down. I think they're aware of what's going on.
Why are they playing on?
They're not aware. I think they need to calm down.
Why are they playing on?
Now they know. Now they know.
And the stadium goes on to its feet, giving pressure moments. As you see there, Shogun technical bench not happy about that. Not happy about the coach calls.
Respectful to GB. Jasmine.
She needs to be careful because she can get far much sanctions if she continuously harasses the referee there. She has to calm down now. That is not sightly off the screens there. But nonetheless, Kenya Lionesses walk away with this one, a tight affair, 12-10. Only a conversion separating the teams. It was nail-biting moments, edge of the seat stuff. But the home side goes into the final where they will meet the neighbors across the fence. That will be a tough one, Oscar.
That will be a tough one. I think Uganda will be very, very motivated to play against Kenya here. Kenya Lionesses just about making it into the final with against Shogun. That could have gone either way there, Elijah.
Yeah, and we move on to the men's semi-finals. Shogun, the men's, taking on second string side for Kenya, the Morans. This is the first semi-finals of the men's category, main camp semi-finals, and we have the local lads, Morans, taking on Shogun. Morans have won this trophy twice, and they will look to get themselves into the finals. Shogun, on the other hand, have a real pedigree, previously branded as Samurai. They have been in 6 finals, so this will be a close one. Kicking us off has been Morans. Shogun just knocking it on there. Then Nyangige trying to shift it quickly to the outside channel. No advantage called from the referee there as the blitz defense came up from Shogun.
Really good blitz defense there from Shogun, but Kenya Morans was just a little guilty of being a little bit flat there. But a good tackle there by David Nyangige after a nice line break here from Shogun to get the turnover.
Yeah, so the referee there just communicating early enough. This is the first scrum on how he wants that set piece to be taken care of by both teams.
We saw UK select.
Yeah, pulling out of the hits, and then at some time creating, just getting the favorable side of the referee. Nyangige under pressure there to protect that particular rack.
I think
Olukusi came in late.
Yes, but also not clearing the ball off the floor quickly.
And then obstructing.
Yes.
So Shogun going for the scrum option to the full penalty. Olukusi coming back to the starting lineup. There's been a switch between himself and Clinton Amukwachi. Barnabas wore another option in the forwards.
Set.
It's a put in from Shogun. They attack to their right, coming on a loop around pass, but doesn't make that pass. Oh my, missed tackle there. And Shogun, Francesco going in for the first try. For Shogun silencing the home crowd. Francesco just delayed that pass, and once they beat in, he straightened and went through the gap. Lack of communication there from the Morans defenders, and he converts his own try. We'll watch on that replay. Morans just guilty of shooting up, anticipating that pass that never came, and then he straightened between Amalemba and Nyangige, going all the way to score. Home crowd silent.
I mean, apart from that missed tackle, I think the other bad thing about that try was that it was centre post. That means the full 7 points. So that means Moran have to score and convert if they have to catch up with this game. Good kick off.
Nice option. But Brian Mutua is wise to it. He's one of those who can really leap high. His role when we are going for the attacking lineouts is to win it for Morans. This time round, he was good on that defensive play. Ambale, quick tap and go. That is a head. It's not a knock on. It went off the head.
Yeah, I think so.
But it was really fast. So he gets a yellow card for that.
It still interfered with the pass. Doesn't matter what body part you use. As long as you interfere with an obvious overlap.
So yellow card early on in this first half, midway through actually, and down to 6 men. Going to the bin for the next 2 minutes. Fantastic opportunity now for Morans to exploit. I think that is Enrique Bolinches, one of the many Spanish players in this Shogun outfit. The head coach, also from Spanish origins, Francesco Hernandez.
Not so sure about that.
Looking for speedster Vincent Odhiambo Mola. Then they have to use the numbers that they have. Ambale calling in Mutua for a short line.
Should have passed that on Brian.
That will be a penalty. Brian Mutua might also get a yellow for that.
I think it's an opportunity for Brian there just to catch pass. I think he was very. Perhaps maybe that's the tactic, to hit it up in the middle. But in that particular moment, I think there's an opportunity to just catch and pass. There we go. Yeah, Brian, and just next to him was Okoth, right into space. If he just put his head up, you'd have seen that Okoth was in space there, and then a catch pass. Take the hit still. He's a big enough lad there. Could have taken the hit. But now they're under pressure here from a very well disciplined Shogun team, who themselves also, just like the women's team, are confident about their lineouts.
10 meters. Advantage, black. No.
Restart that. Not advantageous to Morans. They have to play the next 2 minutes 6. Both teams actually on 6, but the Spanish Shogun with their Spanish outfit just about to have the full complement of 7, and coming back in is Bolinches Enrique. Enrique comes back in, going straight into the boiler room there. And so what a fantastic time for him to come back. An attacking ball in Morans 22.
Yes, they have to stay out. Nyatti has to stay out to defend this one. I bet you that
5 meters.
Gabriel will come out to this ball, and he does, to create that extra play or the extra man.
Yeah, Lopez trying to carry himself into the try box.
No, release,
But
get back
good
here.
defense there by Morans, trying to go short fast, compact the defense, then create space out wide. That ball went forward. That was good defense from Morans. Oh, they scrambled from a set piece scrum, which is not easy when you're 6.
No, it's not.
You see that ball shifted and just drifting forward there to Enrique Bolinkes. Mutua back on, another timely return to the pitch. Now they are full complement of 7 on both sides. However, how do Moran exit from here? Will they use the boot or trust their passing skills?
Yeah, there's a time when the Nyatti come out to the ball, has come up, and then missed everybody and went all the way to the end. They decide to get to the ball here this time. I thought it was a missed opportunity there. Nyatti came out with the ball, sniped, was a dummy switch there, and then there was an opportunity of 3v2, but he chose to do a miss pass all the way to Victor, and easily defended, of course. While the ball was traveling, the defense just went up. So really disciplined Shogun side here. Evenly matched, would you say this one? But
Yeah,
Shogun
evenly
seems to have the
matched.
ascendancy.
Yeah, on the scoreboard, Shogun ahead. A lot of fans here waving to the cameras. They can see themselves on the big screen. Families also in attendance. The toddlers, the young ones, 12 years and below, have had free entrance into the 27th edition of the Safari Sevens. But on the pitch, the home side, Morans trailing 7-0 against Shogun. Shogun, both teams in the first half lost men to the sin bin for 2 minutes each, but they were able to sustain and survive those sin bin periods. Shogun pinning Morans in their own 22. This one isolated, coming in late. They just came in late.
Especially the player of Nyangige's size, you'd think maybe Kusi, Brian, take that in.
Yeah. In those red zones, only your strongest ball carriers should take that ball in. Anything other than that, and you're at risk. As we see there, with the arriving player, Ambale.
And this is the mindset I was talking about. You know, you're losing, you're behind 7-0 to a really decent side. Just get to the second half, you receive the ball, you're 5 meters in your. I mean, what kind of tactical mindset is there? Because do you want to carry that in, do you want to use this? I mean, I can understand the various tactics that they're using here, but that didn't seem like a deliberate plan there to have Nyatti carry that ball into contact.
And they have to blitz up here if they're to kill that space. Lucky for them, Lopez knocks it on. But when you look at it, Shogun with the right tactics, pinning Morans in their own 22 and then waiting and pressurizing them for mistakes. 7-0, it's still a close one, 5 minutes to go. Lopez, we've seen him on the world circuit. Very familiar face, very familiar name, if you know your international rugby. So Shogun, very competent squad that has been put together to come here. Get pressure times here for Morans. Really tough times for Morans. They have to look for a way to exit, and they concede a try here.
I think it's double error here. They did get an opportunity.
Rocarius Gabriel with that try.
They did get an opportunity to get rid of the ball.
That fashion going in. Those decisions being made around there. Clinton Amkwachi doing well to stop that movement. Mbale coming in late, but all that on the back of an error, trying to play in their own 22 with mismatches. And now Shogun with a comfortable lead. Around just 4 minutes remaining in this one. Moran have not been able to attack. Shogun have been very clinical, playing with the right strategy. Clinton Amkwachi coming in with a carry at the heart of Shogun's defense, does his work well, and then they get the ball. Again, Shogun just pushing the back into the red zone and turning over. This referee is a strict one.
I think
Lopez goes into the single for 2 minutes. Yes, Oscar.
I thought Shogun had done enough here to contest this ruck from Kenyan Morans. I think Kenyan Morans are not doing themselves any favors here, trying to have some carries in their 22. But I think Shogun, to be fair to them, they are putting really hard pressure on defense. And I thought that was an opportunity for them to do another turnover. Remember, they just scored from pressure. I think the referee says he was off his feet.
Yeah, it's a blitz defense, and also ensuring that they don't get a clean ball. Finally, a kick pass being attempted here for Vincent Odhiambo, and he steps back into the field to ensure that he does not kill that ball. Good play from the Morans. They have an extra man, courtesy of that sin bin. They have to get themselves onto the scoreboard here. With 2 minutes remaining, they're trailing 14-0. Clinton Amkwachi darting that channel, the 5-meter channel. Quick recycle there from John Okoth. They have numbers out. Have to shift it through. Mbale going through that defense line. It was always a stretched defense. 7 versus 6, and Mbale finally pulling Kenya back into this one. The Morans hitting back. The conversion to come.
Again, some tactical awareness here. What do?
Yeah, they have to look for repossession. That must be top of the mind.
Yeah, let's get the ball back.
To ensure that the last few seconds of this sin bin.
That means the kick has to go 10.
Yeah.
You know, you want the kick to go short. Sometimes when you execute it well, then he doesn't go the full 10 meters. But Nyatti has also had some wonderful kickoffs. I think this should be at least competitive enough.
So the go-to person will be Brian Mutua, because he has been very good at those, and this is spot on, and Brian Mutua gets it. They have numbers out wide if they can recover this ball. Play on, says the referee, and looks to be worse off there, remaining on the deck. I think it's Mbale. Just wait to see, but play goes on. Shogun recover the possession. Still playing 7 against 6, waiting for that break because it comes around the injury.
That allows the players to come back. Looks like a head injury. I think he could have let boot for him.
Yeah, a lot of supporters, most of them just looking and enjoying the match here. It's a tight one for Morans. can see even from their faces a bit tentative, seeing their home side trailing by 7 points, expressing some frustrations, but also remaining hopeful. Tough place to be as a supporter of Morans.
Tough one, this one. They want everything, these Kenyan supporters.
They are trying to cheer the fans and just give them something.
They want an all-Kenyan final. Already in the women it's been decided, it's an East African final.
You see Rayvon going for that ball and then gets a boot onto his face. Yeah, that was a boot. Unintentional though, but damaging nonetheless. And he goes out, and we see Arnold Muita coming in for the first time in this tournament to replace Rayvon, who's gone for a blood bean. Arnold Muita with his first appearance in the most crucial of times.
First time back on called there by the referee. It's a scrum to Shuja. Under a minute to go. Kenyan runs up to work really hard to try and get this position right. And then he wants to go to the post.
Put in for Shogun. They have the clock to their advantage, but it's a turnover. Muita offloads it quickly, and Nyangige knocks it on. When it was a transition from defense to attack, an opportunity that you will think now. Just look at that turn.
It wasn't the best of passes, but it's really unfortunate for the young man, David Nyangige. A couple of errors from him seem to have cost his team an opportunity here. He's played really well, David Nyangige, this tournament. He's had some good moments, he's scored a couple of tries, but that was one of those moments where he needed just to hold on to that. The pass also was a bit difficult, but he did his best there. Another knock-on, I think they get another chance here.
Yeah, for some reason, the Morans forwards have been very good at these scrum downs.
The target to the set piece, we did say that earlier, the target that set piece. Specific to the scrum.
Yes, specifically the scrum. So the captain John Okoth, Brian Mutua and Clinton Amukwachi have won Morans twice a counter in that scrum.
Hold on to your seats, hold on to your hair here. Last play, no time for Morans here. They have to score under the posts, or at least convert. Watch Shogun defense here, look at foot up already. Early take, it looks.
Advantage being played by the referee, so Elton Amalemba carrying it, steps back in, looking for Arnold Muita.
Advantage is over.
And Brian Mutua going in hard, he needs support immediately. That ball is out. John Okoth looking for space and then takes it route one back to that contact area. Vincent, he has play. Victor has pace, but shifts it back in. Elton carrying it into contact. They have to secure this one. Arnold Muita bring it out to Brian Mutua. Brian Mutua tucks it in and goes into contact. Another good spell of possession. That should be a yellow card even. That's risky play. If he survives a yellow, he'll be very lucky. Very simple.
Some calm minds here around the call scrum.
Yeah, it's the last play, anything.
I think the captain has called for scrum here around Mutua. There's a need for patience here.
The edge of the seat staff, the fans are on their feet. Everyone just looking and hoping that they can get that overreaching beyond the last man's foot. And Arnold Muita just calling the ref in to make that decision.
No challenge on the scrum here, so it's 4v3 if they can get the ball out. Watch this scrum here from Shogun.
Patience required here. Going for that cutout pass to the speedster. He will score, but the conversion is what will be the challenge. Yeah, really tight one, this one.
I think they should have taken a risk here to sort of do a switch play because there's obviously pressure going across.
Yeah.
But I say that.
And it was intentional from the defense setup from Shogun. They just said, you score out there, and then.
This is a pressure kick for the young man. Looks confident. Does it go? Does it go? Does it go? No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. And Shogun get themselves into the finals. Moran losing this one by just 2 points. Fought back, but it wasn't enough. Wasn't enough. for the Morans. Shogun getting themselves into another finals. This will be their 7th final. They have the pedigree, and in that one, we'll wait to see whom they meet as we move to the 2nd semi-finals. Zimbabwe taking on Shuja. Semi-finals of the main cup, the home side, Shuja, who have been globetrotters in that Division 2 and Division 1 of the last season, taking on Zimbabwe, whose 15-a-side team has qualified for the 2027 World Cup. And this is gonna be a tough one. The home side looking to get themselves into the finals. They are the defending champions of Shuja. King George Oro goes into contact there, survives the contact and creates a platform for backline to attack. Sati with a pass that goes out to Patrick Odongo, the speed star. This one is gonna go all the way, cleans out Edward Sigauke from Zimbabwe. Player for the big moments, Oscar. He's been quiet throughout the whole tournament.
And he has been the rest of the team have been playing. And all 7 rugby here, perhaps saving their speed stuff for the final. Angela might have been scoring some of those tries, but here as well. Long contest on that one. 1-on-1 with Ed Sigauka. And Patrick just smoked him.
A player full of confidence. One of the fastest in that setup. As you look there, just looked at Sigauke and told him, let's go. And that acceleration leaves Sigauke pumping and huffing and trying to cut out the angle for Patrick Odongo. Kenya on board. That conversion not successful, so it's a 5-0 lead. Zimbabwe.
And Kenya just knocking on. It's a good kickoff, but just losing position. I mean, so knocking on and giving Zim possession.
Yeah, Edward Sigauke having a scare yesterday with an he limped off, but they have worked on him overnight. He's showed up. He was big against KCB in that quarterfinals, and looking to come and have his say in this one. One of those players who was in the lineup for that 2027 campaign, World Cup campaign for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, make no mistake, this is a decent Zimbabwe team. They don't have as much pace perhaps as you think versus Kenya, but they are a really, really decent side, Zimbabwe, and expect them to answer here using their power as well against Kenya's pace.
Yeah, steps and gets himself through that gap. Danger man Sigauke looking for an offload, gets it, and they swing off to the right. Matema Carlos, a hot stepper, gets into the gap, looks for support in the inside channels, doesn't get one, and then another step coming back into traffic. Ryan Musumi and looking for gaps here.
I talked about the Zimbabwean power, they're displaying it here. expect Sigauke here to do the same. Unfortunately, they knocked on there.
Yeah, Tapiwa Malenga knocking it on.
They will keep possession well, Zimbabwe. And this is a good to see the contrast of the two sides. Kenya does have power of its own, but perhaps you'd think they just have one or two players who are a bit quicker than the Zim players. But make no mistake here, Zimbabwe cheaters know their way around the rugby field.
Yeah, under those close quarter combats, you'll expect Zimbabwe to front up very well against Kenya. But across the rank and file, the 7 players, Kenya just with more pace, man to man. That doesn't count much if you do not have ball. And Festus Shiasi bumps through that gap, pins his ears, going all the way for another try for the local lads. Shuja, fast face ball, Oscar. And Zimbabwe caught in 6s and 7s with their defense. Not expected in the first phase.
Yeah, that's just laps, offensive laps there from Zimbabwe.
Ideally, it was one-on-one.
Yes,
we'll just wait for the replay to see how he manufactured that gap.
As he was getting the ball, he sort of showed some good proprioception awareness there because he was in the air. And then, but when he was coming down, he checked the direction already. He made his mind. He was in the air going towards the eastern side of the stadium. And then just fended the ball from there.
Carlos Matematema, who was tracking in the inside defense. Then Festa Shiasi going all the way.
Yeah, that was a poor defense there from Carlos.
Big kickoff that is recovered by Shuja, then knocked on accidentally by Asati.
It's accidental, he says, accidental offside.
Yeah, Zimbabwe trying to call for the penalty. That knock on in an offside position, but for the referee it was too fast. It was too fast on to Asati, so the referee said it is accidental. But anything short of that would have been an offside call and a penalty to Zimbabwe. So they get the put in, then good shove there from the Shuja forwards, taking it out to hot stepper there, Patrick Odongo onto the scene. D'Angela Maitza punished for that high shot as he came to support on the inside defense. Quick tap and go from Zimbabwe. Carlos Matematema steps into the gap, beats one tackler, but the scramble defense comes in to help out. They shift the ball quickly to the right, left where they have numbers, then bring it to the inside. Fashioned space out wide for Kudakwashe, who does his work well.
Sorry, Elijah, to interrupt. Watch this power play here from Zim. They're playing very well, using the power, and Kenya one man down in defense. They're not using the pace, they're using power. Here we go. Look at that, taking 2 men on. Good contest there from Kenya in the ruck, but still just overreaching.
So quick tap and go from Carlos Matematema, stepping again and going over to score. He was always the instigator. He has been that for Zimbabwe throughout the tournament this year and last year. He has dancing shoes on, danced his way into the try box there.
There's a really good step of Matematema, but take nothing away from the rest of the team. The other 6 who did a really good build-up. Not using pace, but they're using power and explosive power to be precise. They're actually picking the ball to the fringes. Took about 2 players to bring, I think it was Noel down, and then again Matematema just picked up from the same space because the 2 players on the floor. Use his feet there. They're still defenders. There we go, picks it from the scrum. Nyala just getting back. That's the steps. And those are not.
Oh, fantastic play there from Carlos Matematema.
Beats 3 players actually.
Indeed, and with a successful conversion, it's a 3 points difference. Navi times here for the local side and for the fans who are cheering on the Shujas. Huta sounded there to stop this first half. The referee says it's a good contest and looks like a yellow card. Patrick Odongo gets the marching orders for 2 minutes, falling over and sealing the contest there, and quick off the blocks for Zimbabwe, looking to finish this first half strongly. They have numbers out wide. Looks like it's going to be a try. Indeed it is. Edward Sigauke gets his name onto the scoreboard and pulling ahead of the local side Shuja. Wow, the silence in the stadium.
I think you have to give some credit to Ed here. He was smoked in the Kenya's first try against Patrick, but he has been really tenacious in defense and even in attack. Actually, a couple of moments took on Patrick Odongo. He knew he couldn't beat him for pace, but I think he feels he can match him in power. And he's done well a couple of times here to bring the ball back for the Uganda Cheetahs, Zimbabwe Cheetahs. And with Odongo in the sin bin, Zimbabwe used their tactics here on the power play. Took the ball up there, took all the way ball up all the way to the defense and create that overlap.
Yeah, so that pulls ahead and we go into the break. Zimbabwe coming back strongly after conceding early on, and they take the lead. Shuja, all to do to defend their title in the second half.
Time check on the yellow card. Time check on the yellow card.
All to play for the second half.
Let's be ready. Set.
So we are on for the second half. The home side, Shuja, trailing against Zimbabwe. And some changes on the lineup. Of course, Festus Shiasi. And in comes Crescent Ojwang at the center. Kevin Wambua, the head coach, trying to ensure that the tempo remains high. Challenge for the Zim is staying in this one. They have faded off in a few of those matches earlier on, but the stakes are high. An opportunity to be in the finals is what they are gunning for. Kevin Wekesa going for that jackal, but Zimbabwe survive it. Then they shift. Story of the first half, they denied Kenya possession, and they are good in the contact areas, quite strong, well conditioned. Look at that pass, 20 meters or so, ensuring that the Kenya defense remains on the chicken wing pass, opens up the gap. Nigel Amaitz are not fast enough to cover that space, and Trevor Kurwe goes over for another try for Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe now really putting Shuja to the sword here.
And now there's a lot of Kenya Sevens players out there. I do appreciate there are also some neutrals and a couple of Zimbabwean players, supporters rather. But watch what Ryan Musumi does here in all the Zimbabwe tries. He carries the ball really, really well in two hands. Does show on both sides, brings the Kenya defense, provokes the Kenya defense here, and then he gets really good support play here from his support players. Watch that, he takes the ball all the way up there to Asante, steps off his foot, then chicken wing pass on the inside, and it's strike time there for the Zimbabwe Cheetahs.
And for me, Oscar, that comes from that long pass, 20-meter pass that took off every Kenyan player in that rack, the earlier rack. And then when they came back in, they were caught napping. That space in the inside was too huge. So Kenyan have to score twice to get themselves back into this 9-point gap. And they're in their red zone, having to work all of 75 meters. Crescent Ojong carrying it in. That player not rolling away from Zimbabwe, costing them a penalty and a yellow card. That is the break that Shuja needed. Going to the bin for 2 minutes, 2 crucial minutes for Shuja, for they have to score twice. That is Manyakara, guilty of not rolling away.
Referee being consistent. They did try to make an attempt eventually, but he had done enough to allow his team just to get back to defense.
Patrick Odongo got to the bin earlier on for the similar offense.
Correct. Referee's been consistent, to be fair.
So it's a put in, and Nigel Amesa goes on a dummy run on the shorter side, opening up space for Patrick Odongo. If he can get the ball early enough, he has space, but he's covered and comes back in, straightens, and he needs this ball to be quick. Coming on the shorter side is King George Oro and scrambles his way through, kicking and going without his left boot, going to score and pull Kenya in. They still have another try to be scored. Somebody lost his boot here.
Was Oro himself who lost his boot?
Yeah, just scrambled, working from the ground there.
Did stumble from the try. Amaita has to get this one. Hopes here for Kenya misses.
You are always going to need 2 tries. As you see there, George Oro going all the way to the floor and then kicks out of that tackle, loses his left boot, but he didn't even notice. Was Kenya Shuja needed that try.
They needed the try and they needed the conversion there. Amaita not getting the extra 2. You'd think there's just a little bit enough time here for them to...
Yeah, Manyakara still on this scene being chair, so Kenya still have an opportunity with 7 against 6 to get to the lead, and they have to use it. Any break in play here and Manyakara will be back, and they'll be to a full complement of 7v6. The ball is moved out to the left. Onyala gives it on a cut back into the try scorer, George Oro. They have to reset here. Big hit, takes him back 1-2 meters. And then the referee penalizes Zimbabwe for using hands in the rack. Quick tap and go, not waiting. He should have taken a scrum if you think. Kevin Okesa going into the heart of defense for Zim. And then they have players on the offside, this other side. But Nigel Amaitsa goes into that gap and scores another try that puts them ahead by 1 point. Shuja upping the tempo here.
That's a very popular try. I thought I would have done too much there by carrying the ball in when he had an inside pass that he could have delivered. But to be fair to him, he did keep that possession. And he's just charging up the fans here, King George. Eventually, Zimbabwe cheaters just running out of defenders. And it was important for that try to be scored under the post. So 2 minutes to go. There's a lot of rugby still to be played here in the Sevens in Nyayo Stadium.
Yeah, 3 points separating the 2 teams. Manyakara is back and they are full 7. So we have a fight here to the last few minutes, 1.5 in the red zone here.
I think Patrick is in trouble here.
Oh my goodness.
I think Patrick is in trouble. If this is another yellow card on Patrick, that becomes a red card.
And he will be off.
Yeah.
Let's listen in.
Yellow card. You have All right. Who made the tackle?
He will not get an answer for that one.
He will get an answer.
Kenya surviving, Patrick Odongo surviving by the skin of his teeth there. He was on a red card for sure.
Is the referee serious? Was he expecting a response from
that? Yeah, no one will give up the name, especially if it's Patrick Odongo. But a big hit there. Onyala coming in and then gets himself bumped off. Zim with ball and numbers to burn out, but that pass not going to hand gives Kenya the opportunity to get themselves well set on defense. Good offload by Zim in the tackle, just ensuring that there is nothing for Kenyans to attack. And then under pressure on that track, they seal it off. 43 seconds to go. Kenya have possession here, Oscar. What do they do? 3 points.
I think the call a set piece here, I think. I know Kenya also trusted their line out as well. Probably go for touch here to combine 2 things. That is, get some territory so that Zimbabwe, even if they get possession, have to go 95 meters. As we see substitution on Patrick Odongo, I think that potential red card, the Kenya technical bench just being aware and sacrificed his speed to make sure that they stay 7. And of course, there's Floyd Wabure there just in case they need the pace again.
Also Siketi coming in for Nigel Amaitsa, who has looked a bit tired in this second half. But they have the ball. The Shuja have ball and it's seconds remaining on the clock. They have to manage that score, that time very well. Go through the faces, retain possession, then wait for the hooter. And if an opportunity arises to score, they should take it. Early shove by the forwards from Zimbabwe. Referee Harry giving Asati the hurry up to take that free kick. That pass from Onyala just brings problem. Floyd Obure, first touch of the ball from the bench. Does well to retain possession in contact. Sketi puts it out wide. Onyala with a proper pass this time round. Asati to Wekesa to King George Oro. Oro now sizing up his opponents. Goes to deck. Good recycling, coming in on a short line. And Onyala finishes this off for Shuja. No defender was tracking that run. He came in on a short line and strolls into the try box.
Yeah, it was a wonderful underline there from Mr. Onyala. Experience there coming through the Kenya co-captain. Zimbabwe didn't defend that back area very well, and there was a lot of gaps in that space.
Yeah, the fans going wild and crazy. They have had to weather the storm. Zimbabwe being ahead for most of this first half towards the end of the second half, and then they hit back and just give the fans a relief moment there. Onyala coming in on that short line and sending Kenya into the finals to defend their own trophy, which they won last year.
Elijah, how good was Zimbabwe Cheetahs on this one? What a wonderful display of competitive sevens rugby.
They were. They gave Shuja a real cause of concern throughout the match. And finally, Shuja just woke up to finish this one. It was never easy, never walking the park, at risk of losing and getting no one into getting themselves out of the finals. But we look forward and move on to the next phase of play. These will be the Challengers Trophy Finals. Challengers Trophy Finals between Uganda and Reunion.
A relieved face there of Kenya coach Kevin Wambua. I would argue another relieved face there of Kenya international winger Patrick Odongo, because I'm not so sure whether he should have been staying on the pitch, especially after that, when the referee decided it was a high shot there. Unfortunately for Zimbabwe, unfortunate for Kenya there, when the referee asked who was the player that made that upright tackle, and the referee got no response from the Kenyan players. And I think they survived that one, and immediately the Kenya technical team did a substitution there for Patrick Odongo. I think they too felt that could have been him, and he's already in a yellow card, and the game was very tense. And eventually they get a win there by 10 points against a very decent Zimbabwe Cheetahs team here. Finals time here. Uganda take on the gentlemen from the island of Reunion. Advantage here to Reunion. Quick tap there. Oh, good carry, strong carry there from Reunion. Uganda here in trouble. They've been carrying out of defenders. Julien Mounier, you see him carrying throughout the tournament. Julien, I think, good offload there by Lewalian, from Julien Mounier. Wonderful offload there to Levelian Ewan. And it's try time for Reunion. Both these teams won their Champions Trophy semi-finals. Reunion with a convincing win there versus Walukuba. And then Uganda getting the best of Apache from France. And in this final, Reunion just take the early lead here. Good kickoff there to get the ball back. Union keep position again. They're very good in position work with this team. Uganda will have to be careful here to allow them to keep this position as they do interplay here. We see another good set of face play from Union. That's a good attempt there from Uganda. Julian again on the ball. Nice pass again to Ivalian. The Valiant State keeps possession here, loses it. Knock-on, referee says a knock-on advantage for Uganda.
Knock-on advantage gain.
And no advantage gain there, clearly message from the referee. They do keep possession well. Reunion, they're a possession kind of team. You won't see any speeding speedsters across, at the edge of the field there. The likes of Mounier, Julien, and Tom. But eventually they just lose possession there by the try scorer, Valian Ewan. An opportunity for Uganda here to get something out of this, albeit 95 meters out of the Reunion's try line. Good drop around here. Good moments of possession here from Uganda. The yellow team. Nice switch there. Did he go roll too far? Not rolling away. I thought it was too many rolls there. As we see a breakaway here, this looks like great Kizito. Conversion attempt here by Gift Wokurach. I think that's what the referee is confirming. I thought it was too many rolls here on the rack. As we see that breakaway try there from Uganda, but the referee says that he was trying to pin him on the ground, not allowing him to play, and that's why they got a penalty, then a quick scratch, and eventually they get 7 points here. Eventually, Belima just scored that one. Early lead here for Uganda, coming back after conceding that early try there from Valiant, who himself now takes the kickoff. Valiant. Again, possession rugby here from Reunion. Very patient build-up here. Julien Munier. Good defense here by Uganda. And I think a hands out from the referee for a knock-on. It's an overlap, but you wouldn't expect to see any pace running. But as I say that, ball just beating everybody there. And I think that's a scrum. The 22 dropout, yes, the referee says the 22 dropout. Ugandan players just asking whether it should have been a scrum there about 70 meters downfield. Yes, seems to be suffering here something from the Uganda physical development deep. That gives the correct. It's a line out here. The line out here for first error there by experienced player, I think. Give the correct. Give the team possession here to not the outcome Uganda would have liked. You'd think that they would have been at least in the last 8, losing 2 games in the early stages, 2 stages. Nyatti and KCB, that meant they were out of the quarterfinals. Same for Union. As you see that ball, the short goal there. The try time here for Enzo Lucier. Looked easy in the end. Conversion attempt here by Ugorogo. Rodo Hugo just misses that conversion here. And once again, as we see that try there by the community, Shia and Zoe. Once again, you know, beat this one. So wonderful high kick off there, but well taken there by Uganda Sevens. Good display of trust and power. I think this is turnover. It didn't look like he was controlling his body weight. But the referee says the turnover is fair. Yes, that's a fair call again from the referee. He says off his feet like I thought.
Leave it.
Good phase of possession here from Uganda's coming in on the switch. Chooses now to take it, but switches right to the end there. Wonderful swan dive there from Uganda's Patrick Okelo. After some good show and go there from I thought he had butchered it the first time, but good awareness and eventually a wonderful try that allows him to go ahead here. As you see coming across here, just taking of defenders with him. I think it was Shakim Sembusi, and then a good switch there from Patrick Okela, and he does a wonderful swan dive there. Ghana just ahead on this one, leading by 4 points difference, 14 points to 10. As we go into the second half, this one looks evenly poised between Reunion and Uganda here. It's a final. The Challenge Trophy final, this one. Uganda scored just before second half. You think they have a bit of momentum. But Reunion really do have a wonderful kickoff. And another good take there by Uganda Sevens. Lift Okorach sends the ball out here. The target man is Patrick Okelo. Steps back in, Patrick does well. Good position here. Good play, space play here from Uganda. Powerful carry there, pops the ball. Just about held on to it. Fat Moses Wanton. Again, they go again to the edges here. Moses again. Oh, they lose possession. Goes back, referee says he's going back. Okorach asking for it there, he gets it. Another switch at the end here. Okorach off the floor again. Good possession rugby here from Uganda. It's a kick and chase there. Does he pick it now? He's patient. Yes, he gets the lucky bounce. Once again, but I know it's Ivan Bulima, MVP for the 7th series in Uganda. Ivan Bulima. He was tempted to catch it the first time when he was kicked, but I think he felt that the bounce up didn't come up too high enough for him to pick it up. But because the defense was a bit further out, just give another kick. And then this time he got a wonderful bounce just right up to his arms. Here we go. Oh, good awareness. There's nothing Julian here to do there. Off his knee for Ivan, and then gets a wonderful bounce. Just got it under the post. Uganda just edging away from the Union on this one. They go high. Oh, good take there and good contest there from, I think it's Moses Watson. Okorachia with the carry. Nice show and go. Nyatti for accidental offside. But the referee says play on. Moses Wanton there taking the ball into contact. Okorach again off the floor. Here we go. Kulima with the ball kick. That's a decent kick there. Oh yes, he gets it. Does it go there? Oh, the ball just beats everyone. The referee says offside. This is really decent game management by Uganda. Give to Okorach very quickly on the mark there. It was a high tackle. The bigger part, I thought it was offside, but the referee says it was a high tackle. Clearly here there from the referee. Give to Okorach just asking for the scrum, which eats into the time here. But they feel confident, Uganda, that they can get something out of this one. You'd think another score here, and they win this one. It's an 11 points game. About just another 2 minutes to go. There's Ali Shah there by Union. Not 10 meters. Even Gulima there. Referee calling Enzo Desplanakis sent out for going 10 and still taking the tackle. Will they take another scrum? Yes, they do. Really clear communication here from the center referees, forming the forwards from the Union not to push heavy. As you see that tackle there from Desplanakis, which was deemed to be illegal. Ivan, there's an overlap here. They can use it. Pass doesn't go to hand, but still is an overlap. Good turn of pace there by Patrick Okello to score the edge. I think you would say that with the scene win and under a minute to go, Uganda perhaps just edging away, running away with this one from Reunion. Eventually there's an overlap there. There's nothing much you could do. A show and go from Gift to Okorach, and then sending a long pass out there to Patrick. Didn't go to hand, but he got a favorable bounce there. And just scoring at the edge, as you see this wonderful drop kick attempt here from the edge. I think he's even winning, but doesn't go in. So Uganda winning comfortably here, or leading comfortably rather. You see that try from Kello. Really good kickoff here, getting some good height on that kickoff. And going taken again by Union. On the ball. Will take on defenders, Julian. Instead of take on defenders, Levalian. He himself as well scored a couple of tries so far. Back to Julien. Decent ball carrier, Julien, but he's at the wrong end of the field. Look at that. Good power there displayed by Julien. Offloads there to Terry. Terry keeps the ball alive. Ewan also him too, keeping the ball alive. Julien waiting at the edges. Now he could give it to him. Then overlap here, he uses it now, steps back in. Good decision. Again, another offload here from Reunion. Not taking racks Reunion, but now they've been forced here. Oh, is that clearance correct? Levalian Eward. with a wonderful try there. It's a really hard work try. You'd think it's the last play there on this game. That is a wonderful try and a good display of keeping the ball alive here by the team from Reunion. The valiant Ewan there with his third try of the game. I think he's had a hat trick on this one. The valiant. But Levilan, actually it's Levelian or Levilain, if I'm not mistaken, worked really, really hard there. That is a wonderful team try from Levilain, but the referee is just consulting. Time off. I think Wokorach is in trouble here. Number 2 for Uganda. Gift Wokorach.
So in the last contact here, you came in straight to the head while attempting to go down as the tackler, okay?
The game is over here, so I think even if gift runs to the teacher, I don't think he's coming back. Does the try stand though?
Yeah, our penalty.
Just a minute.
Oh, let's take a consultation, I think.
Okay. So come. Yeah, come in. Yes. Who? The other one. Okay.
I think Levilain Ewan. I think it's the other. Remember, Levilain Ewan is the number 2 on the right side.
Yes. Yeah. So direct contact with the head in the last contact here. Yeah. So I got the wrong color of the team. So it is you who is going out. So you're going out. Yes. Yeah. Him. Yes. Him. And then
Gift has to come back. Yes. I think there's clear communication
so
there.
it was a mix-up, red and black. Yeah. So him is coming in. You're going out. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Right. Yeah.
Clear communication there from the center referee. A bit of a confusion, but to be fair to them, referee says on an illegal clearance there by the Verli. So the Verlaine is the one that to go out. He is the number 2 shot. The ball stays in here, and eventually the ball goes out. It's a Uganda ball because it came off from a penalty. Just to clarify that moment, center referee just said she had number 2, so she thought it was the Uganda player who was Gift Wokorach. And then his opposite, number 2, is Levilain, who had thought he had scored the try. And the number 2 from Uganda just kicks that ball out, Gift Wokorach. So Uganda win this one eventually, convincingly, beating the island of Reunion. Reunion have been here since the first couple of Safari Sevens. I remember seeing them in the mid-90s. So they are a frequent visitor here to this tournament. But unfortunately, Uganda are crowned the Champions Trophy winners here, beating Reunion 26 points to 10. I'll hand you over to my co-commentator here, Elijah Toili. Elijah, the finals just coming in quick and fast.
Indeed, Oscar, coming in quick and fast as we move on to the 5th place finals. And the next one is between Tunisia and Kenya Cubs in the ladies women's category. Kenya Cubs, this will be their last appearance. It's a second side for the Kenya women's setup. Lioness, of course, the first one. So a lot of these players putting their hands up. Some of them have been in the Lioness squad. The likes of Anjeri, Maxine, so not unfamiliar with what is needed here. They want to close strongly, want to finish with a high, and the 5th place is up for grabs. Waiting to kick us off, Anjeri with ball in hand. On the other hand, Tunisia using this particular tournament to prepare themselves for the Rugby Africa Sevens Women that is coming in November from the 15th to the 16th. That will be an opportunity for them to scale high heights. Kicked off and Cubs are able to retain possession. Flooding in the tackle, trying to get Tunisia to bite into those racks. And stepping back in, straightening, pumping off one tackler, going all the way. Will she make it there? Being trailed hard, but gets to the try line and scores Kenya Cubs' first try earlier on in this match. Diana Mideva, that popular try. I beg your pardon, that's Ann Namnyak. Ann Namnyak with a good try there for the Cubs to open their accounts. Tunisia had a very good earlier semi-finals. They're a team that has remained in contention throughout the matches, just fading away in the second half. They have always had strong first halves. As you see, they're just straightened after the Tunisian defenders were guilty of shooting up. Left her with no choice but to take it up into the defense line. And when they didn't tackle her, it was a foot race all the way to the try. A kick-off restart that goes into Tunisia's hands, and there's a line break here, but no support.
Offside.
So ref brings them back because that was a fair jackal from the Kenya Cubs. Offside advantage not accruing, and Tunisia get to tap and go.
Tu n'as pas le droit d'affranchir le joueur à terre. Ça va? Non, non, c'est pas bon. Ça va? C'est pas bon.
Yeah, you can put it there in the chat what the referee was saying, the French dialect, but it's advantage Kenya Cubs, and a sin bin for Habiba Lefi. Habiba Lefi goes there. Communication to her was quite clear in French. Her infringement causing Tunisia to go down by 1. 2 minutes in the sin bin. We'll see if Kenya Cubs can make them pay for that. Anjeri just waiting for the set. She has no opposing scrum half to interrupt with her decisions, and she takes off to the left, the shorter side, offloads. Good reception of ball there. Going into contact, Angel Salamba, but holds on. Quick tap and go. They're not checking her out. Zara Hadeji. That was a full 10 meters, so play goes on with 6 on the pitch. Somehow managing to fashion an extra person in attack, but that ball's not going to hand. And Zara Hadeji, who has been a finisher for Tunisia in their previous matches, has to work with that loose ball. They do well to maintain possession. They're now shifting it out to the left, going for the kick pass. No one at home for the Kenya Cubs, but Nelly Chikombe has to come in and secure that tackling while she's on the ground.
Number 6.
Yeah, that knock-on from Tunisia, just curtailing their momentum when they had done well with 6 on the pitch. You can see her getting off the turf. But Gloria Matasio was got offside. They're now trying to manipulate the defense. That ball has been knocked on in the tackle and might be a yellow card. Yeah, it's a yellow card coming in there. 0 tolerance. Gloria Matasio who previously was found offside. Yeah, referee needs assistance to help him with that call in identifying the player. We saw in the previous semi-finals Patrick Odongo sneaking away with a potential red card for a second yellow card, but the referee trying to identify the number of the guilty player who went in for the tackle. Let's just listen in. So both of them failing to identify who the guilty person was, but Gloria Matasio surviving there, as did Patrick Odongo earlier on. Tunisia probably will not be asked who it was. They tap and go, going to the left. They're back to the full complement of 7. Both players sizing themselves up. Noah Ayari goes into contact. They shift it out to the left. Now Rua Ati. Rua Ati goes again into contact. The game being played at a slow pace here. Final match for both teams, and Rua Ati spills the ball. Kenya Cubs recover it.
Play down. Play down. She play down.
Referee calls a penalty against Tunisia for an infringement. There's a break in play for that opportunity to have a medical break. Get just the attention. Communication is also an issue as we listen in to the referee here. Yeah, assistant referee there, just consulting and saying, just continuing play. Trying to ensure that the center referee gets all the support he needs in making those calls. Just trying to explain that she didn't get the number, Gloria Matasio. Kenya Cubs barely out of their own half, filtering through on a blitz defense and nabbing her man there. Offside though, that was done illegally. Just shot up and they were offside. Pumping and going, looking to attack Tunisia's defense. That looks like a genuine jackal, but it's not successful. So Kenya Cubs with ball, taking it out, showing to put it behind the Tunisia defense line, and not doing that. Nearly going into contact and just getting her jersey peeled off her back. Nice step there to avoid the tackler, then offloading, looking for another offload to keep the ball alive, damming and getting a high shot. That is Anyamnyak, who gets herself tagged on the neck, and it will be a yellow card. It's a high tackle called. Another yellow card for Tunisia, quite indisciplined first half, and they are having 2 yellow cards. That is, we'll just give you the name shortly, but I believe that's Sama Lawel. See that line break, and then she tracks her, then goes high. Sama Lawel guilty and costs her team. Game of 7s, you have 7 minutes. When you play 4 of them, 6 players against 7, it's a miracle that the scoreline remains as it is. Kenya Cubs not being able to utilize the advantage in numbers. They're in the Tunisia's red zone. This should be a good opportunity for them. Strong carry, fends off. Angel Salamba goes to deck and then carrying it short, looking for an offload. Then Cubs not using the opportunity. Game is still live, trying to exit from their red zone, and they do so. Third man should come in, get this ball into play. Tunisia doing well, 6 versus 7 step, and then offloads. A good scramble defense from the Kenya Cubs. No advantage accruing because Kenya Cubs have been able to stop that attack. They go back for the offside from the retreating Kenya Cubs player. That was Angel Salamba, who had an initial run at that down that 5-meter channel, and whether it was a rack from which she never recovered, so getting medical attention there, but she's the cause of that offside. So Tunisia have a penalty, still 6 down. Sama Lawel, as you see the players there waiting to see if they can lift that 5th place final. This is the last match for both teams. A grueling 3 days of rugby. Getting through the first line of defense, then getting tackled, Zara Hadeji. Tunisia having a belabored approach to this one. Slow with ball in hand, giving Kenya Cubs a lot of opportunity to just take shape in defense, and guilty of holding, trying to contest illegally on the ground. A lot of players on the turf now receiving treatment. As you said, the fatigue coming in after 3 days, getting treated. There is Zara Hadeji, and the play has to stop to allow her to get back into the game or a substitution. So just confirms to the referee that she's good to go. And the game, and she gets substituted. So 2 players coming in just to ensure they finish strongly here. Islam Waili and Rosla Ati coming in for Tunisia. And out goes Zahara Hadeji and Roa Ati. That pass not going to hand, affording pressure towards Tunisia. It's a knock-on as this game goes into the last play. Next break in play, there is not a penalty. We'll go into the break. It's really been a start-stop affair. No team has been able to manufacture several faces. And that's why you see that tight score, 5-0. Anjeri with the put-in, shifts it out wide, carrying back and straightens. And Nyamnyak has been good at hitting that defense line. This time round, though, she was nabbed. They shifted quickly to the right. Nelly Chikombe has pace to burn if she can just get past, offloads in the tackle. Then lining her up and putting her opponent down. Rosla Ati coming in on a blitz defense. Now a quick tap and go. Anjeri offloads, but no, there is a knock on there. Seems like another yellow card coming for Tunisia. 3rd yellow card in the first half. Same player, this might be a red card if it is noted. I think that's her 2nd yellow. The judicial team at the bench there will take notice of that. It should be a red card. Yes, indeed, it's a red card. On your screen, they are not seeing it, but the referee has awarded a red card. And you can see she looks very distraught because that was a 2nd consecutive yellow card. And Zara Hadeji, that should be Zara Hadeji, will just get the confirmation, but she is now off the pitch. Yeah, Zara, so that's Sama Lawel. Sama Lawel going in for her 2nd yellow and a red, all in the first half. Very unfortunate for Tunisia. First red card of the Safari Sevens goes to Tunisia's Sama Lawel. They have ball in hand, still a close on 5-0. Good offload in the tackle there. Rosla Ati goes to deck, knocks it on, and brings very indifferent game. This one, both players, both sets of players tired, but we have seen a flurry of yellow cards in this first half that has resulted in a red. And in the second half, Kenya Cubs have the opportunity to play 7 against 6 for the full 7 minutes, if only to take home this 5th place final. Second half, still a tight affair between Tunisia and the second team for the women's, Kenya women's, christened as Kenya Cubs. They are leading this one 5-0. Unfortunate for Tunisia because they are playing 6 for the remainder of this match after the first red card has been issued in the Safari Sevens. This is the 27th edition to Sama Lawel. So every set piece here matters and becomes an opportunity for Kenya Cubs. Advantage being played for contesting off her feet there from Tunisia. Shifting the ball out wide, it's become the tactic that they have to use because they have numbers to burn. Offloading in the tackle from Nelly Chikombe, then receives it back. She will pin her ears and go, making the advantage count. Nelly Chikombe with her second try. With a second try for the Kenya Cubs. And they stretch their lead to 10 with a conversion to come. It's always going to be taxing for Tunisia playing against Kenya Cubs. Already they have the altitude to deal with, the fatigue being the 6th game of this tournament, and then you're playing one less. That stretches everything in you. That workload now has to be carried by the 6 this final match. Conversion not good from Anjeri. Tunisia leading this one, as you see there, Nelly Chikombe. Quite sure with her pace, goes over to score. And they get to restart. Jerry puts it flat into Tunisia's 22. Then they are pretty much bunched up, going and attacking aggressively. That cutback move works well. They get through the line break and pinning her ears to go. Looking for support, not seeing any. So Habiba Lefi keeps the ball, waiting for support to come in. She goes to deck. This one will be turned over. Supporters not coming in. Rosla Ati was supporting but just overshot past Habiba Lefi. The coach quite animated there, urging her players to keep it going because he's seeing the right things from her players. Now Kenya Cubs opting to slow down the tempo, going for the scrum option just to ensure they have numbers to utilize out. And in comes Tracy Musungu and Merisha Negesia. Changes being done by Kenya Cubs. They want to keep the pressure and momentum going. Packing on to the left here, the full back line, then coming to the right, trying to kick, then just knocks it on. So it will be a 5-meter scrum put in for Tunisia. Somehow Kenya Cubs managing to butcher that opportunity to get themselves out of the red zone with an extra play in the back line. 2 in the back line for Tunisia against 3, but don't put it out yet for Tunisia. They'll be able to score, and they go to score. Islam Waili scoring to pull Tunisia back into this one. Islam Waili just picked the ball, went round that rack, and then straightened to hit a 5-pointer that puts Tunisia back onto this match. That conversion not successful. And this is going to be interesting last few minutes of this match. Tunisia holding their own against the 7 of Kenya Cubs. Kenya Cubs really just switching off in that defensive scrum. How they have allowed that try to happen when they have more numbers in the back line just shows some professional indiscipline in defense. Nonetheless, Tunisia showing why they are gunning to just participate in the upcoming Africa Sevens rugby. Quick tap and go, they go into contact and then just holding on far much longer. Zahra Hadeji kick when you're one man extra. Turning over possession when you have numbers out across the park. Not the right tactic from Kenya Cubs. Nelly Chikombi attempting to go for that jackal, but number 6, Gloria Matasio, who survived a yellow card for herself in the first half, was caught offside in that play. Double blast. Yellow card coming here. I wonder what it was for. Probably an offside. And Kenya Cubs reduced back to 6, and they're at a danger of losing this match, having played most of this second half with an extra man. They have been pinned in their own 22. Shift it off to the right. These are danger times. This looks like will barge herself over to score, and she does so. Enterprising play from Tunisia. That workload, 6 versus 7. They still have it in them. The muscles are aching. The lactic acid is forming, but they give it one last hurrah. They're able to put another 5-pointer in. Kenya Cubs just guilty of not taking the opportunities, and then in this particular case getting themselves another yellow card. Taking this match with 1.5 minutes remaining into a deadlock. Waiting for a conversion. However, there's a player being attended to from the Kenya Cubs. Tunisia have come back into this one, scoring 10 unanswered points as we see and wait for Refa Achando to get her treatment, and it seems like she required to be lifted off. The stretcher comes in. She's come out with a heavy, she already came into this match with a heavily strapped right knee. They think that's the border, and she's limping off. Conversion to come. If she gets this one, it will be very interesting. However, just goes under the bar. And we are tied. 1.5 minutes remaining, something that did not seem to be on the cards when Sam Malawel was shown a red card at the end of that first half. But Tunisia have pulled themselves back into this one to tie it. And now Kenya still waiting for Anjeri to come back from the sin bin. They are 6 versus 6. Going into the backyard, the referee calls them back. No advantage for the Kenya Cubs. That knock on, and Namnyak will do well to get that ball, because the ball is a put in at the scrum for Kenya Cubs. She just left the ball in the backyard there. Barely 30 seconds remaining in this one. We seem to be headed for a sudden death in this 5th place finals between Tunisia and Kenya Cubs. Back to the full complement. Anjeri jogs back onto the pitch and will look to make amends if she can be the one to break the deadlock here. 7 against 6. Last scrum of the game, the regular time. They shift it out wide. Jerry with ball, shifts it to the wing, trying to get the pace, but brought down. Tracy Msungu does well to recycle that, coming in and going on the shorter side. That will be a turnover. Referee had spotted the Tunisia players at an offside position from that rack. They need to shift this ball quickly out wide. They have numbers, it should be, but the scramble defense does well. Chikombe scored that second try for Kenya Cubs. Shrugs off one defender looking for an offload, gets one, and then going into contact. They need a quick recycle here, and they decide to be patient. Nelly Chikombe going route 1. They have to release her to go, and she's looking for an offload. Offload is successful, and just a suspicion of of a forward pass or a knock-on in that contact, and the referee has to go and consult. We'll just listen in and see.
Penalty only, so we come for the try. Try is good, come here. I had a flagging, so we come here.
No try?
No, try good.
Yeah.
I was just flagging for high tackle. Advantage is over.
Yeah.
So we go to the try.
The try?
Good.
No
Try
card?
good.
Yeah.
No card. Penalty only, so play on advantage over.
Okay, try good?
Try good.
But is there knock on? Yeah, I see knock on. You don't, yeah. There's a knock on.
So this
No
one,
try?
no try, referee
Knock on.
calls it as a knock-on and then takes them back for a high tackle. A suspicion of a knock-on there as we watch that replay. Nelly trying to offload it. Then the next phase here as we wait and see. That looks like a forward pass to Merisha, not Merisha, Gloria Matisio. So Gloria Matasio's try is cancelled. They come back for that advantage, which ball goes out wide, takes it back into contact and gets upended. Tracy Msungu. No advantage, offside against Islam Waili for Tunisia. But just that tap and go, and Akinyi should have gone back to the mark. And Jerry takes it back to the mark, and game restarts. We are into the dying embers of this one, into the extra time, and a score here will give the win to whoever gets beyond the whitewash. Patient play. Nelly still carrying, has always taken it short and offloading. Then the first try scorer for Kenya Cubs gets it into the space. Good ball handling under intense pressure, but then a knock-on coming in there. Kenya Cubs 7 versus 6, unable to just do the basics right, knocking it on, and Diana Mideva curtailing momentum for the Kenya Cubs. We are going into sudden death as the teams are tied 10-all. .14 minutes played, full mandatory 14 minutes, and we are tied 10-all. So Kenya Cubs get to restart. This one is a sudden death regulation, just to unlock this deadlock for the 5th place finals. Tunisia have stayed in the hunt, having played all of the second half with 6 against Kenya Cubs 7 after that red card at the end of the first half to Sama Lawel. And they have done well to stay in this one. They might even be within a shout of winning it, going by the events in this second half, where Kenya Cubs have continuously just butchered the opportunities that they've been presented with. See there also Ann Nyamnyak going in for the jackal and goes off her feet. That's a tussle there, looks like a ball. Nyamnyak puts down the Tunisian player. They shift it out wide, carrying it to the defense line. Going through, but Nelly obstructs her. Nice play for her, because she had just opened up a gap by shooting off the defense line. Tunisia doing well to remain ball in hand. Yasmin Kobe losing a few meters in that play. Going off it, so she's not good. First man into that rack area, rewarded with that jackal. Then just guilty of overreaching there. The rack had already been formed when Yasmin Kobe went again for that one. Quick tap and go from the Kenyan Cubs. This match very belabored. Nelly Chikombe, strong ball carrier for the Kenyan Cubs, setting up a platform. Now they need to use their hands well to shift it to where the numbers are. They have sufficient numbers out wide if they can use it too early, past too early. But does she have the pace? Gets nabbed. Tracy Musungu just gets nabbed. Pulling step off her left to come back in. And then Tunisia guilty of just contesting, not releasing the player. Going for the whitewash. Goes into contact, then offloads from the deck. That ball is bubbling all over. This try has been long coming. And finally, Kenya Cubs score to win this one. Gloria Matasio scores to give Kenya Cubs the 5th place in the women's category. 2 minutes and counting. So what has taken in the sudden death for Kenya Cubs to walk away with the 5th place, and Tunisia taking 6th, but they have had a learning curve in these Safari Sevens. They have been on it, and they will regroup. We will see them later on in the Rugby Africa Sevens Women Tournament that will be hosted here in Nairobi from November 15th to 16th. This is a wrap for both teams, and we thank Tunisia for gracing the Safari Sevens, the 27th edition. Here we are back on set for this 5th place men's finals. KCB taking on UK Select. Welcome back, Oscar.
Thank you. Watch out for number 10, Sam Kenyan. We interviewed earlier here.
Yeah, he's in the roster for this one.
He's in for this one. He said he just needed a bit of a breather compared to the other one. As we see, Wahinya did a really good kickoff here.
Yeah, UK Select, but would have been...
I think with Kesa, they are judged to have taken the man while he's still in there.
Yeah, UK Select is not what they came for. They had their eyes set on the finals at the very least, but they came unstuck in that quarterfinal, losing it, and now they have to go for the next best, which is the 5th place finals. KCB, on the other hand, had a fast run, good one in the first half of that quarterfinals, then opened the door for Zimbabwe to come back in the second half, and from there worked through the 5th place semi-finals and now into the 5th place final. UK Select with a line break there. but knocking it on as they try to offload to Ben Barnell.
It's a good possession, or phase of possession. But I think the inside pass just didn't go out too hard, it was low. And therefore, unfortunately, the attempted catch mentions a knock on possession KCB.
Backing in, it's a defensive scrum for them, but both players going off feet. This side closer, Kiluake Sifuna just goes to deck there, both teams. And we spoke about the dark arts from UK Select on the scrums.
Correct. Once in a while, they look like they withdraw from the take, and then sometimes the opposite team is charged or penalized for an early take.
Kevin Ocheng, wise there to just put his knee on deck to allow a release of ball, and we see Austin Sikutwa dancing through the UK back line. He'll need support because they have him lined up and they reel him in, going in for the jackal, and he's successful with that jackal. Tom Burton saving the day for UK Select after Sikutwa had opened them up.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with their contact skills. This UK Select side, I'd argue that's one of the areas where they're strong at. When they get a line break, they don't really panic, especially the fact that he's about 20 meters out. It's about 3 or 4 players there, but they come on and they work very well together as a team. One tackler and the other just really wins the race there on the collision and gets the tackle.
UK Select to go for the scrum, and then they do have ball in hand in their half. Branton Lusisa brings down his man and contests for that jackal.
Lusisa does well himself as well.
Yeah, he is a strong carrier at that wing. Quick tap and go from Sikutwa. Kelvin Ocheng steps back, steps again. He needs support here because he risks losing it. Quick recycle there required from Brian Wahinya, shifts it out to his left. Sikutwa again looking and sizing up his defenders, then opts to give it to Kiluake Sifuna. Kiluake Sifuna trying to take off and goes to Brian Wahinya. Brian Wahinya looking to fashion some move, a good look cutout pass that opens up the 15-meter channel for KCB. Then the missed pass, probably not required, but Branton Lisusa making the best of it, gets nabbed. That was a tackle, needed to be. That was a tackle, so couldn't come in.
I think he's claiming there was no rack.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
That was claiming the tackle, yes, but apparently the referee says once the tackle area, then you can't get. I think the player
was within the tackle area.
Correct, he didn't cheat.
People have been further out, would have benefited from that.
Correct.
Yeah, referee Duncan Kyoko trying to explain to the UK Select forwards that there is a tackle area. They have to be cognizant of that as they try to intercept the ball. So it's a penalty that KCB convert to a scrum. Kelvin Ocheng with a put-in 5 meters out. Big shove coming from the forwards, KCB forwards, and they get rewarded for an angle push. Play on, tap and go. They need that ball out wide. Sikuta going into the gap, pumping his legs and stretches to score KCB's first try. Taking the lead in these 5th place finals. Austin Sikutwa has been the danger man in these first 5 minutes for KCB and is rewarded for taking himself into that defensive line, pumping his feet in the tackle and then stretching to score.
Earlier on, just before that scrum, I thought he had gone across when he carried the ball, but
yeah, the defense kept shifting with him.
Yeah, they kept going with him. It's a really well-structured side, this UK Select. So you may have to commit the players because they scramble very well in defense as they do in attack when they have possession.
UK Select, I'm sure, will have something to say. They wouldn't want to go down to KCB. That will be way below what they had gunned for as they came in. But a good restart there from KCB. Tapped back. However, Ben Barnell was at hand to recover that ball as it went to deck. Not rolling away and getting punished for that. Quick tap and go from Lloyd Wilkins, and then he puts himself into space. Pumping and trying to get some extra meters, coming in on a short line and offloading in tackle. This one looks like it will be a try. Consultation required there from Duncan Kioko and the assistant referee.
Did the referee just declare advantage over just before that try?
Yes, I think he did. So he has to align with what the assistant referee has to say.
Pass was okay. I hit the ground. He lost the ball, then he regathered it and placed it down. Okay.
Lost the ball and regathered it. I think it meant regathered it before
it hit deck.
Yeah.
So UK Select hit back, 5-pointer. As we watch there on that replay, stepping back in, then has the ball, stretching to score once he got into the contact area. Regathered it, the referee was right. Sam Kildan earlier on at our commentary set here, sharing with us the experiences, the family affair with her sister in that England setup, the 15-side setup where they won the World Cup. Branton Lususia trying to get KCB out of a spot of bother here.
Ball is available.
Scooter with ball, puts it out wide. Now using their boot to good effect, chasing it down. These will be scary times for UK Lions. I mean UK Select. Kelvin Ochieng gets a piggyback right as he tries to tackle there. Needs to add some weight, the 18-year-old. UK Select getting the ball very aggressive to secure that rack. Then they shift quickly. They have numbers here. Scramble defense coming in and helping them to just ensure that they do not concede. Around the fringes there are gaps opening there. Wahinya tries his best to stop, but he does not succeed. That offload gives UK Select an opportunity to hit the front. That one being scored by Marcus Kasho.
I don't mean to overemphasize the contact abilities or proficiency of this UK Select team. In defense there we saw a kick through by Kevin Ochieng. And then I say that the efficient comeback, there you go.
He gets a ride.
Just a little bit of a ride just to remind him in terms of his difference in strength there. Ryan Apps has scored a couple of tries himself. Wahinya, you should have done the favor there. Just sort of hugged in defense, which allowed the offload. Because if Wahinya had smashed that player back, perhaps that offload would have worked as it is. But to be fair, they've kept possession very well. And I think they are beating KCB here, mainly in the collision spaces. UK Select lead this one, 10 points to 7.
Second half coming away in these 5th place finals for the men's category, 27th edition of Safari Sevens. It's been a tight affair in the first half, but just sneaking to the lead at the end of that first half. UK Select leading 10-7. KCB have everything to work for in the second half. Fast knock-on there from KCB. I I think Luake Sifuna trying to say that he didn't knock it on, it went right through his hands. Brian Kyoko judges that rightly. Put in here for UK just outside of KCB's 22, and they dart off to the left, the shorter side. Kevin Ocheng trying to scramble there.
I think some just complaining there could be a deliberate knock-on.
Yeah, the referee is just consulting, listening. Only a knock-on from KCB. Assistant referee. Then there is some bit of haji-baji there. Players getting to know each other. And Brian Kyoko has to turn to the local dialect, asking Wekesa Michael to step away from unnecessary skirmishes. Kelvin Ocheng finding the going a bit tough, a learning curve for him here. Goes to the bench, and in comes Emmanuel Opondo to the number 9 role. First time I'm seeing Emmanuel Opondo and Wahinya together in the starting lineup, coming in on a short line, then rides the tackle to go over for another try from UK Select.
Sam again.
Sam Kilden with that try. Yeah, just rode through the tackle there, Oscar.
He did. He wasn't too happy about that call initially. He felt that that was the lead slightly called by the defense, even though the officials felt that he was attempting to catch the ball. And then they're just demonstrating at the end there. Sam just destroying his frustrations there. And thanking his colleague, I think.
In the earlier skirmishes.
I think so.
In the earlier skirmishes, we had Kilden facing off with Wekesa Michael, and I think it was just showing Wekesa Michael to shut up.
Yeah, just reminding him to keep quiet. He'll have the last word. The Kilden family, very, very good at scoring tries, at least so far from what you've seen. Just like you said it again, they're not too happy to be here, but they
have to make do with these 5th place finals. That kickoff knocked on into touch. So UK Select with an option for line out or scrum. They opt for the scrum. And putting it in is Oli Sullivan. Good, nice shove there from KCB, going for that counter. Back chat from Emmanuel Opondo might get him a yellow card.
Initial tackler, you needed to make a release here. I want be getting back chat from the end. Yes. No, he didn't. He was the tackler. He has to release either way.
Yeah. Referee not happy with Emmanuel Opondo contesting his calls here. Referee was very clear that Emmanuel Opondo was the tackler, needed to release first before contesting. And then that back chat getting into the referee's ears and gives a penalty and a warning to KCB for against that back chat. UK Select moving the ball well into that 5-meter channel, trying to get Branton on pace, but Branton reels in. Ryan ups and a quick restart. Danger times here for KCB even as they go for their own ball.
That looks to turn over, but the referee says that the earlier player didn't roll away. But I think the contest was fine, just that there was a tackler that didn't roll away.
Yeah, Kilwake Sifuna gives it to Tyson Maina, who puts it back. Cutting back in 2v1, needs quick hands here from Wekesa Michael, but he goes for that. Opondo identifying space at the fringes of that. It's a foot race here. It's a foot race that looks Opondo will have a win. Makes it over the whitewash despite the attentions of Oli Sullivan. Manuel Opondo pinning his ears back and going for that one.
Came down to speed. It was a half break initially, you think. But Samo kept the passes and ball alive. But he was a really good pass, I thought, even though he was under pressure.
Yeah, UK Select not manning that rack area very well.
Correct. I thought they got a good shot there. I don't know who it was when the edge was tackled, but somehow the KCB kept the ball. And then I think they committed too many people in the racks, as we see eventually here. Emmanuel Opondo just with the try.
KCB pulling themselves back into this one. A 3 points separates the two teams, and it's a tight affair for the last 1.5 minutes. Brian Wahinya exits, and in comes Jenkins Kipruto. Good recovery there from the Kiama Clyde. Did so ever well to recover that kickoff. Then offloading it, and it's knocked on. They needed that one.
Yeah, that would have gotten the crowd excited here. I think it just took too long to release that pass. The support was there.
Yeah, it was.
He tried to pass while he was on his way down, and they still get the possession here.
Yeah, Emmanuel Opondo hustling his opponent out of the ball there, and they turn it over, transitioning now from defense to attack. Sikuto Askito with ball. Goes into contact, goes to deck. KCB able to recover that ball. Kimaya takes it short, then Opondo now going route one. In comes Maina Tyson with the ball. They have committed too many numbers in that attacking rack. Again, tackler should roll away. 4 players KCB, they'll just go route one. Already committed into this first play. Then they drift out wide.
Just to give the pass, I think there's an overlap here.
Branton still carries it short.
So if they come to the left, there's an overlap.
And there they go. Wekesa coming in again, going short. No, that's Kilwake Sifuna. Advantage being played, and needs to be careful. This is a red zone. He might get himself into the sin bin. The hooter has been sounded. KCB are trailing by 3 points, and they go for the try right at the hooter. Dummy play there, pretending to consult whether they go for the run, but a quick tap and go from Jenkins. Badges over UK Select.
Believe it or not, here, Elijah, Lloyd Gilmore is asking for a TMO review try. Player number 13 feels that this was held up. That's Gilmore there.
He's claiming it's a knock-on. This is a better angle. Yeah, that's a try.
Player number 13, Gilmore, claims that...
and with that, KCB win this one, 5th place in the Safari Sevens, beating the UK Select project from Great Britain. Big achievement for KCB, taking on the UK Select, the National Sevens champions in Kenya, winning this one and walking away with the 5th place. A good outing for them, Oscar.
That is a wonderful result here for KCB. If you consider that they lost about 7 players or 6 players to the national teams of Morans and Shuja, I think they've done really well. It's a decent side, this KCB. A couple of young players coming through. As we see there, just shaking your hands there, just at the end of that one. Some on your screen there, Gilmore, Floyd, won't be too happy with that result. Here we go. Third place playoff for the women's category. Costa Blanca losing to Uganda. Close, really close game there between Costa Blanca and Uganda. Uganda just won it at the end there. And then Shogun women again losing another close affair to Kenya Lionesses. So you would think that these two teams would be evenly balanced. It was possible for these two teams to be in the final actually. Remember Costa Blanca, the defending champions from the 2024 Safari Sevens women's category. And Shogun themselves have given a really good account of themselves in this tournament. And they felt unlucky there to have lost to the Kenya Lionesses.
Yesterday's pool match, Costa Blanca getting past Shogun ladies, that was a 17-5 win. So this is gonna be a close one. Costa Blanca losing the opportunity to just defend their titles that they won last year when Safari Sevens was in Machakos town. shifting it to the left.
Offside.
Advantage being called by the referee for the offside in Shogun ladies as they went into defense.
Still playing the penalty advantage.
Fluid passing of the ball. Denise with ball looks at the gap. She has pace. She might go all the way. Denise got Taza, pins her ears, punches through that gap and goes all the way to score. First try for the Shogun, the Costa Blanca Barbarians.
A wonderful long-range try there from Denise. If you are concerned about Denise, they need to look out for Paula Requena. She too can motor here to the try line. Paula Ruiz as well. As we see that wonderful try there by Denise Gotaza.
The conversion is successful, so they get the full complement of 7 points very early in this match, within a minute. Ball is raced, just sneaks into the 10-meter and gets knocked on by Costa Blanca as they went for it. It's an advantage for the knock-on. Going around the fringes, looking for an offload. No one comes in to support.
Advantage over.
Advantage is over. Steps off one tackler, then comes back into Carmen Miranda, who puts her down. That pass not going to hand and causing a lot of problems for Shogun. They lose some territory. But those balls need to go to hand. Again, Costa Blanca just coming in and squeezing space, leaving little for Shogun to work with. Eventually, they use the boot to get out of trouble.
They had no session, but unfortunately they kick that to
Denise, the try scorer.
Yes, right into her hands.
That pressure paying off for Costa Blanca. They are able to turn over possession courtesy of that kick.
Watch out for the organization here of Sylvia Morales. She seems to be the one just getting things organized here between her and Carmen Miranda. Sort of organize the plays here as you see that line break.
Yeah, that line break from Ines Patana. Ines Patana goes over for the second try for Costa Blanca. As you said, they were just toying with the defense around that contact area.
Once it get a turnover, they're all really good defensive team because they really press hard. And as soon as they get a turnover, everybody goes up to their role. They're very clear on their roles. You then see Denise Gotaza just run across the pitch, come and maintain some width. And then in the middle of the field there's a lot of organization that's being done from Sylvia Morales and Paloma Garcia. In fact, at the end there, I think it was Sylvia Morales just being tackled at the end of the picture there with the offload there to Ines Patana.
Yeah, injecting pace and gets through the gap, scores. Carmen Miranda with a sure two-pointer, additional two-pointer from that conversion. And they have now a good lead, 14.
I thought it was a good kickoff by Sylvia Morales, but I think it was a knock-on. I think it was knocked on by Paula Requena. Just about.
Yeah, gives a break to Shogun. It's not for the lack of possession. They have had sufficient possession. However, they have not made good use of it, and credit to Costa Blanca because they have applied pressure on defense such that even though there is possession for Shogun, they have not been able to exit.
We'll set again. This side's ball. We shove straight. Let's go. Clutch! Bind!
Waiting to put in the ball for Shogun. Maeva Desanod puts it well and then exit from that scrum setup and bunching up in attack, trying to use the speedster out, but Denise is wary of that danger. Stops the runner there, then they regroup, able to circulate and recycle that ball. But Costa Blanca really put Shogun under pressure.
I think they learned from their game against Uganda, Costa Blanca. They were under real pressure from the Lady Cranes, who defended them really well, 7 against 7. And Costa Blanca here choking the Shogun attack with their defense, and eventually they get a result.
So Shogun Ladies yet to get out of their half, and an early shove there is punished by the referee, and going off the races to score for another try. Good carry there from Sylvia Morales.
I did say she's a really good organizer, really clever player, Sylvia Morales. The recognition that the defense had not gone, they required 10 meters. Quick tap, having seen that scrum. I think she was doing the scrum put-in.
Yeah.
So as soon as they got the penalty, she quickly just tapped, and all the players in that area were offside. They couldn't touch her, and she had enough pace to go all the way. It's a good kicker as well.
Yeah, I can see that she attempted to convert her own kick, had enough height, just a bit lost on direction there. As you see that quick tap and go from that penalty that had been awarded for shoving before the ball came in, and illegal scrummaging from Shogun, giving her an opportunity to go and score. They restart, same template, pressure, kick deep, and then apply pressure on defense. One that was served so well to them by Uganda.
Correct, and they're defending 7 as well. They're putting a lot of pressure on Shogun here.
Yeah, just causing chaos around that set piece, and they turn it over, just benefiting from that. And look at that, going over for another, turning defense into attack. That is Ines Patana. That template really now working well for them.
Credit to them for making this adjustment and recognition that this does work. It was done against them. If it's a good strategy, why not do it?
Yeah.
And they've adopted that particular strategy. It's something I guess any team can do. I mean, if you're defending 90 meters away from your try line, why not?
Why not use 7 up?
Put the 7 up, the risk. But if you trust your pace and your fitness, why not put it up there? And it seems to have worked for them here. And there's a huge lead here for Costa Blanca, leading this one 24 points to 0.
Here's how you can easily link your card on the new KCB mobile app. Open your KCB mobile app. Click on Cards. Click on the plus sign to add your card. Click on Link Card. Select the card. Confirm you are about to link the card. Click Link Now. Enter your PIN. You have successfully linked your card. Download the new KCB mobile app today.
Coming for the second half, Costa Blanca firmly in control of this third place playoff bronze match, if you want. Normally a hard one for teams to participate in after losing in the semi-finals, but the bronze is up on offer, and Costa Blanca starting us off, kicking that right out on the full, which is not allowed in the game of sevens. Therefore, penalty kick granted to Shogun, trailing heavily after that proper defensive display from Costa Blanca in the first half. In fact, this is, I think, the second time that we see Shogun getting out of their half. They were pinned in that red zone, and every mistake was a turnover, for which Costa Blanca piled 4 tries. Here they have a turnover from that tackle area. Now shifting it, getting into the gap. Good defense cover coming in from the winger there. And they shift it to the left, looking to manipulate the defense, coming into that space, pumping and offloading inside ball, but reeled in. Nice tackle. This one is up for grabs if they can get the defender, the defending player there, the second man in the rack. But good, nice play. Costa Blanca doing well to retain possession after that line break. Now they shift it out to the left. 3 versus 2. That cutout pass going straight into touch. These are things that players work on during training matches. 3 versus 2. Take it through the hands. Just put your defender flat-footed. Should have committed, and then the inside player would have done the same to release number 9 in Carmen Miranda to score that one. However, that loop cutout pass goes straight into touch. However, with a 24-0 lead, they can get away with such mistakes. 4.5 to play in this second half of the bronze match. Shogun yet to make any impressions on attack, really. They have been camping in their own red zone. As you see that blitz defense coming in from Costa Blanca, that is what has brought all the problems and have made it difficult for them to get out of this territory. Being harassed and being harangued in those contact areas, then they get themselves out. Pace, a lot of pace on the outside channels. Steps back in, then nice decision to go to deck, but counteract is good. Ball is out and turned over. A hint of a knock on there from Costa Blanca. Indeed, it was. Reprieve for Shogun.
I think that was Clara Ferrell just trying to that direct, but unfortunately she gets powerful play there by Abril Camacho from Costa Blanca to counteract that. But they do get possession back, Shogun.
Yeah, Shogun with a put-in that they get out in time to attack on the left. Cuts back in and gives out the ball to the looping runner. Does she have the pace to get out? No, she doesn't. Gets tackled, goes to deck. Then ball is open. Carlota Kaikoya not successful in that. It's a turnover ball. Steps off one attack defender and then pins her ears to go. Paula Requena dives over despite that tackle. And you had spoken about her very adept in space.
Yes, indeed. There's a lot of attacking options here for Costa Blanca. If you defend Carmen Miranda, you still have Paula Requena to contend with. It's a good turnover there. Came off from good defensive work from Abril Camacho. All working very hard for each other here. Costa Blanca, they don't mind leaving possession, especially if they are 60 meters, 70 meters away from their own try line. And this time was a good turnover there. And then eventually a show and go from Requena. Wonderful inside pass. Just good step off her left foot there, Paula. And then just racing all the way to the corner, despite the attentions here of Matza Olibari. Costa Blanca just getting away with this one. Shogun opting to kick. I think they get a result. It is a knock on there. Yes, it is. They'll want to put something on the scoreboard here, Shogun. At the moment, it doesn't look like anything's going to happen from them.
Thank you.
Even when they seem to get the ball out to the edges, just seem to be overpowered here by the wonderful defensive work here from Costa Blanca, who they themselves suffered a wonderful display of defensive rugby from Uganda women's in the semi-finals. Oh, it's a missed tackle there. Looks like a missed tackle from Costa Blanca, one of the few that you'll see. I think that was Paloma Garcia with a missed tackle. Was a good show and go there by Charlotte. I just didn't recognize her earlier. Yesterday she didn't have her hair plaited. I guess being in Africa does give you those opportunities. Woodman just getting away from the attentions of Paloma Garcia. I just saw that replay of that try. At least put a score on the board there. Paloma here. Good carry, show and go, Paloma. Looking for support. Good rack clearance there by Joanna Stella. They keep possession here. Costa Blanca, they look like they still want to score another one. Oh, that doesn't go to hand. It does, but there's a knock on. And with the buzzer gone, I think that will be that. Referee says there's still time on his clock. So it's the last play here. That's opportunity possession for Shogun.
The mark is here. I've already made the mark. It's here.
It's the replay here.
Let's go immediately.
Was that a hint of a knock on there from Whitman?
Time behind. Go 10.
Charlotte there could have touched it, but here we go. Looks forward now.
Tackle.
Woodman carries it in the middle of the field. Looks a little bit high. Referee says it's fine. Tackle again. Ruck. Woodman under the ball again. Charlotte Kaikoya. Charlotte seems to have been asking for a kick. And then Woodman takes it in, and then there's a turnover here.
Yeah, it's done.
And time is over. Referee just confirming the time is over.
The mark is here. Now, let's go.
Viewers, Costa Blanca still want to stay in the tournament. They've won this one. I think they still want to continue playing here. If nothing else, just to put emphasis on this win. Jimena Blanco with the run-out throw. Well taken there. The air. Unfortunately, Jimena knocks on, so that's the end of that. So Costa Blanca win the third place playoff. They won't be too happy to be here. I think they felt that they could have defended the title, and to be fair, they came against a really well-disciplined, defensive-disciplined Uganda team, Elijah, and you think that these two teams are a little bit disappointed, but in the end, the defensive tactics from Uganda worked against Costa Blanca, and at the end there, maybe just a little bit, maybe a bit of luck for Kenya Lionesses, as well as some good hard work from them, means that the final will be contested in an East African affair.
Yes, indeed, it was Costa Blanca going down the levels, defending champions, walking away with the bronze. But that is the nature of the Rugby Sevens. But we move on quickly to the third place playoffs for the men's. Kenya Morans taking on Zimbabwe. ready for the kickoff. This one will be by Zimbabwe. They gave us a very fantastic semi-finals where they took on Kenya Shuja. Gave the home side a lot to think about and made the fans really very worried. That one ended 29-19 in favor of Kenya Shuja. On the other hand, we did see Shogun against Moran. They lost courtesy of just a conversion. That one ending 14-12. Last minute try, but it wasn't converted by Morans. Therefore, they have to pick themselves up to play for the bronze. Now ball is with the home side, Morans. Chirchir was in last year's Chiput squad, the under-20 Kenya team. Finished third in the Bathurst Cup. Now they try to see if they can, some of them go better, but that one is a clear forward pass from David Nyangige. Always a common trait. We've seen his options when he has 2 out, always tries to go for that cutout pass. Something for him to work on in his last match for Morans in these Safari Sevens. Not the first time we're seeing him attempting those long passes. They have not been effective so far. That was the same pass he gave to Victor Odhiambo in the semi-finals, but then forced Victor to go all the way to the 5-meter to score from that point, and the conversion from Arnold Mwita wasn't successful. Zimbabwe, the 5-meter channel, trying to retain possession. They do so, shifting it quickly to their right. Then a hot stepper in. Vianney, Ryan Musumi still carrying the ball, looking for runners to put him into space. Matematema coming at the line, defense line aggressively here. Edward Sigauke just gets bundled into touch. But Zimbabwe just very nice, very good in attacking at pace. See that replay. Victor Odhiambo all over Edward Sigauke. Then he falls and gets his foot into touch. Deadlock here. Time off for medical attention. I think this one is to Victor Odhiambo after trying to bring down Sigauke. Morans just missed on the opportunity to get themselves into the finals. That would have been interesting to see. Morans taking on Shuja. Those players know each other well from the ongoing camp at the Shuja setup. But for the neutrals, that's a good thing. We are blessed to see Kenya Shuja in the finals and Morans in the bronze medal. Arnold Mwita coming into the squad for his second match. Shifts the ball out wide to Olukusi. Olukusi is a strong ball carrier, bumps off one defender there. Huge collision that leaves Kuda Kwashe Nyamakura flying onto the turf there. He was one of the players in this setup that was there in their campaign to qualify for the 2027 World Cup a few months ago in Kampala. John Okoth shrugs off one defender, fends off another one in Vianney Blomo, and the captain goes in for Morans' first try. John Okoth is a perennial campaigner with Shuja, given the armband for the Morans, and he's leading from the front, waving to the crowd there, saluting them from coming out on a Sunday to just cheer them on. It's the last match after 23 days of rugby. Arnold Mwita looking to put the conversion. He's good with those ones. This one just doesn't have back and scores 5-0. Zimbabwe never rule them out by any means. They have firepower across the back line. As you see that, sizes up Carlos Matematema, who comes in and throws him away. And then Vianney Blomo gets a fend on his chest. It was 100 kilos from John Okoth, doing well. Good restart, recovered, and going all the way. The king of restarts for the Morans, Ryan Mutua, very good on defensive and attacking restarts. Now he gets to launch himself into the air. If there are things that can get you selected to any squads in the sevens, is the restarts. Your ability to just win those aerial battles puts you hands and shoulders above everyone else, and Brian Mutua really good in those ones. As you see, that just went up, then fair contest there. Bumps off Trevor Gurwe to get the ball and dash off to score. Conversion is good. Moran leading comfortably here, 12-0. 2 minutes to go. David Nyangige has to survive this contest. He doesn't, knocks it on as he came under the tackle there and turns over possession to Zimbabwe. We get to see Zimbabwe just outside, knocking the doors of Morans 22. What will they fashion here? Backline, very lethal backline that has Sigaukwe. It also has Ryan Musumi. Those two can step you right off the pitch. And we've been blessed to just see them dazzle us with that footwork. Trevor shifts out to the speedsters and the steppers. This one looks ominous for Morans, but Victor Odhiambo good in defense there. Shepherds and gets him in. Carlos Matematema already had his mind to step, but knocks it on. Advantage being played. Arnold Muita going the short side to the speedster, getting himself into this match. Arnold Muita is the shortest and smallest of players there, but does well to survive that attempted jackal. John Okoth looking for players out. Nyangige shifts to Brian Mutua, who charges into the defense. Gets upended there by Kudakwashe Nyamakura, smarting from that earlier contest where he was thrown off. And trying to get even here. Look at that, tipping the player beyond the horizontal, but just barely survives because it was borderline. I've seen some huge collisions. Both sets of these forwards are quite huge. My estimates will be looking at least 600 kilograms there, packed in those 6 bodies. Arnold gets a call to take it to the right, and David Nyangige kicks it out for the half-time break. This one, Moran in control, firmly in control, 12-0. That Zimbabwe have all to say about this one in the second half. Second half in this bronze match between Morans and Zimbabwe. Morans leading this one 12-0 as we have a caption there on your screen, the fans braving that hot sun. Oscar, we have seen Morans really played well in this first half, but we know Zimbabwe are not out of this match yet.
Powerhouse Zimbabwe, they do usually use their strength. By the way, for the record, for those who don't know, apparently in one of the Shona dialects, the word Zimbabwe means house of stones. So expect some powerful response here from Zimbabwe. I really like how this player carries the ball to the defense line. Ryan Usumi, he takes the ball really up there to the line. As I speak of power, Nyangige there just feeling the outcome of the House of Stone.
Yeah, Zimbabwe will want to close this tournament on a high. Third place up for grabs. Next year's Safari Sevens will be held on the 9th to 11th of October 2026. So the teams that will be invited for those ones, they can have that diarized in their calendar. 9th to 11th. In Kenya, the 10th of October is our holiday where we recognize the environmental agenda. In local dialect Kiswahili, it's called Mazingira Day.
That's correct. Confirmed already. 3 days of rugby 2026 as Nyangige gets some treatment here.
And Nyangige has been struggling with that wrist. Had a couple of medical breaks during this day, and I think he might not survive this one, as we see his arm wrapped there off your screen. But the fans counting down to the last game of these tournaments, 2 finals to come. The ladies category, that one will feature a repeat of the derby yesterday, Uganda taking on Kenya Lionesses. Can't wait for that one. As you see the family set up their kids around. Nice way to wind down 3 days of rugby, Oscar.
Fantastic, with a holiday in between. And the crowd just building up here at the Nyayo National Stadium as Zimbabwe try to get something on the board here.
Coming to the 50-meter channel, miscommunication there between Matema as he was cutting back in and his compatriot. That happens occasionally.
It does with miscommunication, but also
especially when you run across.
Correct. But fair play to Lukusi, putting pressure with a thumping tackle, which then had to force the pass because there was defensive pressure coming from Morans. And that forced the player then to make the pass, which went out.
So ball in Eugene Odhiambo's hands. I think the first time I'm seeing him in day 2 in this knockout day. Puts it in, Nyangige has gone out, so Eugene Odhiambo comes in. Arnold Muita still parks at the fly-half position. Daniel Kipchirchir stepping 1, stepping 2, calling for his supporters to come in, and John Okoth cleans out that rack. That pass from Eugene Odhiambo just curtails and makes the Morans lose territory, but Olukusi steps back in. If he was able to offload that, would have been interesting to see, because that gap had opened up, and Mola going aggressively at the defense line offloads it. Another offload coming in on a short line. The captain himself, John Okoth, with his second try of this match.
That's wonderful interplay there, keeping the ball alive by Kenya Morans. When they did this against the English, the UK select what worked for them. They're mixing it up here. The Kenya Morans, sometimes they use the racks. But like I said earlier, Zimbabwe are really powerful. They're also a very well-organized team around the breakdown area, good in the collisions, and I think the Kenya Morans have made a decision to keep this ball alive, perhaps, and speed up the play against what seems to be slightly slower, if I can say that, if I have the right to say that, Zimbabwe.
Yeah. And having said so, the try scorer, John Okoth, you were seeing him on the replay there, coming in on a short line, has exited well-earned break after putting Kenya comfortably ahead with 10 points from himself, and a successful conversion from Eugene Odhiambo, stretching their lead to 19-0 with 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes is a lot in a game of sevens, so Morans have to maintain their concentration in this match. Shifting out to the left, that sun in the eyes of Manyakara. Misses it, but still goes behind.
Yes, I just watch the contrast in play here, because there's pick and drive, power. That's what Zim are good at. And then we should coming to the line here.
Oh, Matematema.
Yes, but here we go.
Oh yeah, he walked into the stiff arm of Olukusi and Clinton Amukwachi. And Arnold Muta just coming to support. Very comical scene there. Arnold Muta high fives his pack of forwards there.
Carlos not happy with that treatment. Asking the assistant referee whether he could have been treated better by the Kenya defense.
Those are the embarrassing moments for any player, when you feel like your teammates have abandoned you to your fate.
And that's the thing here. I know Zimbabwe are a power play team, but I would argue, with all due respect to Matematema, I don't think he's the strongest there. He's a really good stepper, Matematema. Him and Musumi, Ryan work really well together to build the plays, but the other power players, I think that's why the ball should have gone, as you see here. Kipchirchir for...
Yeah, Kipchirchir offloads it to Victor Mola. Victor Mola goes into contact, ensures he doesn't get into touch.
I thought it was a knock on there by Mola.
The offloads, and Eugene Ojiambo goes into touch. Now this one here has isolated himself. One of the reasons why I think he's found less playing time in the knockout stages, because he had no supporting ball carriers around him. They were just engaged in a previous rack. Then dashes into contact when that ball should have gone out wide. As we see the replay, stepping that in your picture is Ryan Musumi. And then Manyakara benefiting from an illegal knock on there.
Yeah.
Ball comes to stop.
Ryan does take the ball up. He goes really up to the defense. Works very well in a lot of moments, especially in 15s rugby. But sometimes in sevens, nobody needs to tackle, you just slap the ball out of your hands. And scrum putting for Kenya. Again, just watch the difference in play here. Zimbabwe just keeping it close, using power more than anything else. Here we go. Yeah. It's a good carry, so Kenya has to work really hard in defense, and then Ryan carries up very well, two hands, carries it really well, Ryan.
Yeah, Manyakara takes it to the line there and coming in, trying to dance his way out of that. Tavonga Upland goes all the way to score. Zimbabwe's first try in this match with just over a minute remaining. Tavonga Upland.
Yeah, they do keep you honest. Zimbabwe, the likes of Ryan, when they bring the ball up. Arnold there, Agonda being caught up with a missed tackle. I think he was great. I mean, he was available in defense 1v1, but I think the tackle attempt there just brushed off.
Yeah, Tavonga is a strong ball carrier.
He is.
The conversion not good. As you see there, Manyakara passes it to a blunt steps in, then steps out after Arnold Agonda committed himself to that tackle. 5 meters out to the touchline, you're not stopping him, as uses that space to his advantage. And Kenyan fan there complaining bitterly, not impressed with that defense.
There we go, Arnold.
Clinton, yeah, that's Clinton Amukwachi goes into contact.
Amukwachi, yes.
And then coming in, Barnabas Award from the bench offloads to Arnold. Arnold carrying it strongly into contact. A lot of legs just all over that set piece.
That double error there for Arnold Agonda.
Quick tap and go from Matematema. Steps one, steps two, gets himself into space looking for outside runners. Gets one in. Dion Humalo goes over for another try right at the end of this third place playoff. Finally, Zimbabwe coming good with 2 quick fire tries, but running out of time on the clock.
They have run out of time, and what they've done there, they've used their strength into play there, both attack and defense. It's good carry there by Amukwachi. I thought they got the rack. Kenya continued playing. You'd think that Arnold would have left the ball go. There was enough sort of a 4v3, but he decided to take it into contact. Well, not against this disciplined Zimbabwe side. Got a turnover and eventually they convert that defense into attack and score the try. A bit respectable in the end. As you see the step here from Carlos Matema. And then sends that wide pass there.
The big man Dion.
To Dion. He was not going to let that go, Dion.
So the end of that bronze match, the third place playoff, Morans taking that bronze. They have been put throughout with that one loss in the quarterfinals, in the semi-finals. But they have put up their hands, played well. And with that, we prepare ourselves for the finals of the Safari Sevens.
On your screen there, Susan, a really gutsy player from Uganda, Women's Sevens, both in attack and defense. Susan Adom.
The first finals.
The kickoff here is Sinaida on the ball for Kenya Lionesses. I think this will be an interesting one, Elijah. What do you think? It came close when they played in the early stages.
Yeah, that derby that happened yesterday, Kenya Lionesses versus Uganda. Kenya Lionesses piping Uganda to that one, keeping that was a 17-5 win to the Kenya Lionesses.
It's a maul. The referee says the Ugandan player had come in earlier, even though she ended up alone, isolated. So it's Kenya put in.
So that spillover in the ball leading to the scrum, put in from Edith Nariaka. Snyder with ball, dummy, not dummy really, just loops around Janet Akelo to speedster Frasha straightening and going through that gap, attracting 2-3 defenders from Uganda. They have to recycle this one quickly. They do so. They have numbers out wide, but Edith Nariaka very pacey, steps into that gap, then steps off the drifting defender. And Edith Nariaka very deadly with her raw pace. Goes over to score first try for the Kenya Lionesses.
It was a bit of a gamble there for Edith because there was numbers on the outside, but because the defense was jagged, yes, which created a lot of space, so she stepped off her left foot, and the catch-up defender just couldn't get hold of her. She had to do some work there as well for the defend. She understands how to score tries, this lady Edith Nariaka. Watch this. Yeah, she did a question. There's a bit of a lateral space, so she stepped off her left foot. And Lydia, I think, Namagala.
And Juliet.
Juliet.
just
Nandawula
got the step from Nariaka there.
Oh, now that's got to go up the full now. Steps back in.
It's a successful conversion there we saw from Snyder Mokaya gives Kenya Lionesses the lead 7-0. And with ball in hand, that ball was knocked into touch for the restart. Nandawula Juliet throws it in and they recover, shift it out wide to their left, coming back on a training ground move, trying to manufacture space out there. They get the space, Comfort does, but Frasha arrives quickly to snuff that opportunity. Then they still play around the fringes, using the boot now to get some territory. And it's a good kick because it goes right into Kenya's 22, but it's dangerous for them because Nariaka just having scored. The other one is a good player on the loose plays. Uganda coming in and jackling well. Yeah. That was a good jackal.
It was Lydia Namabiro. They call for a scrum. Remember, this is what they did to Costa Blanca in terms of defense. I thought Chajira had made the right decision to go to her right there. But I wouldn't, to be fair, it was a good jackal there. Because I was asking Nayaka to clear that track.
Yeah, that was a tall order.
Maybe just asking for too much.
Waiting to put that ball in for Uganda. Nandawula Juliet puts it in and dashes out to the shorter side, offloads after attracting Frasha in. Frasha beat in and there's space out wide for Uganda to hit back on this one, pinning her ears. Then good defensive play there, causing her to spill the ball.
Is that Nariaka?
Yes, Nariaka comes back, uses her pace to reel in the attacking defender there. Nice bit of play. This is where pace really helps you.
It does, you know, there's no...
Looks like a sure try.
But look at that Nariaka, look at that. And Max tried to smack the ball and I think it was Juliet who's trying to bring back in.
No, Angaika Comfort.
Now look at her, what do they do here? Do they exit here with a kick? Or do they trust their skills here?
They should kick if you ask me. Uganda have demonstrated, yeah, and that's the option. Uganda have demonstrated a very good defensive side. That semi-final win against the defending champions, Costa Blanca. Now the chase is as good as the kick is as good as the chase, and in this one, almost guilty of sealing off.
Yeah, looks like sealing.
Then it's a fair contest now because coming round.
The Kenyan players are just watching the ED. Now they realize that is a problem.
That pass not going to hand. There's pressure all over for Kenya. But referee allowing play, fair contest on the ground there from both sides. And the penalties awarded to Kenya. I'm sure Snyder Mokaya will put this to good play away from their territory, not wanting to risk what befell Costa Blanca. Wow. That was a pretty careless kick if you ask me. Too casual.
She would want to see that again.
Never went high, never cleared the first person. And that kick rarely happens for a normal kicker. But Uganda good to it. Quick tap and go, not waiting around. Calling the referee to call that 10 meters against Kenya Lionesses. They go, no communication there in defense, looking for the inside runners. Nice bit of play between Nandawula Juliet and Angaika Comfort. And they go over and reply. Comfort Angaika with that try. It's a delayed try for her. She had an attempt the other side. Nariaka reeled her in, but this one wasn't stopping her.
Correct. There's a bit of a double pump there on the inside. And I think, I don't know whether it was Adina Muguni who just went out. She was concerned to defend the outside player. Maybe should have sort of stayed tucked in a little bit. But come on, that's the reality of seven sometimes. She trusted the inside defender who catch up defender. Look at that, just a bit of show and go there by, I think it was Juliet Nandawula. And then back in here to Comfort Angaika. Simple try in the end. Well balanced here between these two teams. But Kenya just lead this one by 7 points to 5. Deep kick, Chajira taps it back to Snyder. Snyder under real pressure. Remember, Uganda have done this to Costa Blanca. Kenya Lionesses may want to play in this zone. Again, lots of pressure, just push a transfer. But they are deemed to have been offside. Really lucky here, Kenya Lionesses. They're playing in their zone here, Kenya. They're comfortable with their skills. As we see a good carry there by Irene Namguni. Offload, quick hands to Freshia. Freshia under pressure here from, it's a turnover. Well done here by the Uganda defense. Nabagala Grace. And then they play quickly here. Grace Nabagala. This is exactly the script they did against Costa Blanca. In case the Kenya contingent are not aware, Uganda beat Costa Blanca by defending 7 in the 22 zone here for Costa Blanca in the semi-finals, and they do the same thing, same treatment here to Kenya Lionesses.
Yeah, Kenya Lionesses is not reading the script from the earlier match, how Uganda got themselves into the finals, and Uganda backing up their strong words before this tournament. They are coming for the women's title, and they are showing that they have a template and a plan that works. As we go into the halftime, Uganda hitting Kenya with 2 unanswered tries, getting themselves in firm control of this match. 10-7. Yeah, a lot of fans on your screen there. They have booked their tickets. They have made it to the stadium to watch the knockouts, day 3 of this 27th edition of Safari Sevens, and they are being entertained by the bevy of international teams that have been invited here. This is the final of the women's category. Second half, kicking us off is Uganda, who are leading 10-7 against Kenya Lionesses. This is a tough one. Next 7 minutes, critical for the new champion after Costa Blanca lost an opportunity to defend their title. Knocking on the ball and turning over possession to Uganda, who are very good at defense and defensive pressure, especially around your dangers, your red zone.
I'm not sure what that's the call. The referee claims he got it from the side here. I think the AR again. Not sure about the communication. The AR, remember, is the Burundian referee. Says, I think Amukuni lost the ball when she went to contact. Oh,
and Nandaula Juliet puts her colleague into space there, teammate, but knocks it on, and it's a turnover. Freshia just patrolling that side, looking for spaces, looking for an opportunity there. Needs to be very careful, needs to be clinical with ball in hand because the advantage is over. Snyder coming in, and she needs support. They need to ensure that they protect that rack, and they do so. Now they shift it out to their left. Coming in on a short line, carrying it well. Naomi Amguni goes into contact. Get some few meters out of their red zone. Kenya doing well to protect ball, then spilling it. However, there was an offside. Number 15 called offside at Kelotina.
I think they are lucky to figure out there. Janet, just quick. She's pretty quick.
She has the pace. This one has to be well controlled, otherwise it will be a turnover and a penalty. Yeah, this has to be a quick tap and go. They are not 10 meters, so that's a yellow card. But it's not double jeopardy because Janet gets to score. Just risking a yellow card there, then pulling out of the tackle.
Yes, I think she had to pull out and just see that try.
Yeah,
otherwise it would have been 7-pointer.
Yeah, and still a try.
And yes, the penalty try end of the catch. She took the risk here. They have to convert this still. To just sort of go away a little bit.
Yeah, gives them themselves a breather. Only 2 points separating them after this try. Snyder Mokaya succeeds to convert that one. Still within a try for Uganda, but this one is evenly matched. This one is evenly matched from between the two neighbors here. Tap and go there. Referee was very clear. Good compliance there from
Agnes Nakuya.
Yes.
As we see substitutions there, Faith Livoy coming in. Krista Belinda going out. Sheila Jajira also leaving. And in comes Murutu as well. The Kenya Harlequins international. Former Nakuru RFC player. Murutu Morin.
They're trying to go for the jackal, but the referee very clear. Leave it. The rack had already been formed. Then taking off to the right side, carrying it well. Frasha putting in the tackle finally, and then Uganda being able to.
There's lots of Kenyan players offside here.
Being able to protect that ball. Then they take it back to the shorter side, straightening into through the gap, looking for an offload, but it goes into Faith Livoy, who was tracking back in defense. Kenya turn it over. Look to go the shorter side. Snyder puts it into the backyard, and it's a foot race trying to get there. Nandaula Juliet, Frasha just watching her keenly. Doesn't put in the tackle. Ball is shifted out to Nabagala Grace. Nabagala Grace in trouble here. That is 3v2. If they can contest that one, it looks like a seal.
Yes. The ball is not out to the rack. It's here.
Referee clear that was a rack and the ball wasn't out, so Frasha not allowed to contest it.
There's still time here for Uganda. They're a decent side. They've shown that through the tournament. Very resilient, this team. And they don't look panicked here.
Yeah, they're not flustered really.
Yeah, they're playing really tactical here as we see the substitution. Juliet Nandawola just coming out. In comes Fazira Namkwaya. A couple of substitutions here. There's a player just needing attention there from Uganda. There's a player Uganda there just looks like he needs some assistance, and then this immediate call for substitution.
Yeah, it's been a long tournament for all teams. This is the very last match, and a lot of teams just struggling to get past this final match. But the motivation is there, up for grabs. Is the 2025 Safari Sevens women's category trophy.
Yes, next year's tournament date confirmed. 9th to 11th of October 2026. As we see the first substitution here for Uganda. In comes Amoli Lona. And there has to be some adjustment here for Uganda. Tina Kelo goes to second receiver or center.
Yeah, finally we get to restart this match after medical break. Big shove there from Kenya Lionesses, but still Uganda survived that one. Now ball out, trying to get to their speedster, but it's well marshaled. That is a dangerous play from Frasha.
That is a yellow card.
Oh, that she will not survive a yellow in that one.
Kenya Lionesses will play with 6 players for the rest of the game. I think this could be
the opening that Uganda needed.
Correct. And
1.5 minutes is a lot of time.
Point. I think it's more than 1.5. They are just about, especially with the stoppages.
Yeah, just a rush of blood really going for that tackle. It was a really dangerous one. We know the neck area has no supporting skeleton really, so if you tag on a player's head like that, you really risk a serious injury.
Unfortunately for Russia, there's a bit of hair riding at the back of the shot there. I think she was trying to grab a shot, but there's enough hair there for the referee to say that was a high tackle.
So heavy workload now for Kenya Lionesses, playing 6 against 7. They have to support one another here knocking it on. Adong Susan, oh my, I think she had lined up bumping hit on Edith Nariaka.
She's had a wonderful tournament, the Uganda Queens player.
Kenya need just to survive the next 30 seconds and they will lift this trophy.
Look at that nice wraparound. Susan just taking her eye off the ball. She's upset with herself there.
5 meters there.
In all fairness, Edith Nariaka already was at the scene. It had to take an almighty bump for you to get Edith Nariaka out. Snyder using the right approach, just putting it back into Uganda's territory. Then the chase has to be good. Nariaka applying herself well. Really used 12. Faith Livoi is to put this down and attempt a jackal. Referee warns her. They have to keep watching.
There goes the buzzer.
There goes the buzzer. So any mistake here from Uganda,
Nariaka has to help.
They will be in trouble. And there it is. Referee says it went behind. Then finally it was a knock on there. And Namabiro Lydia knocking it on. And with that, Kenya Lionesses lift the 2025 Safari Sevens women's category, playing the last 1.5 minutes with 6. But they did well to survive that one, Oscar.
I think that is unlucky for Uganda. There are 2 bites at the sherry here in the last play because they gave away possession, then got it back. But unfortunately, we were unable to execute. And in the end, the enforced errors just getting the best of Uganda. As you see the delight here from Kenya Lioness. Contrasting pictures here from the 2 teams. Maureen Mrutu on the picture there. Faith Livoi just in the background.
Yeah, repeating what they did yesterday against their neighbors. Kenya Lionesses beating the Uganda ladies for the 2nd time in a row in this tournament. It was all a mental affair, really.
It was, and they are very confident, this Uganda women's team, when they came to Safari Sevens. They felt confident in their preparations for this tournament, and I think they've done themselves some good justice. They'll be proud of what they've achieved here because they felt they could go all the way to the final, and they did. Just, you'd argue, just 4 points away from at least having a word at the end of the year and losing out by a difference of 5. And Kenya win this one 14 points to 10.
Yeah, and that one, they'll have a chance to renew the rivalries in the Rugby Africa Sevens Women, which will be coming on in November 15th to 16th, right here in Nairobi, capital city for Kenya.
And just to confirm, that is 2025.
Yes.
And now we're talking about Safari Sevens 2026, which is 9th to 11th
of October next year.
But the Africa Cup
for the women's.
is in Nairobi.
Next month.
It's next month in Nairobi.
15th to 16th. So hopefully they meet along the way there. But whatever the outcome, Lionesses get their hands back on that trophy that was won last year by Costa Blanca.
Well, there's only one more schedule item here that everybody is keen to watch, and that is the final of the men's category here. Perennial finalists would argue from both teams. I think both teams are perhaps the top 2 teams to have won this tournament.
Yeah, they have the most wins under their belts and gunning for one more. Kenya going for their 14th. Samurai also seeking to see if they can add to their tally. They have been to 6 and this is their 7th final. They have 2 trophies to show for that. And the roster that is high up there, you have the formerly emerging box who won 3 out of 9. They had been in 9 finals. So Samurai ranked 3rd in terms of pedigree, behind Kenya and emerging box. Kenya with their 13. They won last year with their 13th title. This year they are going for their 14th.
For a tournament that is 27 years old, there's a lot of wins.
Almost half of them.
Almost half of the number of tournaments.
Yeah. We've had several winners along the line, correct? Because if you have emerging box with 3, Samurai stroke Shogun with 2.
I think Samoa also have.
Samoa also have that. We have. Did the British Army win? No, they never won.
No, they never won. I think. Have they? Perhaps there's some single winners.
I think yeah, there are a lot of single winners in between.
Yeah, Fiji themselves have won this.
Yeah. So we are observing 1 minute in respect of.
Yes, the Belgian coach, unfortunately,
and yesterday. You see there on your screen.
Warren Abrahams.
Yeah, he passed on during the tournament, and we're just giving him respect for his input into the Rugby 7 squad. The Belgian coach. That was his quote: "Always give yourself a chance."
If you're wondering earlier why the Belgian team did not continue for the rest of the tournament, they did play a couple of games on day 1, but unfortunately that incident obviously shocked many, let alone the Belgian team. You can imagine how difficult this must have been for them, and our hearts go out to the Warren's family, friends, as we maintain a moment of silence.
So we start. There we have it. Round of applause going around the stadium in recognition of the contributions of Warren Abrahams. The rugby, a much loved game. We wish the family well this time as we prepare for the final match of the 2025 Safari Sevens. This one between the defending champions Shuja taking on Shogun. Shogun rebranded last year from Samurai in recognition of their vision of where they want to be, and in their hierarchy of the military commands around the Japanese culture, the Shogun ranks higher than the Samurai, and that's where they want to take their brand of rugby to the next level. Into the run to this final, we have seen Kenya Shuja looking very pervious, imperious. In fact, they've looked the top favorites, really, to be honest.
They were close by
Zimbabwe.
They select earlier in the tournament during the pool stages, and then it seemed a bit comfortable there, but in the semi-finals, Zimbabwe displayed some really good power play against them.
Yeah, Shogun, on the other hand, came really, their closest match was against KCB in that pool match where they won that one 17-14. Then from there, they have looked the real deal. So this is going to be a close one.
It's a good kick-off there, and then ball gotten back by Wekesa.
And Shogun just shoving over and turning over.
Shogun. That's really good work by Shogun here.
Yeah, the fringes are left open, and Shogun quick off to the races, looking for the inside supporter, gets him. This one pinching.
Onyala was struggling.
Yeah, Onyala cannot get.
The inside, I think the catch-up defender was really struggling, Onyala. Amaisa had covered him on the outside.
Yeah, Legoburu Anton ran that supporting line. Onyala had to come all the way across, but Shogun hit first here. Legoburu Anton going over for the first 5-pointer. The stadium is a bit quiet. No one saw that coming, but mistake came in. Mistake came in because of that too many players getting committed into that ruck, trying to turn over and then not watching the fringes.
I think it was the other way around because Kenya had the ball. Asati got the ball off the kickoff, and I think the clearing players took it too long. And then I think when Kesa didn't realize that Asati was in, so should have passed the ball off the ruck quicker. And there you go. There's too many of them in there in that ruck, and eventually again didn't defend the short side. I think I might have had him on the cover, but the catch-up defender here was Onyala. I think was a bit late to get there.
Yeah, Moreno Manuel playing heads-up rugby, picking from that base of that ruck, breaking through, and they do get the first points in this one. Penalty awarded to Shuja, to Shogun, and they put it into touch. They will restart with a line out. Goes very nice application on that line out, quickly shifting it to Pablo. Pablo carrying it into contact. Lopez, and then moving it out back to the shorter side. Moreno with another strong carry. Almost turned over possession there.
That's good awareness there by Moreno.
Good reset there from Shogun. Shogun shifting the ball. Lopez has it in hand. Looks for the line break. A good defense there from Shuja. 11 penalized. Patrick Odongo guilty.
Kenya playing without a sweeper in that phase of defensive play. I think Shogun just penalized there for losing their feet, but they had the advantage for offside.
They go to the line out. They have one of the best statistics around line out, and they use it to good effect now. They have 20 meters separating both teams, the back line. So a lot of defense required here.
Straight, obviously, they look straight. Yeah. It's good pressure here from the Kenya line out defense. Onyala going up there. It's a single man lift, and the pressure actually is being put on the thrower more than the jumper.
Yeah, time off there as the referee tries to iron out a few calls on that scrum. Normally happens during the first scrum of the match. The referee will just want to ensure they understand what he's looking out for. I think they'll hold back those dangerous runner in Kenya's back line, Shuja's back line.
This year the referee on this game the same height, to get low.
They have to apply pressure on this one. Asati with ball out, coming in at first receiver is Festa Shiasi, and he punctures through Shogun's defense, offloads it to Asati, who is held up, and this one will be a turnover to Shogun. Not the best of persons to receive that ball into contact.
That's the second time he's taken it into contact. To be fair, on the kickoff, he had to take it in because the ball just bounced right in front of him. He took responsibility, but the rest just don't come quick enough. And unfortunately, his size is a disadvantage here.
Yeah, Shiasi
did their offload, and then immediately the Shogun players recognize that they can hold him up. The referee calls it very quickly here.
Ball goes in for Shogun. It's a contest and it's turned over by Kenya. Asati puts it to the shorter side. Patrick Odongo with ball. Fends off one, fends off two. He'll have to reset. And they do so just still within the danger zone. Onyala with a long pass. Gets Wekesa. Wekesa goes down. Another reset. They go to the longer side. Asati finally puts it to boot. And it's a race here. Patrick Odongo scorching the earth here, chasing down that kick. He has to let him come up. Patrick Odongo goes off feet, so he can't contest anymore. But Jakla comes in and Maitza. Referee just asks him to let it go. That seems like a knock-on from Lopez.
Good pressure, good option.
Yeah, they had to do that.
But what was interesting there was the chase, a hard chase from Odongo from the left there, and then Maitza also coming through in the middle of the field. But well recovered there by Shogun. And this is the knock-on.
Yeah, coming in and they're not in sync there. They're not on the same page. Looks up, sees Odongo. But referee already called for the knock-on. So an attacking scrum for Kenya. They have to hit back here. Shuja have to hit back. Time on the clock, 1.5 to play in the first half. Asati comes aggressively to the defense line. Shows to kick, then finally kicks and chases his own kick. Will he get there? Nigel Amaitsa looks like depends on the in-goal referee. We'll have to listen in.
Taken out by red, so option still on the 22.
I think they are agree.
Ball's taken over.
We'll see the replay. Come just scramble the 22. Yes,
The referee is still explaining that one.
Scrum for Shuja. That's a weird. It's an interesting call there.
Yeah, let's just listen in to see what they agree. He has another consultation. Let's just listen in.
I think I might have I was kicked by...
Yeah, but it's high dead by red. Yes, so red should be back, so it's an option scrum on the 22.
I think it was the Shogun who kicked it out. The Shogun.
No, we chose scrum.
I think if the referee saw the big screen, if the referee saw the big screen, looks like the Shogun player kicked it out, but he claims that it was red that took it dead.
Yeah, ref has called it, so match continues. Shogun's put in their own 22. And early push from Shogun and turnover possession. Free kick to Shuja. They get the favor of that decision. And they have to hit back here. No time on the clock for the first half. Festa Shiasi with a strong carry, 10 meters out. They get to retain that possession. Referee plays on.
Penalty, yes. Slapping the ball. Is that the yellow card? Yes, he's looking for the number.
Yeah, I was wondering because in the danger zone, the red zone, you're not allowed a lot of favor when you take man and ball. And Sanchez Lopez, I think, taking his place on the naughty bin.
He's had a couple of yellow cards, Sanchez.
He looks there, couldn't help himself. Puts in.
But let's give some credit to Shogun here. The really good defensive rugby from Shogun.
Yeah, now this one is 7 against 6. Patrick Odongo on the farthest side of the pitch, looking for that pass, but Nigel Amaitsa handles one tackle and goes in, putting 5-pointer in, and the fans up on their feet celebrating that one after sustained possession territory in the red zone. Finally, they get reprieve and they hit the front. They tie this match 7-all. It has been coming for the last 2 minutes, to be honest. They have pinned Shogun here, as you see that pass. 7 versus 6. It was always going to end one way against such a good side as the Shuja.
It was a decent crowd here at the National Stadium. A really decent number of crowd here, but they were very, very quiet for a couple of minutes here. They have been kept quiet, but a very decent Shogun team who are playing some wonderful rugby here. Shogun with some Spanish.
Yeah, a lot of Spanish national team players.
Who finished third in the World 7 Series.
Yes.
Could you argue this is a bit of a 9 versus number 2 in the world? In a way, mixed.
Yeah, it is. It is by all means, because you cannot argue against chemistry being there for Shogun. Those players have played together for the better part of this year, starting from last year, so they do understand each other well. That's why I think that scoreline is quite tight at the break, 7-all, as you look at the fans who have turned up to watch the end of the 2025 Safari Sevens. This is the 27th edition. They have been here since Friday, looking and urging on their home side to lift this trophy and defend it from last year.
Yes, the fans now having a good time. The one smiling as much earlier.
No.
With this decent performance here by the Shogun men's team.
It's taken 9 minutes for them to smile.
It's been a while. It's a decent team, Shogun.
Oh yeah, it is. And still playing, starting the second half, 7 versus 6. As Sanchez Lopez still running down that sin bin clock.
I think they'll go deep here and pin Kenya inside the 22. Not too deep.
Not too deep, trying to get it back. Oh my, that was really risky, because had he put that ball in hand, it would have been a problem for Kenya. Then coming in at a blitz, very quick defense, trying to hit Asati there, who was waiting for that looping pass.
Asati stayed really, really low.
And very composed.
His club teammate there put him under pressure. Onyala didn't look up and just sent the pass. It wasn't the best of passes. Got a knee to the head, but Asati kept really, really low. Very composed player here, Asati.
Oh yeah.
Samuel.
There's a calm head on top of those shoulders. The captain, the co-captain in this sevens team, and this time round, Shuja caught napping. They had an early shove. I wouldn't want to be a forward, because the games that continue being played there.
That's really, really good tactical play there by Shogun, and then they get back to here.
Not yet. Sanchez is still waiting to come back
just
in.
about. It was a penalty, that's why he couldn't get back, but it looks like the time was over.
Yeah, the time is over, but you can't come back in during that penalty play.
Clear release, referee says.
Oh my, that chat back costing Kenya another 10 meters from Patrick Odongo to the referee. But I see his case. He felt like what was it? There was no one really attacking that ball while he was on deck.
Correct.
But the referee was sighted, well sighted there. As you see that replay, that ball was out. He picked it up, went. You lose the replay there, but off your screens, going for their second try.
That looks high. That looks high. But
Kevin Wekesa should compose himself here. He will get the matching orders. That was completely unnecessary from Kevin Wekesa, and he might cost his team 2 minutes in the bin. But we wait. This one we have to listen in from the referee, because a lot has happened there. High tackle, and then when he got up to his feet, went for the man. Let's listen in.
I think it's a try nonetheless.
Running his line, but preventing a red player from crossing to make the tackle.
I think
So I have an obstruction.
I agree.
By number 7 again.
Was it a 7?
Yes. Number 7, black.
So it's going to
Change his
be no
direction.
try.
Yeah.
No try.
Obstruction.
Penalty. Okay.
Whoa. I thought so initially.
No
It looked
try.
like that.
Obstruction.
I think that was what Wekesa was upset about.
Oh, the obstruction. Yeah, we need a replay there just to be so that the viewers can understand what happened there. So they tap the ball, they shift it quickly to the edge. And when it gets there, Wekesa comes in, goes for the tackle, and Lopez, who's just coming from a yellow card, obstructs Wekesa.
Exactly. It was a high tackle. I think it was a high shot there eventually by Wekesa. But I think he was desperate there to try and make the... But the first infringement was the obstruction from Lopez, who is on a yellow card himself.
Yeah, very risky. But finally, Shuja get themselves out of the red zone, going in for the line out, courtesy of that penalty, and it's this one.
What was that? False?
Line out.
So it's not straight, is it?
Yeah, it's not straight.
Fair enough.
It's
I
not
think
straight.
Onyala had to reach out to the other side of the...
Yeah, cross into Shogun's territory.
Cross over.
So anytime you throw in the ball and both players are up contesting, that has to be a fair throw. It has to go right down the tunnel, and that wasn't the case for this one. Going for the intercept and then knocking it on. Kenyan players have to compose themselves. George Oro contesting that call. And now the stadium is quite loud. The supporters realizing that they have to push Kenya through on this one. It's a sight to behold. As we see also the Shogun ladies off your screens, they are cheering the Shogun men. This is a finely balanced match. Look at the Shogun ladies there. A sight to behold. Yeah, this is what sevens rugby is all about. Very competitive, but also fun in the stands. Looping around, protecting that ball. Kenya trying to attack that breakdown. They are matched evenly here, 2-on-2 on defense. A lot of emotions here, running high from the Shuja side. Knocking it on. Shogun turnover possession.
I think this is really, really good rugby, sevens rugby here by both teams, both in defense and attack. This is a really good performance by Shogun Sevens. Obviously, Kenya, Shuja are the favorites here, but
There's some
being made to work really hard.
Yes, some really decent sevens rugby here.
And let's not forget, when Samurai were lifting previously, of course, Shogun was Samurai. When they were lifting, I think one of it was against Kenya.
That's true. That is true.
So really, this one you can call it to be a toss-up. Forget about the earlier results. Yesterday, Patrick Odongo will back his pace. Will he go? He needs support and is bundled into touch.
Could he have kicked a little bit? Could he have kicked there when he ran into space or just pull out? I think he had enough momentum in terms of pace to just put it ahead of him. I'm going to just stop and pull out.
Yeah, looks, he sizes up his man and then takes on Kanepa Noah. Kanepa Noah just reels him in.
Yeah, he couldn't give the inside pass. Lopez was on the inside there, well covered there by Lopez.
Lopez straightening, goes into the heart of defense there. Ball is out, says the referee. Kevin Okesa with a big shove and he recovers it. Looks like he has knocked it on. Advantage being played. Nigel Amaritsa waiting for the call. He straightens, steps one, steps two, offloads to Onyala. Onyala looking for an offload, goes down on his own terms. Okesa at the bottom of that, picking it up, coming in on a short line. Hard running into the heart of defense. They have numbers out wide. This one, a loop pass that goes into hand, and they will come in.
I'm not sure about that. I actually think there was a knock on earlier by Okesa, let alone that front pass. I know it's a penalty advantage, but I think there was actually a knock on by Okesa. Look, I don't mean to take anything away here from Kenya Shuja. There was a suspicious knock on in the contact area from Okesa. That was obviously a forward pass.
Yeah, just over a minute to play here. Substitutions being made from the Shogun side as they try to straighten things here, and also on the Shuja side, in comes Crisanto Juang for Festa Shiasi. On the other side, Moreno Manuel comes out after doing his bid for more than 10 minutes. Also going out on the Shuja side, Patrick Odongo not getting the favor, not getting past Kanepa Noah, been quiet in this game. In comes Floyd Wabwire.
Yes, they've taken really good care of him.
So this is an attacking one in the red zone. 1 minute, just seconds remaining. What do they do here? Coming in on a straight, hard run is Crisanto Juang, who's just coming, then quickly shifting the ball out wide. Kevin Okesa straightens, waiting for his teammates to come in. Then he goes down on deck. Onyala dummies around the fringes of that rack. Another 5 meters or so gathered by Kenya. Then they shift it out wide. Floyd just coming steps, comes back into the heart of Shogun's defense, pumping his feet, going over and scoring. 5 points straight from the bench onto the try box. Floyd Wabwire not using his pace on the outside, but using his dancing feet, stepping back in, shrugging defenders, and doing a center post try.
If ever there was a description of a super sub, that is a good display there of using his quick feet, not just on the outside, but cutting back in. A couple of power carries there by Crisant, Onyala, Okesa. And then Floyd just coming, using his feet there, cutting and using his pace in the middle of the field. There was a hit on him, but because of the power and the speed that he had, he was able to spin off that pass. Use what some people call a revolving door there, the hit and spin, and then just quickly getting off into his bike there to score that. So it's a good kickoff.
Yeah, fantastic kickoff by Nigel Amaritsa, but
and by the way,
Asati
actually there's 2 racks carries by Crisant.
Well, that was the last play, and Shuja do well to retain their title, defending what they won last year. It was a big match. It was a repeat of the earlier game when they met, but this one took all of their might, all of their strength. Finally scoring at the end there. Floyd Wabwire coming in, scoring and giving that mighty win for Shuja. Shogun, on the other hand, deserved second runners-up this year's edition.
Well, if there is such a thing, then they are definitely deserved. Take a bow, Kenya Shuja, across the field. But wow, how about Samuel Asante's performance in this game, especially in the contact area? Fast there into the contact in the first kickoff, and in the last play also again in the kickoff. Samuel Asante, captain fantastic, But wow, same performance here by, I think it was Wabwire Floyd when he came in.
Yeah.
Good replacement, you think, for
Patrick Odongo. Yeah, I think, I mean, the game had pretty much plateaued. There needs to be an injection of a different approach in attack because both players have different ways of attacking. Patrick is all about, if you give him space, it's all about sheer raw pace. Out and out pace. Wabwire is all about just shifting and shifting the defenders. He's a busy and a wavy runner.
Yes, he's evasive.
Very evasive.
In the first tournament, National 7 circuit, in the final versus
Strathmullios, yeah.
He scored an S try where he came from one end of the pitch.
Yeah.
Scoring an S line, go to the other end, then back again to the other one end.
Yeah,
and eventually scored the try. And it looked like that he's a good player when it comes to basic play.
Yeah, and he's really an impact player. When you look at over the years, the last 2 years or so, that has been his signature play. He's very impactful off the bench and always rises to the big games, to the occasion. And in this one, Kenya Shuja really needed him because that game was a tight one.
But how good also Camacho and Canepa taking good care of
Patrick Odongo. Yeah, Canepa Noah really just kept Patrick silent, completely silent in that match. But when Wabwire came in, I think he had that memo and he decided he's not going to take on Canepa Noah. He'll look for the weaker limbs.
Step back in, you've seen a couple of those tries. The likes of Collins Injera scored a lot of tries, but cutting back in, that not on himself. Top try scorer also scored a lot of tries. When you close him on the outside, because a lot of when you're defending a fast play, you try to lock out the outside, but they use your feet, they still can come back in. So if the catch-up defender is not good enough, the tries that are scored on the inside. But look, Roy Wabwire there also is able to not just ride those tackles, but use a bit of his power and pace in the middle of the field.
Yeah, and you ask yourself what next for the Kenya Shujas. After this, they have to start their campaign to get themselves back into Division 1 because currently they closed last season on 9th position, and then the revision of the format cutting the Division 1 teams from 12 to 8 left Shuja out in the cold. So they have to win Division 2 and then get themselves back into Division 1. How does that journey look for Shuja,
Well, it
Oscar?
would be easy by going by what we've seen here with the Morans just missing up in the final. Maybe you think the preparations are decent, the decent preparation. I like the idea that it's very competitive here, even between Wabwire and Patrick Odongo. Onyala there in the forwards, also working really hard. A couple of players in the Morans team also just putting up their hand, wanting to fight, as we see also Lionesses there, Abuguni, Ruti, Janet, Tajira there, Juliet, Christopher Lindo, all celebrating what has been a wonderful outing for the Kenyan teams. Yeah, so they have to work really hard, I think, to compete with the rest of the campaigners in the Division 2. In the local environment, it's back to the 15-a-side rugby. For those who are the sevens, this is the ultimate sevens tournament, I guess.
Yeah. Just after Cape Town and the South Africa Sevens in the World Circuit. Next big one, of course, in Africa is this one. And it's always good for whichever team comes in and lifts this particular title. It's not easy to win it, as we have just seen in this match.
Not at all. And the Women's Africa Cup also coming to November. Remember, we said that in November next month, the Africa Cup Women's Championship will be here in Nairobi. But just in case you didn't get to hear that, the 2026 edition of the Safari Sevens will be held between October 9th and October 11th, 2026.
Yeah, as we wait to see the awarding ceremony of the finalists, and also we get to see who takes off the individual awards. We have a shot there of the fans waiting to have a glimpse of the winners in this year's edition. Played really well, both Kenyan teams walking away with the main cup titles, and they have been made to work hard in both finals, including the Lionesses, to fight right to the end.
Just what do you think happens to the player 13 there from both teams? The screen there we saw Mwanji wasn't used the entire tournament, unfortunately. He did enough there, Mwanji on your screen there.
Yeah.
Being the first team, but wasn't used. What does that look like for him then, going into the next series? We'll just take a small break here, give you some highlights before we go into the presentation. We'll get back to you as soon as we're able to, and then just see who won the individual and of course the team winners. We already know that. We'll come back to you shortly.
The 9th place trophy, the captain, to kindly make his way to the front to receive the 9th place trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda! Thank you so much, Uganda. Next up, I'd like to ask Director Leslie to get onto the stage. Director Leslie Njenga Mongale, Director in charge of leagues and fixtures, to be awarding the 5th place trophy for the women to the Kenya Cubs. Thank you so much, KQ, our airline partner. And asante sana Engineer Moses Kabani. Ladies and gentlemen, making his way onto the stage, Director Leslie Njenga Mongale, the 5th place winners, the Kenya Cubs. That is Leslie Njenga Mongale. A handshake for the 5th place winners. Simon Odongo leading the Kenya Cubs with his technical team. Coming in 5th, the captain to come to the front to receive the trophy. Ladies together, let's give it up for the Kenya Cubs. Thank you so much, the Kenya Cubs. Humphrey Kayange, Humphrey Tall Kayange, wherever you are. Humphrey, Tall, Kayanga, wherever you are. Thank you so much. The Kenya Cubs. Humphrey, Tall, Kayange. Humphrey, Tall, Kayange, get onto the stage. Tall will be awarding the 5th place for the men. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Sport Pesa National 7th Circuit, all the way to the Safari Sevens, your 5th place winners, KCB! Honorary Secretary, Kenya Rugby, Ray Orlando, wherever you are, get ready for the next award. And Sheila Mbere from Amara. The KCB contingent from Shuja coming in to celebrate the boys before they head onto the stage to get awarded the 5th place trophy. One more trophy for the KCB Rugby team. And of course, a revelation of what the future looks like with the next generation of players coming through. Ladies and gentlemen, walking onto the stage in that blue striped green kit, KCB. Ray Orlando, Secretary, Kenya Rugby. I'd like to have your attention. Now time for Humphrey Kayange to award the 5th place trophy. Receiving it, Bramwell Kilwake. Ladies and gentlemen, KCB! Thank you so much. Humphrey Kayange used to rule this very, very competition. And now coming back to award the next generation. Thank you so much, Humphrey, Tall, Kayange. Next up, Raymond Orlando. Ray, Secretary, Kenya Rugby. Once again, KCB! Ray Orlando. Thank you, KCB. With a G, a dance to celebrate. The boys can move both on and off the pitch. KCB. Up next, I'd like to ask Secretary, Kenya Rugby, Ray Orlando. All right. Secretary Ray Orlando tafadhali, we need you. Ray Orlando, ladies and gentlemen. Secretary KRU. Yep. We'll be awarding the third place team. Joining in will be Sheila Mbere from Amara. Sheila, tafadhali get on stage to join Secretary Ray Orlando in awarding. Ladies and gentlemen, your third place team, Costa Blanca. Sheila Mbere from Amara, supporting the Secretary, Kenya Rugby, Ray Orlando. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain will receive the trophy. Let's hear it for Costa Blanca. Thank you, Secretary. Bwana Secretary, usiende mbali. The celebration there, the Costa Blanca side. Thank you, and congratulations, Costa Blanca. Like to ask Honorary Secretary to get back on stage. And joining in is Director Kiptarus from the Social Health Authority to award the bronze medal winners, the Kenya Morans. Kiptarus, Director Kiptarus. Director Kiptarus. Getting onto the stage to receive the handshake. Coming in third and going home with the bronze. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain to come to the front, John Okoth Okeo, the captain of the Morans. Ladies and gentlemen, your third place team, the Kenya Morans.
No, I'm jumping out of band, yeah. And I know it's not dramatic, yeah. But I know I had to have it, yeah. For the money, I'm a savage, yeah. I be itching like I had it, yeah. I'm surrounded 20 bad bitches, yeah. They didn't know me last year, yeah. Having my one like that,
The next award, I'd like to invite the Crown Prince Vice Chair, Hussein, and the Kenya Rugby Union Treasurer, Dr. Joshua Aroni. Dr. Joshua Aroni and the Vice Chair, Crown Paints. Ladies and gentlemen, the top try scorer for the women from Shogun, Charlotte Woodman, and from Costa Blanca, Paula Rakena. Paula Rakena and Charlotte Woodman from the Shogun side, tied with 7 tries. Rakena there, receiving the individual medal award from the treasurer, Kenya Rugby, and the chairperson, Nondis, coming in on behalf of Crown Paints. Ladies and gentlemen, Paula Rakena. Paula, I'd like for you to remain on stage for that photo moment from Shogun, Woodman, Charlotte, wherever you are. All right, thank you so much, Treasurer. Next up, I'd like to ask Treasurer Aroni once again to get back on stage to award the top try scorer for the men. Ladies and gentlemen, from the UK select, Sam Kildan. Sam Kildan, ladies and gentlemen, starring over the last several days, going home with the top try scorer with 9 tries. A representative from the UK select side. Najua maybe wameingia sherehe. I'd like to ask the tournament director, Kevin Wambura, to go in on behalf of Kildan to receive Kevin Wambura receiving on behalf of Sam Kildan, our top try scorer for the Safari Sevens. Next up, I'd like to ask Charlotte from Shogun or Fahad, select somebody from Shogun to receive the next award. Fahad, kindly nominate somebody to take the trophy for the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask Treasurer Joshua Aroni to get on stage. Daktari, get on stage to award the top point scorer for the women, Charlotte Woodman. That is Charlotte Woodman's award. Thank you so much, Shogun. All right, the next award is the top point scorer. Once again from the UK Select, McKenna Wamboi, Assistant Tournament Director, get on stage to take this award to the next level, to award our top point scorer for the men from the UK Select. To join Daktari on stage, Assistant Tournament Director Wambui McKenna. Ladies and gentlemen, top point scorer, Sam Kildan. Thank you so much, Daktari and Wambui. Next up is the player of the final for the women. Carry Treasurer Baki Tafadhali will be awarding the top player for the player of the final from the Kenya Lionesses, Janet Okello. Janet Okello, ladies and gentlemen, has starred for the Kenya Lionesses, helping the team get over the line and win the gold medal. Receiving from Kenya Rugby Union Treasurer, Daktari Joshua Roni. Player of the final, Janet Okello. Janet Baki, picha, Janet Baki. Asante sana Daktari. Player of the final, Daktari Naomba Baki. Player of the final for the men. Asante sana Janet. Ladies and gentlemen, your player of the final from the Kenya Shuja, Samuel Asati. The star of the moment plies his trade with the KCB rugby team. Turning out for Shuja. Ladies and gentlemen, your player of the final, Samuel Asati. Thank you so much, Daktari. Now we proceed to the runners-up. I'd like to ask Indakwa from the Ministry of Sports to join the Kenya Rugby Union Vice Chair, Moses Ndale, on stage. We'll be awarding the runners-up of the women. Indako from the ministry and Moses Ndale, Kenya Rugby Union Vice Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, your runners-up, Uganda Lady Cranes. The Ugandans coming in second. Disappointed not to have won the overall trophy. But ladies, heads high. You all have done the Pearl of Africa proud with that second finish in this year's Safari Sevens. Getting a handshake from the Ministry of Sports, Indakwa representing. And our guest, Joining in the Vice Chair, Kenya Rugby, Moses Ndali. The trophy will be given to the captain. I'd like to ask the captain to come to the front where they'll receive the trophy for coming in second. Ladies and gentlemen, your runners-up, Uganda!
It's a celebration.
Thank you so much, Kerry Vice Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, time now to award. I'd like to ask Kerry Vice Chair to remain on stage, and joining in will be Faith Basie, Group Chief Risk Officer, KCB Bank. VC. Carrier VC getting onto the stage. Joining in is Faith Basie to award the runners-up of the 27th edition of the Safari Sevens. Making their way onto the stage, Faith Basie and Moses Ndali. Ladies and gentlemen, your runners-up, Shogun! Next up, next up, ladies and gentlemen, the captain receiving the trophy. Let's hear it for Shogun Rugby!
It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the year. So bring your good times.
All right. Time now for the runners-up of the women. The winning side, I beg your pardon. I'd like to ask KRU Chairperson Harriet Tokach, PS Raymond Omolo, and Esther Waititu, plus Bernard Gitonga, Business Development Manager, Tasker, Esther Waititu, CFO, Safaricom, to make their way onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, taking it on home soil, the Kenya Lionesses. Getting a handshake from PS Raymond Omolo, CFO Esther Waititu from Safaricom, Bernard Gitonga, Business Development Manager, Tusker, and KRU Chair, Harriet Okach, the captain, to kindly come to the front. Sheila Chajira to receive the trophy from PS Raymond Omolo. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, the Kenya Lionesses. The Lionesses making the country proud, defending the territory, defending the flag, and proudly wearing M-Pesa on the front of the shirt. Ladies and gentlemen, doing it proud. Once again, let's hear it for the Kenya Lionesses. Thank you so much, Lionesses. Ayabas, I'd like to ask PS Omar Oluga, Kenya Rugby chairperson, and Jason Gibson and Kezam PC from Tusker to get on stage, plus Gibson and Jason from SportPesa. Asante sana, PS Raymond Omolo. And now in goes Daktari PS Omar Oluga, Kezam PC, Jason, and Harriet Okach. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, the Kenya Shuja!
Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Select a cheza dopa once from the top. Dojo mabe, dojo mabe, dojo mabe. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up.
This team, ladies and gentlemen, coached by Kevin Bling Wambuya. Wambua assisted by Andrew Noel Amonde. Bogonko and Louis Kisia. The team manager being Eric Ogweno. They have successfully defended the title on home soil. This gentleman, the pride of the Republic, the pride of Africa, the Kenya Shuja.
mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Oh. Don't my bed. Tuko tao, CBD kwa penthouse. Wanadhani CBD ni guesswork, lakini jabidi tunasosa. Ni magami tundo tunangoja. Don't my bed, kwa mdomo ni kube. Na doba joni mwaki, kipenda imele. Na pendo na mapepe, na wote joni joni.
The captain receiving the trophy, the Robin Cahill Trophy, going to be lifted by the champions, ladies and gentlemen, the winners, the Kenya Shuja! Our sponsors tuning in. Thank you so much to everyone who supported this year's games. All our corporate and government support not being taken for granted. Many thanks to the following: Tusker, Social Health Authority, KCB Bank, Kenya Airways, Coca-Cola, Sport Pesa, M-Pesa, the Ministry of Sports, Crown Paints, Park Pro, Little Cards, Amara, Haas Petroleum, and Chloride Exide.
When I'm done, you can't see me.
Thanks as the two teams. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, for the lights to celebrate the double win, Kenya Lionesses and the Kenya Shuja! We have awarded the players. Time now to recognize our corporate sponsors alike. I'd like to ask our sponsors, and to award our sponsors, I'd like to ask Harriet Okach, Kenya Rugby Union Chairperson, and Thomas Odundo. They'll be giving out the individual sponsor appreciation plaques. First up, Thomas Odundo, get on stage. Going in is the chair, Kenya Rugby. I'd like to ask a representative from M-Pesa. M-Pesa. Andrew Kabeke from M-Pesa, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, M-Pesa. They are the front of the shirt sponsor for the Kenya Lionesses. And that smile shows as the Lionesses don't disappoint on the grand stage. M-Pesa powering the Kenya Lionesses. All right, I'd like to ask Faith Basie. Faith Basie getting on stage. Joining in is the chairperson, KCB Rugby, from the finance department at KCB Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, receiving the trophy on behalf of the bank, Faith Basie from KCB.
Yani namaanisha kwamba ndo tushawana, tushawana, ndo tushawana, ndo tushawana.
I'd like to ask a representative from Tusker. That is Kesa PC from Tusker Sports. Kesa has been with us over the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Yeye ndiye anatuandalia sherehe. Asante sana Kesa. Sherehe ya jana iliweza na ya leo itabidi tena iweze. Getting on to the stage to receive the appreciation plaque from the Kenya Rugby Chair, Harriet Okach, and the CEO, Thomas Odundo. That hug, that celebration, a milestone, a significant end to the 7th this season, powered by Tusker. Next up, I'd like to ask Willis Ojuang. Willis Ojuang from SportPesa to kindly make his way. Jason also to join in. Our shirt sponsor, our National 7th Circuit sponsor, and a partner of the 2025 Safari Sevens, Jason and Willis Ojuang from SportPesa. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the 7th sponsor of the season, SportPesa. They are the undisputed partner. They are in the front of the shirt of the Shuja. They partnered with the Kenya Rugby Union over the local 7 series, and they have celebrated winning the trophy right here at home. Thank you so much, SportPesa. All right, I'd like to ask a representative from Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Franklin Owino to get on stage. Franklin Owino from Coca-Cola. Ladies and gentlemen, Coca-Cola have hydrated the Safari Sevens, and we appreciate their support. They are the hydration partner, and a big thank you to Frank Owino from Coca-Cola. Crown Paints, a representative from the Crown Paints. Richard from Crown Paints. Crown Paints coloring the Safari Sevens. Richard from Crown Paints. All right. Tio, ningeomba tafadhali you award the next award as we wait for the Crown Paints. Next up, I'd like to ask a representative from the Social Health Authority, SHA. A representative from the SHA. All right. A representative from SHA. And if we don't have SHA, I'd like to ask Madam Chair, Harriet Okach, to receive the plaque on behalf of the Social Health Authority. There you have it, those smiles. The Social Health Authority represented there by the Chair of Kenya Rugby, Harriet Okach. Asante sana, Madam Chair. Next up, the Ministry of Sports. Ministry of Sports representatives. All right. Thomas Odundo, please receive that award on behalf of the Ministry of Sports. The Ministry of Sports, a partner of every rugby international tournament. Asante sana, Thomas Odundo, for receiving on behalf of the ministry. I am mtu kutoka Kenya Airways. Kenya Airways, our airline partner, wherever you are. Kenya Airways. Well, once again, here it is, Chair. Receive the trophy on behalf of Kenya Airways, our airline partner, flying us around the globe, the pride of Africa, Kenya Airways. All right, next up is an appreciation for the teams. We will be requesting the Uganda women representative to go onto the stage. All right, I'd like to ask Vice Chair Kenya Rugby, Moses Ndale, make your way to the award ceremony. That is an appreciation trophy for being part and parcel of this year's games, the Uganda women. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the Uganda men. Uganda men. The Uganda men. All right, Costa Blanca. Costa Blanca representative. The Costa Blanca will be receiving next. Now an interchange. Carry chair off. In goes Vice Chair Kenya Rugby, Moses Ndale. Thank you so much, Thomas Odundo, for that award. Going in. Costa Blanca, winners from last year, for losing, falling short, coming in third. Moses Ndale awarding the Costa Blanca side. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Tunisia. Tunisia receiving that appreciation award from Kenya Rugby Union Vice Chair Moses Ndale. Thank you so much, Tunisia, for coming through. Thank you so much. Next up is the Shogun team. Shogun falling short in the final hurdle, but nonetheless, they have always been in Nairobi for the Safari Sevens. Ladies and gentlemen, Shogun Rugby. I'd like to ask the women, Shogun women, if the Shogun women aren't around, the gentleman from the Shogun men will receive both awards.
He's an awesome God. How many for such an awesome song?
Next up, the French Renegades, or Rugby Reunion.
And I wanna tell it to the world. Iliwa juu anywhere where. Kama si wewe basi nani?
Reunion from France.
Ni wewe uta provide. Na nina ngori moyoni zinanijaza wori. Ila nitakuwa fine. El Shaddai. Uko na kile mimi nadai. Ulinipenda hata kama mimi sifai.
Next up, thank you so much, Reunion, and welcome back to Nairobi next year from the 9th to the 11th of October. Merci beaucoup, Reunion. Next up, I'd like to ask Moses Ndale to remain on stage to award Apache.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening from the Nyayo National Stadium. The 2025 Safari Sevens comes to an end here, and it ends with the Kenya national teams, both the men and the women, that is Shuja and the Lionesses, being crowned as the champions on home turf. Shuja beat Shogun in the main cup final, while Lionesses claimed the bragging rights in the East African Derby against Uganda to be crowned the 2025 Safari Sevens champion. My name is Ochieng Stephen, and joining me for today are the two sponsors who made this possible. Joining me first is Faith Basir, the group chief risk officer at the KCB Bank, and then Willis Ojuang to my extreme right, the public relations manager. Faith, Willis, karibu sana on set. First things first, a moment of national pride for the Kenyan teams winning the trophy on home soil. Faye, how was the performance from the boys and the girls?
At some point, we were on our knees, literally in our hearts, praying. It went to the wire, and that just shows you the quality of rugby. Because remember, our Shuja and our ladies are African champions. So when you have teams that bring in the big game to them and push them to the wire, it shows you the quality of the game.
Willis, malaria time in the semi-finals for Shuja, but they managed to beat Zimbabwe, and then in the final, once again, they managed to beat Shogun in the final. Basically a Spanish side. I know you are a proud lover of the Shuja and the Lionesses.
Any day, any time.
How was it watching from the stands?
I think Safari Sevens 2025 has been a really good success. Of course, very entertaining matches. The competition was top-notch compared to what we had in the 2024. And of course, also congratulations to KCB, the champions of the Sportpesa National Sevens Circuit. And of course, it was malaria time at the semi-finals. The Zimbabweans almost did that thing. And then the same almost happened at the finals, where Shogun, of course, put up a good show. But of course, the boys did what they did best, also just claiming the title and becoming defending champions of the Safari Sevens. It can't be a more prouder moment than this.
And I know that was your fan perspective, but this would not have been possible today without you, Faye, and without you, Willis. So first of all, congratulations and thank you so much for extending your support. We've seen KCB all through the circuit dominating, first of all in the National Sportpesa 7 circuit, and then for the Safari Sevens you made it happen. Faye, as a representation from the KCB, just supporting the game, just a word from you to supporting the game.
At KCB Group, we believe it's important for us to be part of the sports story. So that is what brings us to the table. And a lot of time we look at the impact on the community. So you can imagine sports now is actually it's a salary, an earning for the players. And then just bringing, all these boys, imagine all this energy, where would it go if it was never harnessed into sports? So really proud of KCB, our team. But then we have another team in Uganda, Cobs. Did you see the Cobs jerseys here? Supporting KCB. So we are very big in sports, and my utter total respect to KCB, the boys who showed up for the Safari Sevens, because we are the team that has given the highest number of players to Shuja and to Morans. So, and it just shows, even coming out fifth, it shows the depth that the bank has, and we are looking forward to a very exciting 15th season. So really, really proud, and as a bank sponsoring, it's our responsibility to do so.
Just before I come back to you, Faye, on the depth you guys have and how you dominated the series, just Willis, we saw something really important, and KCB and Sportpesa coming together just to make sure that the Safari Sevens had really credible sponsors for this edition of the tournament. How good was it working together, seeing these corporate giants work together for the better of the sport?
So I think we normally say the world has become a global village. And of course the lovers of the sport are in millions and millions and millions. So I think coming together as joint partners to just elevate the status of the tournament, to be able to broadcast it in terms of the world-class production, and be able to basically take it to the world. So of course thousands of fans were tuned in, and they're able to follow every action of the game, every second of the game, both on and off the pitch, courtesy of what these two partners were able to do together. So I think it's probably many more to come. it's opened up a windows of more collaborations even into the future.
Yeah, Faye, for KCB, you dominated in the 7th circuit, and then today again, finishing in 5th place of the Safari Sevens against 12 teams. Not an easy feat, but it just goes to show about how you guys have built and built and built, and finally it's starting to pay off as you guys chase also now glory in the longer version of the game to come, right?
Yeah, so really, you saw the boys who dominated in the series are the ones in Shuja and Morans.
Yeah.
So actually, it just shows you we have young players. Do you know we have 18-year-olds?
Yeah, Kelvin.
So the average age of the KCB team that played and came out 5th was 23.
Yeah.
So you can see the future is really bright. I was actually joking with somebody and telling them we can actually have a pool of 4 teams, 7th on our own. Because some of our great players, the ones who won in 2023, you didn't see them. They are there. So we are preparing for the longer version, starting with floodlight. But it's really, as I always tell people, and not to brag, KCB is a systemic team. The sports in this country depends on us. So it's always important for us to do the right thing. And it was really nice coming to the table as a sponsor again of the circuit for broadcasting. And this one I have to brag. There is no time the feed fell. And we had viewership beyond 2,500 going up. So it just shows you with the right support, there's a lot that we can do. So there are guys watching from France, Belgium, Tunisia, actually all the continents were locked in watching, and which is a great thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's what the game deserves. And just as we wrap this up, Willis, finally also you guys, your team, you've always supported the Rugby Sevens team. Just how important was it again, standing with them, and then as they prepare for Sevens 1 now, as they start the season, what is your commitment to them and to the growth of the sport going forward?
So for me, the scenario is this, and it's good today at least in the panel we have a lady. So picture, one of Kenya's top exports is roses, for instance. And then we normally hear the narrative around, oh, the best roses are always exported to the world. But then Kenya will remain with probably what is not top quality and all that. So it's the same scenario. Shuja, of course, they are loved across the country, across the globe. And then the only opportunity that Shuja get to be viewed and they get to entertain the fans is locally here. So Safari Sevens is coming at a time when it's the one time in the calendar year when they get to play locally. So it's for us as the major partner of Shuja and Morans, is a very exciting time because we brought the love that is normally exhibited back outside the country back home. So for us, our commitment remains unmatched. We came at a very good time, on a coincidence time when unfortunately the team got relegated. And I think coming back into it, we're able to support them, we're able to get back into the core HSBC series really fast. And of course, they'll be playing in the Division 2, and we can be very confident that courtesy of the constant support, we'll see the boys back to where they belong.
Faye, just finally as we wrap up, to all the lovers of the KCB brand, to all the fans who support the game and cheer from the stands, your commitment to them, what is your message to them as you build to your 15th season and also as you build the KCB brand?
So let me tell you, our fan base is organically grown. You saw them in the stands cheering from even the early matches of 9 a.m. There were fans cheering on KCB. So KCB is a beloved brand. It's a local brand. You know, it's an African brand, it's across East Africa. So really thankful to our fans. In the just concluded 7th series, they traveled coast to coast from Driftwood all the way to Dala. They didn't tire. We are now going in to floodlights as the pre-season and into the season. We look forward to great sportsmanship. We look forward to great sports. It would be remiss if I do not thank KCB Kenya, who are the sponsors of the team, to thank all the fans who turned up for the country, for the love of the country. All the sponsors really made this show go on, and also the guys who've been broadcasting, the refs, the coaches. There are so many unsung heroes in this ecosystem. The chaperones. You know the teams have to be chaperones. And we just, to the Belgium coach, you know we lost a coach, and it's our heartfelt condolences. it's not really, it's really sad, and we wish the family God's comfort and the team.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the 2025 Safari Sevens has come to an end, and as the Swahili say, kidole kimoja hakivunji chawa. So thanks to SportPesa and thanks to KCB, who have been the sponsors who have made this edition, 27th edition of the Safari Sevens possible. And just before we wrap it up, here is the final standings of how the 2025 Safari Sevens played out. Of course, in the men's side, we know Shuja won. They beat Shogun in the main cup final, beating them 14-7. And in the women's side, we also had the Kenya Lionesses winning by beating and claiming the bragging rights in the East African rivalry against the Uganda Lionesses. I mean, from here at the Nyayo National Stadium, everything has gone on smoothly, and the 3-day event has come to a successful end. Mine is just to issue a big gratitude to the production team, the guys who you don't see behind, the guys who you do not see on the screens, the cameramen, the floor managers, the sound engineers, the graphic designers. I mean, it's a big gratitude. Without them, nothing will be possible without them. And I'm just being reminded that all of this would not have been possible without the director and without the Kenya Rugby Union. Thank you so much from wherever you are watching us. Good night. Sleep well, guys. On to the next one. Mungu awabariki sana.